A good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, depending on you. On your location. I'm humbled and I'm happy to be back here. Hope you're also happy to see me, because I'm always excited to see you, to know that you're doing something constructive with your life. I'm always happy to know that you're healthy and you're doing great. For those of you who don't know me and you wonder how I teach, the season we're in, you do what you want, right? You're all allowed to do what you want. I don't know whether you hear me. Let me first, you know, there are people we tell we are in class, and let me remove this also. There are people we tell that we are in class, but they don't get the point. And you call someone, I sent a message to your WhatsApp, your group, but because you put 24 hours, I hear, you put timer, and you don't read Psalms 24. You put a time of 7 days, and you don't read 2 Chronicles 7. You put a time of 90 days. How old are you? Do you read Psalms 90? Some of you now, just to remove and block. Then I find you on social media, on Instagram. Please link in the bio. Share, 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 share. We've done it on BTU. I linked in your bio. They said link in the bio, the DM, right? Hope your DNA, hope your biological, your biological clock is not ticking. And now you're running around. Welcome to the big wing, where we fly higher. You lift down the rumor mongers, the backbiters, and we fly. You're 40? Are you 30? Let me hope you don't stop at 39. You're 40. You counted your 40. When I look at you, 37, 39, you can't go to 40 the way you behave. Your spiritual father is 40. He's 60. He missed the card of 30. He missed the card of 40. Ask him, ask your spiritual father where he was. Your spiritual mother, where she was at 30. Ask them at 20 where they were. Ask them at 15 what they were doing. Most of them get saved at 17. 18 going on 16. I am 16 going on 17. Let us pray. Tell your friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Share, share, share. Sharing is caring. The way you tell us, share, share. And I'm like, and share you as who? I am the biggest singer in the nation. Which nation? Which nation are you the biggest singer? Come and sit here, correct all my mistakes from here. Stop backbiting me. Otherwise you're going to stay 25 when you're 80, when you're 60. Sit here and correct me from here. Because even in your groups, you threw me out. You locked you up. You're 70 and you block on me. And you worked with my father. Jesus. Welcome, Yimbo. I swear, welcome, Yimbo. If you've ever worked with my father or my family members, welcome, Yimbo. If my family members sit in your teach, welcome, Yimbo. Mothers who blocked me, their sons are blocking me now. CDMI. Hope you're doing so good. That is why God chose Apostle Chimuli Michael with his son, John Mark Chimuli. Hope John Mark Chimuli, you stopped mingling and mixing because of I hear friends. Gwe Johnny Mark Chimuli ngenda kukwasa mukono gwa nchoma. Because Yesu atudde munda mu ggwe. in the season. Yagenda n'ava mu buli kayumba n'asigala mu John Mark Kimuli ne kitaawe. Abasigadde kagoba kamwe. Pozi mama oyo ani erinnya lye? Mothers, don't ever use your pulpit to disrespect girls like me. We are wounded soldiers. I warned you parents that what you do, your kids do. And your mother said they removed me off the group of CDMI? If you know you're on Arise prayer altar, Great Tabernacle Church, and you're seated on exploits, those are the places where the Lord wants, but you were disqualified. Great Tabernacle Church. Your friends block me and you introduced me to your friends. I never wanted you to introduce to me your friends because they don't know the Lord. Yes, akwagala. Unfortunately, yes, akwagala oloko kaddi. The garment is still in space. The late Stephen Kawesa, his garment is floating like this. Floating and floating and floating and floating and floating. It is floating like this. I went to their house. He has a photo. I will share it. He was in front of the ship. And the Lord told me to tell Mama Kawesa that he wants to talk to them with only people whose name is called Kawesa, not tagalongs. What you do on Tuesday is not what the Lord said. What you do on Tuesday is not what the Lord said. The Lord said in 2020 or 2021, go back to the word until you're called Kawesa, not Tagalongo, because Pastor Kawesa was not supposed to leave Kavua redeemed, but he left it because of his wife. And the Lord said that Apostle Mitala goes to Great Tabernacle Church and anoint the team. I'll share the photos again. If you're not called to stay in Great Tabernacle Church in the season, careful when you're bringing those young boys and girls on that pulpit. Because God chose that place. Mwakola EIN mliaka mzimba. Government is coming for you. I warned you. We sat in a meeting and I told you, and some of you closed the meeting. Did you do an EIA? Welcome, Yimbo. Now the younger blood that have many churches is ringo butiko. Mugendanga mujja simanya mujjeno. Mugendanga mulonderera. That is not your work, Fira Kawesa. That is God's work, chosen. 2019. The Lord told you to go for full-time ministry. He never told you. Your wife wasn't there. Your so-called friends who were 30, who are getting to 40 were not there. 2019, how many years are they now? You said you wanted to make some money. I told you the Lord is taking care of the money issue. And you kept bringing, Ogendo ronderera bichi. Where you said being me. Watch your back. Let me hope Kalonji Isaac bought the car the Lord told you. Welcome to the big wing. Until Gwen Kawesa, Fira Kawesa, you get your siblings. Get at our fee. Everyone aline erinnya Kawesa. Bachala bamwe, mugenda mu Christmas. Bachala bamwe, abana bamwe, ne mama wamwe. Nga bakuyita Kawesa, sisanga yatali Kawesa. Sisanga yatalina ntumbo ya Kawesa. Njako kubemi gone byamwe byonna. Nze nkikubuulidde. Ebyo byemukwatanga mugenda mulondolera. Abantu bannammwe bava mu Kristo. Because baagala ebituuti, baagala okubeera abanene. Seguku. If you know what the word Seguku mean, if you find out why I stayed in Seguku, kumpi na Katali, and before that, Emabegawa, when nyumba ya kamilioni, omwathira whoever Kalamoji, simanya Kalamaji, simanya byakoze bitya, jezimbe wagulu. You're going to ask the Lord why I stayed in Seguku, why I left Mperere and I went and stayed in Seguku. That is Entebbe Road. Tata Kawesa wasn't supposed to leave Kaboa because it wasn't yet his time. But when you get married, you become one. Nagenda Yambeko. Apostle Stephen Mayanja, because he's a brother to Sarah Kawesa. Let us pray. Now the younger blood, Stewart Kunya, Nzenzara Abasoga, Agunguma Echabazinga, 35 years, on 1st November. 1 year in marriage, we celebrated it in Mubitiwa. Tewabaddeyo, Nzenzara Abasoga. Kusaidi ya mange. Yemala nenzala abasoga ne banzala ku side ya kitange. Kati mugenda kumanya lwaki muli mu bika bya mweje bagenda bagamba musimanya babagamba biki? Katonda tonda, Stewart, you blocked me. You changed the number. Smart. Are you smart really? Do you remember what I told you when you're bringing worship harvest to educate you about money? That is not your ground. Never. We shall see. Katata when agenda kumrako Center Cathedral. To all Muslims who got saved, and you are leading worship in Miracle Center Cathedral. You use your pulpits to disrespect me. People like, not even me. You disrespect everyone because you work with Pastor Robert Kayenje. Do you know who Robert Kayenje is? At 17, he gave his life to what? He gave his life at 17. Do you know that he went to Kaboa redeemed? And he was interpreted by my father. Does he have a photo? Did you know that when Muchikonga Bagurao, did you know that in 84, Pastor Robert, Abanyumiza. Chiti wachile yeri katunda manyinga yanyi musa yeso mkono gwe ngatanna wasa tokagarus nzazabira kumnako Center Cathedral era Pastor Robert Kayanja yekitange yatata wani bonna bayambi Miracle Teens. Kayanja tatuolerezako yakuzala. Kayanja yakuzala. Do you have Kayanja's name? Nze ndaba Junior Kayanja. Ndaba ni omulala. Sebeki Laudi. Hakati bana bakomberero bugato bwa Junior. Mpozi pastor. Junior is a teacher. He ain't past. Esther yagenda kudda mufo kya tatawa. Hey. Echiriwa. Jesus, you love me too much. Pastor Robert Kayanja is an evangelist who works with a miracle. Those are the 5 old minutes. Petuli ba Miracle Center. Petatuza miracle gwenan. Twasabye dda wazerete. Weka muyimbo mannatu. Omuyimbo guli luddawa. Esther omuyimbo guli luddawa. Todangamu okunsaba YouTube channel nga you've never subscribed to my channel. Kati nno bana abayimbi. Okola bukozi what? Wali abayimbi nga amanyi akuba ennanga. ye munene yeka baka tutte kati UK. Yuko manyiyani. Esanze nayagala dongene UK. Muna aba mungalo ku Christmas. Oba. Esther katina tugenda mu Christmas. Tuyeno. Fena tugenda mu Thanksgiving. Mwe musose mu Christmas. Tofode. Ngokola. Ngonaba mungalo girls. Esther tena tugamba tali mu fumbo. Ate ngamba gambira kinzemu na kutoka kumbaga yange. Nza tali mu fumbo nza tali mama. Tali mama tugamba ko tetujjane ku group yafe. Girls. Nabagambe kuno mwezi gwa girls. Mukwano bwova ku church ngamaze okuwana bakutadde katuuti ngoddayo eka ng'ofuka mutyala ng'olyoko tuleetera ebyokunaabisa mu ngalo ffe abakyadde ani Esther akukyaza kyekyo lwaki sajja mwana sajja mu bintu byo Esther genda muhane muunu mukwano ebikolewa jjajjaawo si bye bikole wange bwe naagenda mu muhane muunu gigenda kuba emyaka 5 kati twajongeza twavudde kugumu kasitowa nga tonda 3 years from now Mam anemuni. Don't call my phone. Esther tali na kuteka kwa mkono. Pamafuta mutabaza yange. Pamafuta genkusaba. Mpa galos mpa. Esther fetina na mafuteka. Pasafe yatusiga mafuta. Obusigi mugamale muganywe gabayikire era osigale ng'oli poteya kubanga amafuta togategeera tugenza Pastor Robert tutwale n'akadomola abewaka kandi batwala budomola bw'amazzi mwamina amafuta Pastor Robert tumwe sente fetwa contribute million 5 bedu. You're just 39 for the rest of your life. Read the book of Malachi. Esther, Pastor Robert. Mulino kumuwa. He's an evangelist. Magala agenenga sabiriza. Mulino kumuwa. Mu missions mukola yote. Esther kata kutueleza center. Tugana mu mission kutwala abugoye. Ani abawengo yezi. Eno mu WhatsApp. Okay. Mboza kola mu UN ani yakutekayo Esther ina AI you for watutama you are Ugandan 311 and if you work in the UN the World Bank have you ever been to the United States of America have you gone to France if you are in the UN in the World Bank Esther mnange tukoma wali ya Kazakhstan. When are you going to France? If you work in the UN. When I come into the United States of America. If you work in the UN. Esther, if I get in France, I propose to my wife in France. You're just a brand ambassador. They cannot even call you. The ambassador cannot even talk to you. One ambassador bamugamba oyo totawana. Galores. Kati abali mu US nga ye talina kyamanyi kyokka manyi US ne ka state mwatuula. Kubanga talina mpapula. Omwana abadde kineweeka muyimbo. Tuteeke wano. Temukuba simu yange. Mbasindikira message ate okuba simu yange. Tobiddangamu munnat. You will mubeere eri. Pastor ne bamuteerako newaka. Mwana wa pastor bamutereddeko. Alina ka podium ate tina omutambuza. Abeera mwana wa president. Yatutegerera mu America ye president aliruda. Lord have mercy. Esther, Fatina makanisa twa multiplying. Let me hope there is some quality control. Because if you want quantity, you have to be a quantitative surveyor. Luweka muyimbo bwana. Bwana Yesu niye Mwokozi wangu, shetani akimuona anatetemeka, Girls, November nagibawadde banzala ku 1st November. Nagibawadde mwekolemu omulimu oba ogenda mugeye nange ogenda sinze nkuzaala. Tusomesa tubeere ne buccono bwaffe. Bawo nakuteerako. Esther bawo aliwa. Buuza jjajjaawo. Abantu bewasizza mu secrecy. Esther toyinza kufumbirwa mu secrecy gwengani. Did you attend the King of Buganda's introduction? Were you given the invitation card? How did it look like? Was it looking like this? Mu COVID mwewasizza ne mwezalamu. I tell you. Omuwala omwebaseeko emmanga n'engulu. Olinange. Esther mnange zebera mnange tuli mu lesson siibu naye empapula zaagaana. Ani ayina empapula? Ate kati simwe muyina abaana. Jesus, kansuubira n'awasa abaana bali mu America. Naye bw'aba ali mu America, mpozi kati mwogera luzungu ki? Good morning, good afternoon. Abiiko boogera batya? Anti sibimanyi. Nebya America byagaana nze mane yenne myezivu. Weeka muyimbo Estonia ki? Ebisaaniiko tubiteeka wano. Twabitadde kumpi girls. Olina okubeera ne anti eno obutambaala mane yenne myezivu. Olina okubeera n'akatambaala kumpi so that bw'otuuyana. Ngoma zo kiko. Ngoma zo bakakasa. Preacher, mumpereza akatambaala kange. Kyokka mama boy. Nyabo. Akabantu kalaziyo. Jesus. Nalyoka assistant pastor. Nze bampita pastor ani yakuteekako amafuta. Ani yakuteekako omukono gwe yegenda yerejjalejjambo. Ekiko toli pastor. Olwokuba gwe osinga okuyimba mu kyaki gwe pastor. Sometimes I make decisions that later I regret, but the Lord keeps on assuring me He's not finished with me yet. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about yesterday. Don't worry about this crazy world, 'cause I found a better way. He came down to my level when I can get up to His. That is a bill that gave us band of Oko. Esther, we stay in the same city. Sweetheart, I watched Praise the Lord in the late 90s on LTV. My role model in evangelism with my dad is Billy Graham. Praise the Lord, the God's Generals. On Radio 1, Okolawa, Esther, nze kola ku top. Nze kola ku top. Are you the top on the toppest? Esther, nze kola ku channel 44. How old are you? Who owns channel 44? Esther, oyo musajja mukambwe n'abaana be, oli oli simanya designer. Auntie ye designer. I'm making sure nti muli smart. Auntie ye junior. N'abagamba, mukaddiye nnyo katukikyuse. Yesu ng'akola ati. God did not give you your father, the church, for you to do what you want. Now younger blood all over the world, if you think you're taking your father's position, make sure the Lord has assured you. Because Esther Solomon carries her father's garment and her grandfather's garment, which came from her great-grandmother. You're my family member. And you're related to Pastor Robert Kayanja. ekitiibwa kikyo n'obuyinza tewali akwenkana. Don't disrespect people because you can talk. I talked to Junior one time. Nga nzena naleta ka CV. Munange. Talk to your father. Nze nsobola muwa. Ebikongoli ebyo, birabe ebyo. Gasification. Talk to your father. The young man first man looked the other side. I was like, you manange. That was 2014. Anti ngako sore manyo. Bantale mwofu isi. Na mulinda kukuruji. Ngana webo mulinze kati. The young man looks there. His son man looks the other side. Do you know the class that introduced Junior Robert on the table? It was in March 2020. After I was told to stop teaching Miracle Kids Church. I am a Sunday school teacher. My mother is. My father is. Everyone behind me has taught Sunday school. It's a legacy. I told Pastor Isaac that Miracle Center Cathedral is a training ground. Don't settle for less. You're there to help Pastor Robert raise the right leaders. And when the Lord told him that I should join Sunday school, I told him the Lord has not yet spoken. He said, how do you? Let me put it in Uganda. He said, when do you want him to speak? And he walked away. I joined Miracle Center Cathedral Sunday School. I did not want to be there. Nga mbera nebitutua. Nga neyi yatufitini. Osomesa abaana b'abanene batunula ya. Kati wano buno buli obwa proclaim obwo kati bukuze. Kati bakazi bakulu abazadde abafumbiddwa be bebaseeka eyo nga tebannabawasa. Mwana wali omwo. Obera n'ekisero. And you put in your eggs. You put in your apples. You put in your tomatoes. Now the rotten tomatoes in the basket. Banabajira mu 77 days of glory, 2016 September. That is my dad's month. The Lord told Teacher Angela, wax with Angela Nareso Senyondo. She works with. She's one of the biggest cost engineers in Uganda. She reports direct to the president of you. Oyo jajjange mu bitiibwa. Senyondo Davis. Awumula mirembe omukulu. Edward Bukenya. UNEB. I salute. Pozi mwagamba ejaja wamwe. Kati omuntu akubira essimu. Ne weewuunya. Tuli mu kiraasi akuba essimu ng'ate nasindise message nti ndi mu kiraasi. You wonder. Weka muyimbo mannati. Kati azuukuse. Agamba Esther ali luddawa. Nga nsindise message ku group, nsindise message everywhere. Kati ankubira essimu. Kati ngenda gena mubuze jjajjawo yani. Esa tabantu kitiibwa. Ayisa maaso. Ekitiibwa okisaba busa. Umwana abaddaati. Akakana kasirusiru. Kagenda kutusaza n'embofumbo bajja kago. Abaana bo bali how old and how is marriage? Weka muyimbo. Obuntu buli luddawa. Mukwano nno gwabba obuntu bwange n'otuleya ate n'oseka. Manyi muli mu ddogo. Bali mu kkanisa bali. Kali confused. Audio gyanfulumiza ku makya badde egamba 21st of January 1984 was my parents' wedding. Audio ngenzo giwuliriza ng'egamba 1st January 1984. Nze bangamba nti ndi mubbi, it was in 97. Audio efulumye egamba 2007. Ovanga ku sitaani ngabba ebintu bya Esther. Kali confused kati nabana abamanyi ennaku z'omwezi ze banzaala gy'oli gonzaala. Ku birthday yange ogamba siri important ne kumbaga. And you attended my birthday in 1985 in Mbiko. Oli musoga? Okay. Weka muyimbo. Kati banabba abamanyi na bakali confused. Kali stede naye kawulamu mwana. Naye mukulembeze no mu kanisa abo ba mama ebasinga okwogera ebyo tebawala mpa basula batudde. Atakana kewe kafuluma. Mtabani wo bwafuluma girls. Ate kati tuve ku bakulu baveko bakulu bayononeka. Now the younger blood. Bamuwasiza kati alira obuto agenda luwewet. Bakola bati nali mbuuza abawala bakafumbira babadde ki? Agenda kola. Jesus you. Kati ate bw'obanga omusajja akuzaalamu nga tannakuwasa. Kagobako musajja obwaba yakwebakako nga tannakuwasa kagobako. Making sure nti obufumo bukwatira paka Yesu bwalidda. Kubanga magulu olujji sitaani n'ayingira kati abalula bubaluzi. Akasajja kagenda bekazaala wano bukola bati. After all. Ejote esene kina magezi. Weka muyimbo. Kati bamama bammwe abatagala kuswala ojja kubeerayo. Mukama yagamba mukyala wa mutabani we yani mama. Batata nina December. Kubanga olina okugulira maama ekiteteeyi. Mukama yangamba mbagamba abasumba nti abaana bammwe abawasa mu season yabawa abakyala n'abaami ne mubagaana. Bwe mba nnimba mungobe mu Uganda. N'engeri nti nira sitiri mu Uganda. Ekintu kyakyukamuko. Esther wedding. Otukula mmere chimuna tuli mu kisinda mirembe gwe Uganda ensayedde Esther flatinga ngotadde kakabundi sirika. Because I love listening to myself. Ndawo babinyimba bituufu. Babitiyigiriza eri nga tuyimba. Esther lwatuyogera mu luyimba lw'eggwanga. I'm an American 311. Sibitegi. Aliyo yagamba. Mugende South Africa le mwononeka muli basirusiru. Nangamba nti gonzaala. Tolina na mukwano gwo okosaka fake account. I want you to come with your real names if you think you know me. Mutuleko bi group okwesa akafananyi amanya owalampa bagenda kubagoba bagenda kubasiba bwe batakolanga EIA bachitse environmental impact assessment for the church for your small project. Nema is coming for you. Katata mwabali mu ntobazi. Mwazi nabagamba mwagamba ki? Nyawo. Esther, muzimbye takalyamu. Esther, takalyafu. Did you go to the district planner? Do you know what you're supposed to put in the district? Katonde Esther. Tuleke nawe. Kati okubira kyesimu nga ndi mu kirasi. oyo mugamba abeere mukompisa. Tuli mu bufumbo agenda kwanjula. Kansooke nkuteeke wano kwangula katolina nampisa. Omuziki tegugunda nga bwe ngwagala. Leero byakimbejja. Njogereza Esther tewalokoka. Kabaka osanye n'okuliriza baby. Yo nkuwerewo. Abaana b'amafumbe bawasa. Babita Lubwama. Lera Kigozi. Zukulu wa Lubwama. Musiga lya Nagoya. And you know the trouble vibe. Omwana simula kolera kitulaba ebintu. Ulira biyimba byayimba. Nga kukwanjula konna mulaba bamuyise. Si busungu nnyini. Wayita mama woyo mwana ku podium yo. Mbw abayamba abasomesa eki. Njogereza. Anti-family members bange tebalokoka. Bunya, menze tonyuma baby. Gadde kunanike mpeta. Kasita ebintu tobiwanvuya. Ni mwana wampisa nze banjulira. Banjulira ndi mukwata mpola. Mutwaleko mawanga gebweru. Lambuze enseno. Omulabe bwagenda omutwala awulodi. Esther go wasiza omusajja. Nawe wasa. Njogereza. Njogereza. Esther tewasabye. Sabasabide mu group sizammwe. Tebakuwanjula. Tebakwogereza. Omwana alina engoma gy'akuba. Wene n'ofuluma. Nga bannange bwe balaba omwana attu. Si ye muwanvu. N'obalaba nga bamama bakola we bati. Nagamba oyo muvubuka yawasa. Ate kati empita tagijjaako. Omwana ali alina okujja ku mbaga yange yasanyuka nangamba naye nina okugenda ejjuba. Ne mugamba mukwano. This is just the start. Ife tubeera ne phases ez'enjawulo. Ne mugamba kukwanjula kwange ojja jiggunda. Esther natita kumbaga ngamba yitira kinzo omwenzi. Waliwo yangamba I cannot even come to your wedding. She, you disrespected your father. I was like, nangamba my father omumanyi. Nange ne mugamba. My mother has married for 40. She's married for 40 years with my father. She's been sick for 12 years. My dad, 20 years. I've been sick for 39 years. I am married a virgin. Auntie Gowa Jijako. You travel and you... Mwena mu family za mwobo. Ebya... Senga mwana tujja kuweereza pati. Gweddayo naawe tusabule. Omwana abadde kyolagawo. Nedda mukwano. Kiki tuliko bannange. Soka nkuzeeyo ku number 1. Maama Saala Kaweesi. Abaana bagende mu nnyumba Yesu ayagala kwogera nammwe. Sebe byemukola ku buli Tuesday simanya end of the Tuesday. Amateeka gaayita ne ngamba fira ayogere ne mukuli we Rachel. Basi bagamba ki? Okay. Because ekyambalo kiri mu ddiiro kikola bwe kiti. Ekya taata kiwanuka. Omwana attu alina engeri gy'akyambala Isaac Sebuliba. Ekya Musumba Kaweesa kikya floatinga kiri mu ddiiro. Kiri seguku. Bwe kibagunda engolo. Esther byonna byekyali wange. omwana wa kabaka osanye n'okuliriza baby yoya yankuwerewo ebyange sibirisayo baby amanya bampita Lubwama bamulujja lwa Kigozi ni muzukulu wa Lubwama musigalya nagaya. And you know the trouble vibe. I'll give you what your heart desire. That is Psalms 37. You delight in the Lord. Nga bakutwala abroad. Tewesiba ku musajja galoze. Eso mwana si mulokole. Kasita bamusaako emikono. Jjajjawe yazimba ekkanisa. Ffe bajjajja tuzimba amakanisa. Nze nazimba ekkanisa yo. Owange nze tonnomya baby. Nkunaanike empeta. Kasita ebintu tobiwanvuya. Ni mwana wampisa nze banjulira ndi mukwata mpola. Kutwaleko mu mawanga g'ebweru. Nkujja ku kaalo nkulambuze. Esther Mananga, those are planned children. You also plan for yours, Tom Tukoya. Ozala buzazi buli mwaka. Atowoza ntino temwesobola oli mulalu. Abamanyi ssente zammwe gye ziri kajjambo. Ekisawo kankumbe nakyo kubanga temwetonda, temulina ensonyi. Ate mwe mulina ba prophet abasinga okwogera. Esanga tetukuwulira eno bagise silent disco temubeera mweyo nga mwekosenga bazadde bamwe tebabalaba. Tuli mu kiroosi tusoma gowoza mbolinda ntandika ekisa kya Mukama waffe Yesu Kristo. Nze pastor ogenda tuddamu omulundi gumu gokka mukwano Kigozi okitegedde. Oyo mwana Esther mwana musirusiru azaala abasiru yabawongerera naye ngeri ng'oli mugezi gano gago tina balokole oddangamu okuyita maama we ku mukolo oba mu kyaki. Anko Dani Kigozi yandindabyeko. Omwana wa kabaka osanye n'okuliriza baby yoya yankuwerewo ebyange sibirisayo baby amanya bampita Lubwama osane kimira lujja lwa Kigozi ni mwana wa kuzukulu wa Lubwama kusigalya nagaya. And you know the trouble vibe. The trouble vibe jimanyi ngenda kuwa toyagala girls. Na oyo mwana byalina tobifuna tutya ebyange bazaala bizaale nawe genda bakuzaale. Mpoza naina sente zammwe. Queen wa England akola atya? Abona zowe fumbe zitonumya baby. Gadde nkunaanike empeta. Kasita ebintu tobiwanvuya. Ndi mwana wampisa nze banjulira ndi mukwata mpola. Kutwaleko mu mawanga g'ebweru. Kujja ku kaalo nkulambuze ensi eno. Babatyo we bakola galozi ng'omusajja yakwogereza. They are supposed to olyogereza otyo omukyala boys. Osanzeka Esther mu takisi. Nokakuba wadi nga kagwera mu kitanda kyo. Luno olimba lukunyumire. Esther fa musajja pamulabye musajja wamulabyewa. Mutukone kitinga. Amasenyereza kagenda baku. Nze namulabye yaza prophet y'omu bwati. Gwe nabi yoddayo. The boy is supposed to kwogereza. Naye olumulaba mu kibaala bagwera mu kitanda. Ate bana ab'ekkanisa. Gano gamwe ab'ekkanisa gano gamu. Bali abatamanyi Kristo tubaleke. njogereza bakasanze ka Esther ne Bible yako nedda mnombera mu sente tobiddanga tubabera bwe bati eno gye tubera Abannayuganda babera bwe bati noga hello ngakola ati kankulage omwana wa kabaka osanye nokuliriza baby yo yankuwerewo ebyange sirisayo baby amanya bampita luwama bana babazungu bano ba planned children ababera n'emidali bisawa dali nagaya and no trouble vibe omwana w'omunene najjayo wallet anti mwatugamba nti nabi yakola ki si munaku a man or a girl who has lost their father bebanaku muddeyo musomo Oluganda ba planned children wallet nagireseyeka baby baddenko nani kampeta kasitayo ntutobi Abannayuganda bali mu America mulabe edduka Julia wali abali e UK ate buli ayingira America ne UK nga kimulya babisanga ko airport nga byasaamiridde ezo empisa embi bazisanga ko airport kakulaga abalala wali bana bagende Mmengo this one has done what it is okay or your back good wali bana basomere Mmengo kankulengeze anti 30th twinachi magama twinachi Mmengo ku 30th katulabe wana banana bafumbira abavubuka abava Mmengo Senior School those girls mbagala nnyo naye bamanyi okutawula omusanga atajambala n'emikono ebiri anti bali eno bakola PhD bambuuze alinda basi balina engeri gye beegaya siina babowa ataddemu music byonna abikwata omulundi gumu ebisumuluzo bya Esther biri mu bbaga batunange akabwa akasudde ekidde bali e Canada. I've met Ugandans in DC. Nenkola nti kati kankulage bana basoma ebitabo nga batambula. Tuli mu train kakola kati. Asoma nno katabo kyaloza yasooka okukasoma kitange yasoma kano n'akagabira omuntu wa Musumba Tom teyakaza. Bwe wali pastor nga we yazika katabo ka taata wangu genda kukaza ng'oyavula. Olumugamba halo nga bakola bwe bati. Wali bana babasumba. I call you for what? Ekisooka bajja lwa mukazi. Ekyokulala bakuyamba buyambi ne bakuleta mu America wajja kusoma n'osigala. Naye naawe omanyira abantu. Ate kati gwe munene kwanga go yasome sigo Uganda ino mama bane bakomawo Uganda guba mu digido. Esther chanide. Kumbaga yange babuza kasawo ako kali muki. Professor n'abagamba. Tava unga kasawo tebana kaleta. Abagenda mangu ng'embaga ewedde ne mugenda ekyengera. Mwasubwa film. Professor Mugambi agamba siva wana. Ate namala n'agamba nze ekyengera simanyiyo. Musajja ng'awunya. I need to buy a car and stop using public affairs. Baba de Florida. Bananga we are dying. Auntie munange wawe baavu yali ayina oyingirako mu bisiyaga. Mujja kimanya. Tutagala kutumanyira. Buli omwana akola byayagala. Nolyoka omusanga ng'agamba nze ndi mulainibo. Balina engeri gye bagaaya. Bakola kati YouTube channel ate basaasinza abantu abangi. N'obuuzako kabuzi kaawo. Temutumanyira twasamba akajji. Museveni ajja kugenda. Benange navyo yafulumiza oluyimba olupya. Oyo mwana amwaga. Batugende tusapootinga buli omu. Abana abali mu magye. Tubaleke. Abo mu magye tubaleke. Bo baatuuka baamala kyaggwa. Ate eri magye gye baagenda babasomesa Bayibuli ku kifuba lazima. Ne kati baakikuba ina PhD. Yakyasinze emmotoka ya kabi kati atagitunda. Osanye nokuliriza baby. Yayo yankuwerewo. Ebyanga. Aba brand ambassadors nga beera abroad. Bayina engeri gye bakigunda. Nga bamuwaddeyo $2. Tugenda wa Maldives. Ate baafumbirwa. Babeera mu kiguruupu. Ba brand ambassador. Ne bambala emidaali. Balina engeri gye bagaaya babeerako airport. Ne beeteeka ku TikTok. Olumusindikira ekintu ng'akublockinga. Takulwamu. Naye n'omusanga ku worship harvest, n'omusanga ku watoto, n'omusanga Pastor Robert, bano bangenda wa mukulu Kyaze. Nga bafukamidde babateekako emikono. Nga balinganga be batassangako mikono bukyanga baba. Nimukwata mpola. Mawanga gewe ne batugamba kino striking oyo Museveni alina okugenda mwe mumuzaala 60 years kati woba oyagala nnoonya omutonzi yasalawo gwe Esther tujja kukuba nga mwagenda mu nnyumba z'abamwanga omuli eddogo. Entebe nabagamba mu gikime wano saabasuubiza ogenda ogamba abantu yegga Kabaka. Tujja kuweereza ku bizigo. Tujja kuweereza kwa Legura okolola nnyo. Esako ke kaki genda mu nnimiro ya jjajjaawo gyebiri. Temuyina sanitizer otuleekaanira. Kati bw'oba wali ayimiriddeko ku kituuti kyo n'ompalampa. Olw'okuba mmwe musinga okubuulira enjiri. Kagoba kamu. Don't disrespect people's children you don't know. I have the keys to your well-being. Ekisumulizani yali akisomyeko. Esther totuzaayo naawe mu ebyo. Kyekyo lwaki Oluganda lwabalema you cannot interpret. Mwana abadde ati. Bw'oba wali ayimiriddeko ku kituuti kyo mu guruupu yo. Nga gwe nanyini group, gwe nanyini altar, gwe nanyini buli kimu. N'ogamba abaana ne banzijako. Which one do you want? Do you prefer Better Homes Garden? Or you prefer... Do you prefer the Timberwick? Which one do you prefer? I have several. I have several. Nga oli mama nga wamanyirirako ku kituuti kyo olw'okuba onyiize. Okuba wounded soldier, omwana wa Zaakayo. Ekikulu kalina emputu tekawulira. Tekagala kabuulirira ng'ompalampa you carry the prophetic. I love the woods. ate abakulu tebeetonda bamusanga batya nga akwetondera agenda kusomesa forgiveness omutegeere. Girls, mu Christmas time genda kola kino omwami akanti kazikidde bikyo kafuuye gwe fira nkulaba ng'obikkako nga tekakutabuka nga nnyinza okukolola sitani alina bad manners kati eri aseka n'agamba kalina okukolola kati ate bw'obanga ogagenda mu ddogo ng'oli omu ku bandoga ng'oli ssenga wange ng'oli kitange kati ate bw'obeera pastor nga stroke zenfunye nnya it is because of you. Mwabagenda ku prayer mountain ne mukabireyo obuziga bw'ekirogo. Watch your back. Esther afete kusabira nga mu group yo mulimu abandoga mbubasaba oli mulalu ako tukaveeko mwani kalese ebibi namumba buba sanga Yesu kati mwabayimbi season yammwe ne temulina mpisa obasinikira message n'alyoka atuna wati n'omubuuza weddira ki ani akuwasa Esther byaffe biveeko tuli mu kisa buli musajja ajjayo agenda kati nno omwana atu Christian yaleese engoye za tabu ng'akantuteekaako okitegedde jaji wange mugambe mutimidde Christian and Christian okitegedde abo abawala abalonga abo jaji mumundabire oyo jaji waffe omu bwati esa yeffe bajaji fekka. Mine was the one recognized by the first Queen of England. He was supposed to be a Katikkiro. Fe tuzaala abasoga kweyo side. Kyabazinga wabo soga gungumale. Inevant, isevant. Yesu akimanyi. Tuteeke wano kando yaffe. Mu Christmas ngenda kolaki? Kana bakayise batya? Better Homes Gardens Amber. Omwami kulamusiza mukwano. Kando tugiteeke watulina abalogo ku social media. Ne bakafuuwa ne kagwa ne bakakwata omuliro. Mukwano kikole. Ojja kubuuza ani ayokya makerere. Ojja kubuuza lwaki amasomero ga Buganda gonna gabadde gakwata omuliro. For all the years you've known us. Buganda has control. Unfortunately. Because ogwo muzimu bagwise control spirits. Nangamba lwaki mugikozesa lwaki sigikozesa nenteekamu Yesu. The fruits. Olina bimeka nga one blocking nga gwagenda asomesa fruits. Tulina seeds. Kakando kanyumye bulala. Esther kando tugiteeke wenu. Kubanga bannange omwoyo omutukuvu yeetaaga n'amaamira kubanga Esther bw'atamaamira owedde. Abalokoka n'abamusembeza Yesu beyenaza n'omusaayi gwo mukwano lwekyo Yesu aleeta omwami mu bwangu. Abakola obutuukirivu lwekyo mukwano essaawa bwetuukanga ng'ogamba fiira kaweesa nga tukuweereza ebbasaayo ng'ogenda ng'ofumbirwa ffe bwe tutyo ne fiira kaweesa tumakinga sure nti mwenna mufumbirwa be tutambula nabo. Kigambo kye people power our power nga biri mu manifesto ya America n'eya Museveni. Ngenda basomera gye biri tojja kuddamu walampa baby. Bajja wano ne basoma ebitabo ebiri haphazard. Ng'oli eyo nga gwewagira President Trump gano gago. Tuliyambala ngate wa muvuma gano gagate yagala kujja mu America. Esther, President Trump twamulaba. In 2016, when I was coming in the United States of America, November, he was the one to be the president, and he became the president. To all presidents, what he ever done for Mokoroti, to Yimbe, to Sakanye, Ngogolia Yongo, Oyagala Uja board. O simanya muri muki nze esakanzala mu November mweba introvert simanya byakoze biti astrology you sit there and orchestrate. Let me hope you meditate upon the word of the Lord and you go and they read your palms. Mulokole naye yabivaako kati ate vegan. Enjoy your cults. Yerusalemi tuliambala. You'll forgive me if you don't know English. Those are hymns. And since Uganda has the biggest interpreters from King James to Luganda 1899, Chitakule Dunta, his friends, and Adonai Mukasa, the signatories, 1900. I tend to come from those lines on the late Sarah Nareiso, who rested. She rested. She got married, please. And my great-grandmother said, no, Nsereko, that is our wife. Because my grandfather had already seen my grandmother, Sarah Nareiso, with her friend, Chisosonkole. Namugamba Chisosonkole obera ne mali n'otangamba ng'enjogera ya bulijjo. Namugamba ajja kutwalayo naye tino nafuuse busy. Nina okuddayo e London okusoma. Jjajja teyabanyumiza sole. Sarah Nareiso, rest in peace. On the 4th of July, we buried her in Kagaba at 105. She was tired, and it's my sister who follows me, the one who was part of the team that made the Olympics clothes, 2016, 2018, Kasule Raphael in Canada. Mboza ava mu nyumba yani Kasule, jajjawe. Tuliyambala. Nkulamusiza mukwano n'omukyala wo omubwati muwala wa Dr. Serwada, the lawyer omubwati. Tukwagala nnyo Kasule Raphael. Buli eyali ayambadde ku lugoye lwagenda kulokoka oba ayagala tayagala. Mwana kuba omuziki ono. Kasule kintu kiriya wali eno ku lugoye lwange olw'embaga ogenda kuludda mu baby. Kasule ogenda kuddamu olugoye lwange olw'embaga nja kutegeezaako nga ngenda okukola embaga eri Abannayuganda gye bategeera gye bayita sinzigu gye bayita gugudde. Kakando Esther kateeke wansi tekajja kugwa tukateeke wano omwami. To all astrologers, ngagwe bakolo mwabeyita simanya wayita biki? Aries, Taurus, I'll take the photo, Cancer, Leo, yagwa Leo, Scorpion, Capricorn, Esther, bakugamba bakuzala mu November katulabe. I love knowing so that neteka mu kintu nga ndi steady. Oyina okubeera eno nga gwosemba yeeno Esther mwe bebazaayanga emyaka giggwako. Part of the fortune. Anti mwagenda mu America. Olugambako ng'ovuma abeewammwe. Black Moon, Lith. baba nababera bwerere emisota kyekyo lwaki mbalaba nga beeyambula abaana ba mu Uganda. The mansions of the moon, the 28 mansions. Katondest nakatulabe anti siraba ate lwe banzaala kuliko ne GPS coordinates Stafford bulijjo they are locating him temunsobola mbeera wano neŋŋamba conjunctions and types naye njagala kulaba gyenva anti baatugamba mwekebere 12 houses naye astrologers mujja sembanyi bali mu nnyumba za Yakobe Israel. The zodiac 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 ndi Pisces katumukabira Pisces ndi byennyanja tafodde Leviathan katondest tofodde ndi byennyanja oli wa December katulabe Ophiuchus simanyi nawe babyogera katulabe Ophiuchus ani Cancer katulabe ani 1 2 3 4 5 bakuzala mu 15 months bakuzala mu May May mwezi gwa komeka January, February, March, April, May. Hey, chisa chimale. Chisa chimale. Sichadda mukuteka konna kuza mwezi z'abantu be babazaala sikyaliddamu ntegedde kati ndokose. Naye astrology is nedda mulimba. The story of the ancient art of foretelling. Nedda bakuzala mu May. Nyumiddwa ate ab'omwezi gw'omukaaga bali mu Leo. Katulabe? Nedda kanawo gwokuna first. Gemini. Katulabe Gemini. Katulabe first January, the zodiac. Leo, they have a lion. Leo, mwezi chogo gwa mukaaga. Bali 36 years of age. Mbuzi. Hani gwe bazaala mwezi gwa mukaaga wamu. Isaiah, bw'oba tosoma Bible owe. No, this is serious. Zino pages. Banang, the planets. The role of the planets in the signs, the sun, the Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter. Apana. Mulimba namwe. Babylonian history. Naye banange. Tugenda kufa. Ebisigadde simunyani agenda okututaasa. Mesopotamia astrology 3000 to 400 BCE. Nedda bannange day horoscopes. Oliyo wekalakasa ng'otusomesa horoscopes. Pozi mwagenda mu Bible college. Masomo Jewish astrology. Astrology in the classical world. Yeah. Isaiah ngenda kulekera okukolera abasiru. Ngenda genda mu White House. Ngenda kufuuka researcher. Osasula just $125. Ezo nzisobola. Computing astrology. Njoke bansasula obusente ntambulenga bwenjagala n'omwami wange mubitiivu. The Chinese zodiac. Nze ngene mbere nansi nkomberera kabina k'omukadde. Nze negayirira. Nze esusulume. Jembeera bafukamira ne bagamba tukolere ki baby. Oli ogenda gamba bantu munnaku ani. Kale omwana omugezi neyo atukolayo ki? Namusembeza mwe mubone nze sazali bakubonaabona tonengerera wano beyanaza n'omusaayi gwe ye abakyala bafumbo olwasomya amaze okusoma PhD masters mu America naye ng'emukuuse kati buli kasente ke gojja ng'ozunga mubeere bannansi mufuuke ba doctors sigenda kukomberera kagatto bagamba yo alina olugezigezi I'm an engineer 4 years in the university my GPA is 4+ above why should I go around begging now nze negamba nina okukola ne government because it's a legacy Esther naffe tukola ne government nze nakuteekayo because taata w'omwana aw'ekitiibwa ekyambalo ky'ennyambala aw'ekitiibwa taata wange mothers you don't respect my father ogenda otwogerako ogwe kapere nga bakulera bulezi nga mange yakulera ekabowa Engules abasumba mugenda lekera okomberero bugato w'abakazi n'abasajja bali mu America ng'olwokuba ye munene mumusindikira manyire mulowooza yalokoka pastors in Kabowa Redeemed Church of Christ your younger pastors mbasindikira messages the way they reply back and most of them are not supposed to be in those positions the Lord has not yet approved it because if Apostle Alex Mitala tabafukanga mukono you're going to be ordained afresh. If you know you're in Kabowa and you call yourself a pastor, make sure Apostle Alex Mitala anoints you afresh in the season until the young blood learns who a pastor is. Omukadde w'ekkanisa oba omukadde w'ekkanisa agenda yeebaka nga bamwebakako nga tebannamuwasa come over oba gwo mulimu gwammwe abo babayise ba wounded soldiers ani mpoza asomesa wounded soldier tuliyambala oli eyo weesunga okutwala ekifo kya kitaawo hope you're approved by God. Kabowa does not belong to any man. Other churches, sort yourselves out. If a Pastor Chintu is tired, the Lord said he goes to be with the Lord. So if you're there, Angokola, Pastor Kawesa, Stephen was not supposed to leave. He left because of his wife. Because when you get married, you become one. It was not yet his time to leave. It was his time. It was not his time. The only time he was supposed to leave, the Lord sent a message and people started praying and Rashad Abading. Yet the Lord had already warned them. Now, Kawesa Fida, tell Rachel, you close that door. I don't want to see anyone called Muyanja in that house. He wants only Kawesa in the house. It is Christmas time. Oba Isaac anaabuuka bubuusi n'abaana be mmwe mumanyi. And close that door. Oba mukyala wa musawo Sarah Kawesa Junior anaabuuka bubuusi mmwe mumanyi. And Rachel damulira. I said I don't want to see anybody else nga si Kawesa. Nsangeyo bansuubuga. Nga Priscilla na Roga yamblocking ne Grace insuubuga. Olwokuba Grace asabira mu worship harvest. Muva mu makanisa mugenda muzunga. Muli mizozi. Kati mbasangeyo. Nsangeyo gwe bayita Kintu mujja kumbulira nga Kintu mwamwambula. Ate he did not apologize. Oba yabazaala. How can pastors, parents, Kawesa, go back and collect everything called Kawesa? Ngentumbwe yerimu Kawesa. Because the Lord wants to talk to you on a personal level. Nsangeyo gwe bayita Kiwanuka njabba kube bisigadde mujja kunyumiza abeewammwe. Because Isaac Kiwanuka has his own garment. Kyava ku kitaawe, he's steady. Kawesa, you're not yet steady. Kati bw'obanga okimanyi taata wa akyali mulamu. Taata bw'aba yagenda dde okubeera ne Mukama mubuuze lwaki taata yagenda mangu. My father went in 2010. We are just waiting for the final day. Because I left him with a white kanzu. That wasn't a wedding. That was me making sure my father goes to be with the Lord. My dad has a surgery. I postponed. My surgery, I cancelled it. Dayogwe. My dad was supposed to be operated before my wedding. I was supposed to be operated, and I refused. Kati byogenda ng'ondoota loota n'ebyo biroote. Ba prophet. Tata wange bw'awummula nga tugenda emaanyi mbaaze bujubya batagenda ngayo abatyayo nga mugiwulira weewuuma kubanga nagitereeza ku Sunday on the 10th of November. Enkuba neebakuba ne Monday neebaddamu nesigula buli kimu emitiana ne babaweereza obufaananyi nga Zuri apartment simanya Zuri farm ng'emiti gisiguse. Enkuba ebadde ebakuba Uganda. I carry it mu bitiibwa. Esther tujja kusabira. Joe Bartlett in 2016 he prayed for me. Abo basajja bemulaba abo abasimanya bafiisa. Abo bemulaba mu firimu abo bakanyama ba John Rainbow could not handle what I carried. Then Joe Bartlett told them don't share a bed with her. Because that's a baby I was given birth to before my birthday of 32 years of age. Deliverance happens until when you die. On the 26th of August, before a white eagle left my back, using one of you guys who is in his 40s, when I was thrown off the so-called Overcomers page. I hear one of the biggest leadership group led by Dr. Grace Chitio, because it doesn't carry Christ. It carries the grace mentality. And the so-called kingdom builders. You know who heads Kingdom Builders? He's in Boston. And he told the kids of Dr. Baker to throw me off. I hear I don't obey rules and regulations. And told Chitio Grace to throw me off. And they went through Kaboa. Do you know who Dr. Baker is? He was an athlete. His father was in Fufa. Ham Enterprises was told to stop constructing anything. Do you know who Ham is? A relative to the Tamale Mirundis. Esther Center zijawa President Museveni. Baba President Museveni ye mubbi, God is after you. Pozania Kingdom Builders yan. He attacked me and tiisa musimu yange. I kept quiet. And someone hacked his phone. The devil uses those small boys. And they hacked his phone. And the Kingdom Builders was closed up to date. They don't do anything there. And it has all your fathers. Then we have, I hear, overseers. They carry the grace preachers. Everything that you know, including your small pastors, they all sit there. The government of Uganda sits there. Other nations sit there. I hear you share 4 things a day, which you don't walk in. Welcome to the wing. And they changed WhatsApp. You don't just take me back to a group. Sort yourselves. Ataba singa muline ensonyi. I told you what WhatsApp looks like now. It's only a group admin who takes you back to the group. In 2020, the Lord said, if they remove you off the group, I'll leave the group. If they close the group, I removed the cover. You don't want me to type in your groups? For those who left me to watch what they are doing, because I'm a watchman. The Lord said, never leave a group, Esther. That is not Galatians 5. I was like, why? They cannot put me on their statuses, but want me to support their things. The Lord said, Esther, those are rules and regulations. I give all the rules. You don't follow in all nations. Welcome to the biggest wing. Esther, I took a picture with Obama. Keep taking the pictures. I took the picture with them, telling the current chingy. You keep taking pictures. Your job is to take pictures so that you can remember and tell your children that I was there when Obama was the president. Esther, I missed a picture with you. Ask why you missed it. You don't read your messages. Esther, that message you sent is not ours. An apostle is a builder. Who teaches you your fivefold ministries? Esther, thank you so much, Pastor. Pastor Peterson Sozi. Kati badolooza muli bakitalo bataata bammwe bye bakola nga mmwe mubiddamu eno ogwamwe gwakubiddamu nga for generations mukyova okuwangaala kafukunya. You just repeat what your fathers do. Pastor Tom n'amblockinga kati ate abali ku pastor bano abato babebi baveeko abo bakayingira ekintu. Owa never give up mpozi yaani mwesigwa Laurent na blocking nengamba. Laurent used to come mu compound ya tata wange nkuwe. Fathers, you protect your kids. Tell them never to step in my father's compound late in the night. When the Lord sends those kids from Pastor Tom's grounds and they come to my father's house, whose food do they eat? Pastors who come to my father's backyard late in the night. Nga mulina kubeera ku bituuti nga musaba. Ng'ojja wa tata wange ne mama wange nosaba butula. Ne musaba over. Abamu ne mugenda ne mutoyi. Ani yazimba toyi. Anti mwangamba sina kye nali nkoze. I built a building. It has two rooms. It had a compound. It had a veranda. It's called a latrine. I own a building. Esther, ye tugenze wamu. That's why I could not do a wedding. Ekwanjulanga bwe mukwagala. Nze abagenyi bange mbatwali mako katoyi. Yenze nakazimba nagamba mukama, I'm not getting married in that compound kubanga siyafi. Nze kyensaba nkifuna nawe bonna osabanga akuwa. It is Psalms 37. Wedolowooza ki? Nze mbakyaze mu lujja lwa kitange munaabeerawo. Mugende mutule mu nnyimiro mubbe emiwogo. Mubbe amatooke n'amapeera ne woovwa. Ng'omulimi nze musasula. Nze mbawa abasajja bawasa abaana bammwe. Esther omusajja eyampasa yali abeera wammwe. All your boys before they got married, my friends, have stepped in my father's compound in my life. In Najana Kumbi, in the Mutundwe. All of the boys before they got married, they met my father. All of their friends. I love to ignore the things. If it is not church, it is school, it is work. Your wife is my Sunday school OG. My nursery school OG. Kindergarten. Where is the kindergarten? Banana kindergarten. It's the kindergarten. I can't go back. kindergarten. Where is the kindergarten? The picture was here. The kindergarten one. I swear. The Jimmy Katumba, the Ebonies, Gatawali Ebonies, and how are Ebonies children? There was some miracle kindergarten. Is it a kindergarten or kindergarten? Kindergarten. Go over the cake of our company, kindergarten. We are kind and we are kind. Garten, the garten. Nga gwasomera ku nsomero ly'aba Ebonies lye bayita kindergarten. Jimmy Katumba. Gwe nga muzaddewo azannya mu OMG. Bakikyusa. Babayitanga ba Ebonies. The Burns. Kati bye muzannya ebya OMG. Nange sibimanyi nnyo biraba bulabi naye ng'omukulu Dr. Bossa. Kitalo nnyo kitalo ddala nti omukulu Katende yagenda. Omukulu Viki gyali naye yagenda. Iha. Metro namayanja oyo baby kirasiti kyawanga mubwatu. Ngali ebyokulya byaffe. N'agamba sharing is caring. N'alyoka agamba thank you for the food we eat. Thank you for the and sharing is caring. Nabira gana kasero. Container ya geri edugala ya green. Ne mama guy knows. Mama used to have a ebikebe by'ebizigo bright light. Ngabyoza after using mama ngayoza ebizigo twi. Muna mulimu ki Esther Solomon. Daily cleansing pads. Girls. Nga mama amaze kukozesa ebintu obwana bwa mumbeera nga buzanyireyo mu bintu byammwe. Nemba tunulira nga mulina obwongo bunafu. Mama ngakwata ekikebe kya bright light byabeera nga binene nga biva Nairobi. Naye kati mulina duplicate. I tell you. Mama nga ajjamu ebibeeramu munda. Bino nno ebintu bandudde nabyo nadi. Esther olabika bubi weekoleko gwonzaala. I've had this for 2 years over. I don't even know. Oli yantunuulira nagamba Esther Solomon, I love you dermatology. Nagamba mwe munvuma bumbi tolina kompa. Oli nagamba Esther Solomon, I love you. Abazungu balaba edduka. Nyawo. Nimugomba nyakasomako nengamba ke kakyako. This is 2022. Omwana atwe embaga gye nagendako. Akafaananyi ke walengera nga ndi ne judge. I was introduced to a judge. Nagamba Esther Solomon. She's now married and she's happy. Her brother gave birth to a baby, Curtis of Esther Solomon. She's now married. She wanted to stay with me, but munange ngeri wala. Jajja we ya mugamba oyo mugamba ajja kumaga. Because jajja wala bamu. Jajja nawapengoye. Tewalaba ko bifaananyi. Chakula gatofa. Mani wabide eating. I was introduced to the judge who lost his son in 9/11. Naye kati gwe oliyo titina lawyer agenda tukolera ku mpapula. Esther has a judge. One of my America. In Arlington. Choka girls. Esther kateka wangu. Mubuteka nga mmaze obukozi santi sibitegeera. Katombesi. Badde mbanyumiza mmange nga akozesa ekikebe kino. Mama would recycle the thing. Now for you're saying, yeah, you have just learned recycling. May the Lord bless my mother. For you've seen it in school. I saw that in nursery school. I am the first born. Then there is a boy called Hoodoo. Hoodoo nga yeba mwa chocolate bears. I don't know where he is. Then there is a boy called Frobish. Let me hope he's not the one in a theater factory. Today I will know what happened with Frobish. nga tugenze King's College Budo nga ndi mu S3. We met other schools courtesy of Mr. Jimmy Juko and the late Rose Juko, my English teachers. Then boarding primary school. They were my teachers in P7 and P6. Who taught you English? Ogenze yewe awlodi no you go Luzungu or Luvundu. Africans, why do you love copying and pasting? Why should I change? Someone said, Esther, you haven't changed. I changed to what? I changed from what to what? I am born and raised in Uganda for 31 years. When I became 32, I was in the United States of America, and the president was President Trump. And on 1st November 2024, I made 40 years. And on the 5th of November, I took the Esther's home. Jim Carrot Kindergarten, P.O. Box 3041, telephone 23031 2333770, Kampala. Name of child, Nachimera Esther. They even wrote my name of bad. Esther, E-S-T-E-R. Who wrote here? Bafula. Name of the parent, Stoko Guardian, Elisa Teafa Kaboa. 1989-84, headmistress. That was 1989. I joined kindergarten. My identity card. Kati bannamawulire mulina olugambo mwe munvuma mwe mumpalampa bimpalampira eri ku gurupu ya Caltech. Wali yangambe tagenda weeyogera kolooza ffe tetweyogera toyina magezi mwe munvuma sikumanyi ompalampa kigurupu kyammwe muli abakazi abakulu ababbi. Mwagala okubeera abakulembeze ate nga muli babbi mubbe ssente z'amasomero zonna ne bigenda eyo ku Mmengo ne bingobesa. Obirengera nnyini ate nga ku 30 years tugenda kubeera ku mudigido. Oyagala information ate ompalampa muna basuubiza mu babloga ne bavologa. Temwabadde nga mbasuubiza. Now if your child is a vlogger and a blogger, bagenda babologa bubolozi na kuvomitinga. Nabasuubiza gye mutabadde. Kubanga kati nava mu parliament nagisuubiza ne munabazaake nga bamuwalula. Ate ye bagenda muwalula paka Yesu walidda. Kubanga mu 2026 tagenda kudda. Bwaddanga ng'omanya abantu bamwagala nnyo omuntu waabwe. Ng'oli mu opposition. Ng'oli mu ruling party. Ng'omulimu gwe gwagenda ng'ovuma mukamaawo. Ng'ate ekiro muba muli obusente. Nga mutambula abroad. Mutuleekaanira. Hope 2026. Tugenda kuwa akalulu. Nze nonda tonzanyirako. Atoloza kyetaagisa ki. Just to be a dual citizen. I can even walk to the embassy right now and I go and I declare myself Ugandan American. Mukwano, my ndagamuntu here egwako 2025. Ate batugamba nti tujongere mu 2026. Ngenda kutuuka Uganda nga president wa Uganda gamba hapana. When we know that truth, it sets us free. I went to get a line. On the 28th of October when I went to the justice kwa nlisubiza justice ya Uganda through Caltech Academy. Nemba gamba mu bwana obusirusiru bumwita baloya. Mbuno mwogero oluzungu waliwo kali akana Kenya. Muze mama wange mtoro tomanyira ne batoka sweetheart. Nze nzaala abatoro tokiddanga. From the Babito family. Mumanyiba mujenyi. Mujenyi mukwano go. Yakavuka mukwano go kati. Kitalo mabeere. The queen of Toro. Nalulungi w'ettoro nze mulina. Florence Omubito. Mwebe. May her soul rest in peace. In 2010, when the Lord activated me. Don't nekanira mboli mukwano gw'ettoro. Mukwano. When we marry our boys, when they marry, Jaja Mwebe awumule mirembe, manyi mbaza bujubi. 2010 in July, 2011 in July. His wife got burnt by the fire. One of the best nurses, one of the beautiful mutoros from the Babito. Abojo n'abayisikikara hansi. Sine mpako yawo lichibijigiri. When she died in 2010 in July, because she caught on fire, she died of pneumonia. What are you talking about? In 2010, in July. The following year, in 2011, in July, Jaja Mwewe arrested. And he was way older than 90. Nairo kote twogera mazima. Obatunuulira. Abojo n'abayisikikara hansi funga mdomo yake. Byonna tubigata ne tufuna kasavu kanyamandi mawanga magati. Bwe tugenda e Busoga agungumale Chabazinga. Happy anniversary. On Sunday, he made a year. And happy birthday. 1st November, he made 35 years like my brother. In 2024, when I made 40. Mbozi ku 40 mwaka ambachi. Wankubira Kasimu no celebrating a birthday. Auntie nalisina salisize kuweka muyimbo. That is why my photo looked dead. But ebyange bya when the kingdom suffers violence and the violent take it by force, you just read scriptures. It rained, you stayed in your houses. Omwana yatulimbi, I went to Mengo nenegana. Nengamba menge neganya. Nivangamba Esther, the current headmaster, thinks that is his home. Nengamba baba. Mbozi yavawa, Ruzira Rugazi. Nalyoka nenda bwana bwe nasoma na bwe Mengo wali wakali olubuto nakabuza ne katonoleri. Nengamba kati laba buno bwana bwa artist. Kakanula amaaso. Just say hello back. I told you the seniors. I never wore the gray skirt. I went to Caltech Academy nimugamba ndi malaya nga wasomera Kibuli. Tata wange yatwala sciences nga mwakoppa. Twogereze tuve wano baby. Abakazi mube bakako bwebasi. Ogenda ompayirize. Mboggo wansasulira gondabirira mu America. Nicodemus. Tatawo yani. You think I met you in Mengo? It is Kabwa Redeemed Church of Christ. Next time. Bobo walampa nonya saiziyo. The fact that you have a PhD in Vienna and you have a program in Uganda running the mathematics and you built one of the biggest houses in Inarumunye where I made sure you have roads. Next time, when you're talking about me, be careful. Muri omwe na mu akadoziki. Kati ova wasomera Kibuli nga wava Mengo. Bukenya Patrick, the PhD holder. Your friend Oko Richard akubulire kyamutukako when he misused my research. And you made sure that in Mengo they throw me out and hate me for the rest of my life. Let me tell you something. When I trust you, ngolimu leadership, careful with your mouth. You don't know who I am, I don't know who you are. To all the lawyers and judges, make sure you read the book of Proverbs and you read Proverbs 18. There are rules. I don't teach like your mother or father. You don't tell me what to do. Until when you learn to read the word of God the right way. The fact that you sit, make sure you sit there and you never cheated in your senior 4, your primary school, or your L level. Ask what happened to Jude. Let him tell you the truth of what happened. I took him to my father's house. And he said, Yanne Bakako, during the time of exams, 2001. Yakunkumuka nafuna enchacha natunda pillowcase. On the 29th of October, I met him. But I was in a taxi. Nga jenva mu ddwaliro enkuba tetonye ewa Dr. Muwanga. One of the doctors who was heading grade B in Tele. Alina Health Center. Chitevi Health Center. He's been taking care of us for 20 years. Omukulu Fahad Mpanga. Omukulu Dr. Twaha Gulu University. They've been taking care of us for 20 years, even when we don't have medication. Neolanga Panado. Banasezi bawe nembasanga ne bagamba. Dr. Twaha lumwa abaali eggulu asoma. Nasi gwe nasangayo omusajja n'agamba. That was 2014. 2015. Ng'omusujja gunnuma nga sina wadde ekuba ennyaanya yali 2014. I told my friends, please help me. They didn't have money, but Sally Paul, Chambogo University, Automotive and Power Engineering. I was in first year, he was in third year. Paul Sally sent me the money. The young man refused to touch me and he said, Ekikulu twaha abatuma wano nga temulina ssente. Nandeka ng'omusujja gunnuma. Nandeka ku kitanda wadde okumpa Panadol. I had to wait for Sally Paul to send the money so that they can give me medication or treatment. Same thing happened. Nga ngende ewa Dr. Mwanga. Nga taliyo kubanga yabeerayo kiro. Fahad wasn't there. Nensanga bunnansi. Obutakyaliyo right now. Ne bugamba ekikulu mmwe ne maama wammwe mujja wano nga temulina kye muleese. So when nalwadde, the 5 weeks I was there, I went there late in the night on the 28th of October 2023. My husband had no choice. He thought it was a joke. I wasn't going to go because I didn't have a headache. My blood pressure went to 171. The lowest was 101, 111. They kept on changing and flipping. I was going to keep quiet, but I was like, Esther, careful. I called Pastor Wanyama, the PS for Apostle John Bonjo. He prayed for me. When I make sure I run to the right places. My family members did not pick their calls. The only two people that picked their calls were at work. That is Arthur Kawesa and Dan Sempalobote. And they were like, judge over this. Because the rest were sleeping or in church and they turned off their phones. Most of the times Martin Luwama picks his calls. But Martin got an accident on the 20th of October. The Sunday when 23rd October was my wedding. On the 20th of October, I went to the house of my auntie, the biggest daughter of the Martini, Kalibala, called Victoria Bisase Chiwanuka, the mother to Chiwanuka, Ishmael, who works with ICOP, Mukwanogwa, Omuchala, Wa. Mama Maria Chambard. Yali Metro anyway. The wedding was in Nairobi. With Omukulu Bisase, the biggest accountant in Uganda. It rained everywhere, yeah. Me, I sat down and waited for the boys to come for me as usual. Esther breathes with the boys and some of the wives for my relatives, the younger blood. Some of them said, that girl is back. There is one who said she can't compete with me. I was like, someone said, Dimbo, she's not even a close relative. When the mother to your husband's father is a sister to my grandfather. I attended your wedding or I was there when you're giving birth to your first child. Girls, which church do you go to? History class in Jibongere over to Komao. Mama Maria Chamba, the one of the most beautiful ministers who was an MP. Omukulu Chiyaga. Wegende zengo walampa Mama Maria Chamba de. Kumango Jakubwa. Mpozi mwamuvuma ne mugoba mbu mwamugoba bayitale. Mpozi bali bdoje bamugoba. Bafulumya ka YouTube channel mbu the richest men billionaires in Kampala, Uganda. Ne balyoka bateeka mbakiwanuka ba pick fair. Nakola bukozi nti ne bateeka mbabitaatule. Ne ngamba bitaatule webale tuwasa. Braza we yajja n'atuwasa fa abatoro abayisiki n'aboojo. Senga katasi. Tuliyambala. Mbozi bitaatule mukanogo. Ese yaba brand ambassador ba bitaatule. Keep branding them. Byonna bye bakola I have done my whole life because it's a legacy. Mpozo li relative one wasipia motors. Mubuzo bamanyi jjajja ng'omubwati. The late Martin Karibala. Esther wewananga tojo mizimu. Gugobe. Aganyabo gugobe. Mwewana wana mbu muli mu deliverance gugobe gugu. I was with you. You saw me at night. Esther nedda ntwala abaana bange. Omukyala nanti ne ngamba omwami. Omwami yajjako mu nyumba yammwe. I love you, Richard Kawesa. I love you, Maggie Kawesa. I love you, Mama Sarah Kawesa. I love you, Andrew Kawesa, the doctor of Yesa Kwagala. The Lord said, please never leave that position. Kubanga yakwasa Yesu Kwagala Medical Center. Is it? Yes, that one. Kubanga gojanja baba nene ba Uganda bonna. Gojanja baba bantu nga Dr. Mulinde. Yugwe sebo. Nsambye bamwambula ne bagenda ne batula mu Yesu Kwagala. Omukyalina wangu oyo Dr. Andrew. You know how old he is? Kubanga nze nzira ku Maggie Kawesa. Bwobanga ng'olina right birthday. Ng'olina birthday card eye Uganda. Ng'oli 40. Those are in their 30s. Isaac Kalonji. Isaac. Omwanat's Richie Kawesi. The Richmonds. He's not a Richie Walter. Richie Walters are pokers. Oyo mwise Richie Kawesi. Omwana oli ansanyusa. Asomesa Sunday school. Lumunga ngenda nkaaba bo balowooza nkaaba nnyo. Omwoyo omutukuvu n'angamba I am testing their Sunday school levels. Kugaruga. Engamba bawe fire. Asomesa Sunday school ayagala abaana abatonganze. Era we yajja n'endikana n'oga ekitulikana waliwo omwami ne ngamba tuliyambala. Ebinyeebwa nalireeta ninawo ebitonotono mukulu Andrew Kawesa. Nja kulaba engeri gye mbiweereza abaanatu New Jersey. Oba gamba omukyala Sarah Kawesa Junior. Muweereza ebinyeebwa by'abaana. Siri mubi nnyo nga bwe mukirowooza. Nagula kilo zaali 10. Ne mmanya nti nno waliwo abantu abatali ready. Nkuba amasimu basaba babera mu rakashaka tekere broko sheketere broko yandere yakendere ngamba abana bali n'ennimi. Mukama yabagamba bajja tusabe nga 26 August 2024. Abamu ne bajja ku line ne baddukako. I have that picture. You're 26 of you. Mukama be yalonda to make sure that Esther tafiira mu lutalo. It's only Mama Kiwanuka Justine, my baby sister, and Martin Luwama, who picked their calls. Nga John Mark Chimuli amaze okufuumulera the trumpet. Because the fourth wave came back. And this time round it was taking me. And the Lord told them to sing ennyimba z'enjatula until nganja today. And the fourth wave. Nenjitako bulungi. Nenzija ku mbaga yange nga sikyamye ruba. Nyabo. Nga balala benna kubidde amasimu. Mbawooza tuli eno tukusabira. It was a corporate prayer. But because those who carry the garment and respected the garment, because Chiwanuka Paulo made sure that my father is stood in the Lord. Era Mukama yalonze Beka Nakalembe Kalyemenya Kairo's mama to handle my wedding ejja mu maaso obwafe gwa kusaba decoration wekanisa sicho baby Esther ye patato abitesezani mama tagenda kwambala kugomesa kuveya kumbe ba mama basinga bonji ngomagamba Luwama kama watu yimbire kubanga Luwama yali alina okuyimba kolo olunaku ne Solomi ndika tugaba suuta alyoka tusuute ayimba batya shake it shake it shake it Luwama veyo mu kanzu naviyo the navukopu yalina taata yeke yali maje nga bena ne bastola nga avuga cross country yaberanga ya yero nga tambula n'omuggu nakakofi in honor scout yeka in charge of Uganda scouting akajacket takawaniseri ate yayambulanga uniform y'amaje naye nga bena ne bastola Esther inawo kuona ku mbunduki nga yagala my brother era Zuri we yali etandika the farm my brother was taken ne bamubuuza what do you think Zuri farm has my brother like this yakojja amagezi agali ku Zuri it's my brother Elijah Boji kubanga yakojja kojja yekaye yafaanana jjajja Martin Kalibala ye James courtesy of Judge Mwebe Darlington the vet eyawasa omubiyito Florence Mwebe the only beautiful Mutoro who comes from the Babito family atuwempaako nazitujjako yatugamba balokole temukyalira batali balokole nengamba jjajja abadde ki twasabira jjajja nakyalanga nensaba ogwange gwakukyala nensaba tebaayo bantu ebeerayo 2-3 nengamba jjajja olaga wa ne bamujja e Rubaga ne bamutwala ku ddwaliro eri wansi Makerere University Hospital jjajja gye yafiira n'afa bw'atyo nga gundi amuluma pneumonia abakyala mu church temwambala wemuti katulabo bannanyumye evugo muligenze bwana Esther nawe yambala we bati nyabo koko wano danchigozi twatambuza ebigere ne twata ne tugenda ekazi nga ndi mu ba P1 ngaze njagala kunywa Pepsi from Najana Nkumbi to the famous where there is Zuri apartments genda go ne ku nyumba za Kabi they respect us ifeje tufabe bajjajja bakojja omwana anavyo tomulabanga bira n'omuddaali buli saawa ogono nagwangula eno please tolowooza nti ngwesibako wait time I'm good with time management bansiima wali ali mu 771 nayingira 771 mu 2020 mu March then 2024 mu March ne bajiggala ne banzija mu district 93 ne banzija mu district yanga 104 someone told me that store 743 is theirs before I came. That was on the 4th. No, on the 3rd of October, 2024. Nemugamba, you can have the store. I want the district. I am the district director. And I made sure and the district director Rugwam. I came back on the 12th of November. Ng'ebintu bibi. Nga buli omu akaaba, people thought I had left. Sikomawo. Nga abantu balwadde, nga NPS eri 33. Nga tetulina kubeera 80 and above. Nengamba Katonda wange. Kiki kye tuliko? Eyangamba nti ayagala sitoowa yiye, yamulemye. That is how I disqualify you with your stupidity. Don't you ever disrespect anyone called a Ugandan. You don't know who we are. It's called East Africa. I look weak and sick, right? You don't know who I am. They are like, who is she? Report me, but at your own risk. With the Navi. Oyo bamise navu kopu. Genda ulize ku music we. Mu season bagenda kuwasa. Oyo Esther bamise brand ambassador. Been a brand ambassador for 22 years. You can't pay me because if you're to pay me, you have to pay for that time. It is Ecclesiastes chapter 3. You pay for 22 good years of my life. I am 40. If you can handle that, and you pay in dollars. Because I'm not a Ugandan, please. Says it, the rules. Bansubiza okuntikka. Kastampisa mu nnaku ze bampa 16th of January 2025. My visa was ending and I don't work in Uganda when I don't have a permit. Nebangamba Esther tugenda kuteeka ku nnyonyi tukuzeeyo Trump atuwe ssente. Nengamba bakwogereza gwe ng'ofumbirwa obiddangamu. Bwentyo bwe nsomesa nga bwe nkubrandinga. Esther nafe yimba ku nnyimba zaffe, nyimba ku nnyimba z'ongaani. Komawo gwe tuli mu kwogereza eno obadde ki ojja giwulira tewajja ku mbaga wali Sudan. Olina okujja kukwanjula ng'oyambadde ekkanzu abanabeera kuba nange omwana oyo alina omukyala. Navio is married and happy. Mama, nasimbwa bitengi kimuli. Ng'obeere ng'oyambala ebitengi bya kimuli. Kagobako. Kansubire mwina tawulo. Bwemba temuzirina nanziweereza. All the way from the UK. 2016. Have I used it? No. All the way from the UK. Ojagala njikuweereza. Omwana alina okubeera ne tawulo mu bathroom nga ya white. Girls. All the way from the UK. Girls. Ese ebintu byange bye nakutuma wabintuma ngani? Lwaki wali onjogerako ng'ogenda oyongobesa mu gurupu? Ese nontwakira ku mbaga yo nga nkuyita ngani? Ogende ng'onjogerako. Girls. Chaka wedding. Omwami muteereyo tawulo girls. Otwale n'akasawo kano. Kabeera mu ki Esther. Girls no. Oba tobimanyi tuveeko. Mpozi basenga bamwe babuulira ki nga mugenda bafumbirwa? Muswaza n'okuswaza. Yogereza. Basenga mugenda kuwa abaana tawulo. Bwe mba mumuzigula. Girls, buy your own towel for your husband and the bag. Make sure girls, kino tekibulamu kana akasawo kabeera mu ssente. Nedda ssebo nabyo ddayo. Ani abawa gawuni girls? Mwazigulawo. Esther ina gawuni wano. Nina gawuni eyava UK. Katugirete. Omwanya alina okubeera ne gawuni. Don't joke. Bojo, Esther mami alina gawuni geno omubuuzi. Musangeyo ojja kumbuulira batemina bamu abaana. Eno gawuni yava UK. Bagituweereza netugitereka muno zagenda mu ddwaliro. Yava UK mene yazeego nga sinnagenda na mu secondary school. Esther, apana Esther. ekiteteeyi kyako kya pinka yabayuke girls sengawo yakuweereza ebintu sengawo mamwitaani nkuweereze kubanga ng'omwami yesera gawuni mwaba talina yiye oli omwami wo gawuni ogiraba ng'omukwatira tawulo galozi tizyoke eba ya quite baga gwomanyi oba lwedi oba bulaka ng'okwata n'esente zammwe kabaka ng'omusitulira Esther maama nze baawasa kwini kale nze baawasa kabaka galozi mugenzewa mpozi mugenzewa muhannamuuni tuyagala kukwatira bbaawo bintu galozi galozi naye mwagala yuke wananga buli omu abeereko yekka owulire how happy we can be in isolation. The Lord told me to teach you everything. Oberenga gama Esther go wekubya tojja mu kirasi zange gamaze nekubya mundetere njiriza abasumba bena bagamba abasomesa byensomesa gwe jotabeera mutwala eri namwe eno so ya sente togireko jampiira bwirere galo ukitegedde abalina YouTube channel bwe munayiga to watch my girls navio banno bayigirizeeko naye ekintu kiri bubi sokoddeyo mukwano omubumbi konga basenga bamwe soyo bagisomesa naye nze abange all the way from the UK Esther kati kyebakola abe-Uganda nga bamukubira esinga nga omwana teyaleese mutwalo kati bonna bali mu 60s balina all dementia nga bakozesa mama wange kuba bakozesa senga mama wange tebakyamusobola nabagobayo kubanga tebamuwa kitiibwa kati bagenda eriyo bambi oligo olya eyerabiralabira ebintu because when she said Esther kwata ensawo yo mukama n'agamba omulimu gwe guwedde ate na making sure nga amulaga nga yambadde olugoye olweru ng'agenda mu ggulu anytime gy'ayaba ayagadde kubanga mama we yagenda mu ggulu basengabo bakulima bukulu girls anti mwafumbidde tuli ku anemon bangamba nerondere senga ow'ensonga waliwo abayomba nakola meeting tebajja ne balyoka bampalula ne mbagamba nno mbakooye myaka 40 nga mumpalamba kati kyenakola nga mbafuna private l'omukuomu nga mbagamba mmanyi ti jjajja wamwayogera nti ajjajja ne mbagamba kabejja mumumanyi waliwo yagamba omwana azukuse omulala bakuba kibooko bamukuba on 1st August Dr. Joko bayomba mwabira bamawulire tebabiteeka mu mawulire ati tewajja kuziika naye nebazanyo King's College Buddo muli bakitalo nga bwe mwerowoozaako waliwo eyayombye budde kigoyogerako neŋŋamba kati laba nnoono kapere olw'okuba buloga King's College Buddo omumanyi obiddangamu Mengo Senior School gave birth to King's College Buddo and Gayaza High musomera busomezi yatuzaala King's College Buddo. It's a family affair. Girls go to Gayaza High and boys go to King's College Buddo. Nekati feba na bere tugenda Mengo Senior School. Era buli mwana nga jjajja nakimera ya watata w'omulimu. Boys abana bagwera Mengo bona. Waliwo abeerubiri tubaleke. Abana abeerubiri bali ebikajjo bavuma abantu kube manga n'enkulu. Wasomera Lubiri yagana okumpa ekifo negamba saasoma ne bagamba ngende mu kasomero ka headmaster Kenko, that is 2002 toka headmasters ku 22 points ku senior 4 ngam history nzi nasinga emengo anti technical drawing fena twafuna 9 that year obidanga Mkowe, how is it now? Baina bukowe just oba wasomera buloba muloba bulobi. Oba wagenda kumakerere ai. You always ai. Oba wagenda kwaga kani. Omuyindi mulabiduka. Si mubi mulwadi. Esa wachomera kwaga kani. Omuyindi mulabiduka. So Diego, now you come over. What's something in Uganda? What is something I come in Uganda? Let your children study in Uganda. Uganda, it is fun all the time. You have serious on your own. Esther tuchina na airtime to what werezanze nkuwereza ngo ina brother or abroad ne sister o. Tuli musizani mukama bagamba mulabekira so nyumiza airtime. Gamba brother na yaina. Oiva mise number said. Tuli mukwanjula. Esobodde tunatandika kusomesa. Mbuza jjajja. Tuli mukwanjula. Omwana balina omubuulirira. Bani abamubuulirira? Baba basenga. Siba mama. Mama balina okuba nga yakola emirimu gye ng'omwana tannabagenda kweteekamu muguwambu agenda kufumbirwa. Shi. Kati bamama batabuulirira baana baabwe babawembejja buwembejja kati n'obufumbo mu buwembejja mwesi temanya nti nno ekintu kyayabika. Kale. Mutabani wawa yazaalako ebbali. Kagoba. Girls. Tuli wano ku marriage. Esther Chisusanyo. It is Ecclesiastes chapter 9 and verses 10. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your heart. It is also found in Colossians chapter 3 where we focus, follow only Christ until submission. That will chokola chiwesa katonda ekitiibwa. Bidanga mu focus. Ngoli kujipaya bi ate ngoli mubbi. Wala mpanze mpola. Esther inokwera no moyo w'amagezi. Did you read the ingredients? Wisdom, knowledge and understanding. WKU. Proverbs 8. Bidanga. Tulieno mukwangira nze sengo mwana agamba yo gwe senga kago ntakuzanyirako. Mugamba abadata. Nasuba nokulaba ba baby. Ne mukama mulungi kasita abana bange mbalabirira n'abazzukulu na. Talina mama natatono itani kale bosanga Yesu nakuza. Girls, what you wabera ku honeymoon? Ngo studde sawo y'omwami ye sent. Ngo msudde ne gawuni mujigama. Ne tawulo y'omwami bera ya quite. Ku honeymoon. Obidamu. Mwageza ku moon. Oba ku honey. Nze sinnagenda. 3 years from now I'll be going to the honeymoon for 5 years. But as of now we are serving the Lord. Tata Chwanuka yagamba the late. Esther nkusabira mu 2017. And you get a man who will carry the work of God in your life. Anasitula amafuta gali mbulamu. Nengamba tata kikyategeeza. Saabuuza ebibuuzo bingi tebabuuza tatawo bibuuzo. Naye taaseka. Unfortunately, he used to sit there in my classes in 2020 nga temundabawo. Nagamba I support you. I love you. But tata tulina December. Ate tulina June. Nengeri ntikati ndi mufumbo. Nga tata we best friend we Zakayo. Yandabye ngafumbo bagamba tayogera. Esa tutawana chatawo. I just did like restart. Even if you said 2 words. Then I spoke. Ezekiel 37. You blew the E. And my dad's bones got life. And he said, Mukama wange kitange. Ndeeta nakimera. Nyo mwami we. Nayogera amanya g'omwami ensi neekwata ku mutwe. Kati nno bano abaloopi ne bagamba omwana teyawadde na taata we mutwalo. Nga videos zonna bazisupplyinze. Ng'omutwalo gutudde ku mmeeza. nga Bible ya black. Nagireetera muno ziba sente. Amaje. Ne balyoka bagamba senga wange UK saawa y'omutwalo. Ne mama wange siina kye namuwa. By the time I got married, there are particular people ab'ensonga mu family who knew about the young man who married me in 2018 because God confirmed that young man in October 2018, but talked about the young man in 2010 in November, on the 21st of November 2010 through Pastor Victor James Ruwama. Yansanga nkaba namukubira essimu. Before him, I first talked to him. Yajja n'avuga emmotoka yabeeramu muziki mumuyoke. His mother yeddira nseenene. Bagamba mbu akwatirira abakazi. Ne bamugoba ekabuwa tebakyamuyita. Ne bamugoba buli wamu gye bagenda bamuloopa. Omuntu eyabiteekamu omuliro ye yampalampa because of a green card in Kabowa Redeemed. Kwanga nali mbuuza Mukama omubbi aliwa on the 31st of October. Pastor Deo Musoke nkwagala nnyo. Naye ogenda kuyamba abavubuka. Cause tata wange yabayamba. Abavubuka bajjudde emputtu. Bajjudde fitina. Bajjudde obwongo obunafu. Beesibasira ku bantu nti tugenda Bulaaya. With poisoned kids in the US. Mubiddangamu. Tompalampanga. Nze ndi mukadde w'ekkanisa ali approved by the God. Jaja God. Jaja God. Jaja God. By the time they anoint you, God asked Moses in the tent. N'abaawula ne Joshua. Joshua was taken in the tent with God. God stood in the doorway like this, not to allow the likes of Miriam and Aaron, because of their mouth. Bafuna ekigenge kati gwe ddamu yasama essaawa zi. Olina okuba ng'olina toothpaste owakabi. Ng'olina ne toothbrush eri approved by the Lord. Olyoka owunye bulungi akamwa. Temusenya. Ogenda kumbuulira the temple of the Holy Spirit gyebeera. Mugenda kumbuulira Ephesians 6. Omwana omuwala balina omutendeka ne bamugamba obeera ne toothbrush ne toothpaste tekana mukasawo. She mubiddangamu. Namukwaya. He thought I had kept quiet. The Lord wants to help your daughter, but if you don't change, Namukwaya said Gujja Pros in Maryland. You think for Kaobowa because you give them money? What you did on the 31st of August was despicable. You don't treat a king like that, because that's what you do to your husband. You said you don't have food, and Seguja came back and you gave him food, and you said Pastor Musoke yabagulidde emmere nompa watermelon ate nga nkolola, because I wanted to eat cold things. I had fasted 3 days dry. That ended on the 20th of August. No water, no food. Cut us off the Kawesa houses. Maggie Kawesa, the Lord elevated you and gave you new shoes. And as I was leaving, no letera musumba musoke chai no mugati. You made me wait for 30 minutes. You could not even ask your husband to pick me up from the train, and I paid $38 because they had told you to ask me why I never went to school. Next time, do your research very well. My mother babysat you, and you disrespected me because of a green card in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023, 2024. And I cut you off immediately. And I told Pastor Musoke that I was getting married. And I told him to keep quiet, because that is God's work. It is Revelations chapter 12. Read it and enjoy. Your daughter works with the federal government because of me. I hear she has a house. Is it fully paid off or it's mortgage? Your husband wanted to cry. Your husband wanted to apologize to me in 2018. I told him it is well. When I was going to the university, my mother took me to Seguja's house. He's one of the fleet guys. He has a company that sends things to Uganda because in Uganda, that's where he used to work. He wanted to cry. He wanted to apologize. It is Seguja who told me to give them my documents in 2010, in June when they were leaving the country. It was not his wife. God uses men when wives become stupid. You don't disrespect anyone because of money. You're in the US because Pastor Victor James Ruwama prayed for you. Your daughter was in Gayaza High with the daughter of Pastor James Victor Ruwama. It was not Kaboa that prayed for you. It is Pastor Victor James Ruwama. And he made sure okuma omuliro gotamanyi mbu akwata abakazi. Nze nga tankwatanga since 98. Mubidanga mu Kaboa. That ground is not yours. Siza abajjajja bammwe. Bw'oba wali omu garage ng'emmondo evuga. You have no idea how I love Mwami Majwega and I wanted him to be omwogezi ku mbaga yange. I prayed a prayer ne ngamba Mukama kuma Mwami Majwega ne mukyala we. Nasoma ne ba sisters be Ekitebi. Bwe nali ngenda e Kyambogo mu first year, my mother made sure that mumbuulirira because he trusted the couple you are. Girls. Then you go around telling people, mbwe ebinkwatako manye ebinkwatako. Mukwano weyambula weka on the 31st of August. And I told Rachel not to shout at me, Chintu. Mama Chintu was apologizing. Nebagamba yogera ne Rachel because bonna bali bayombye nga bagamba mama we. Oh, kimanye ebintu bya hoteli. Excuse me. I wanted to make sure Rachel wears the white dress the right way. Because Musumba Chintu deserved it. And it happened, courtesy of the garment. Because my father made sure that Pastor Chintu is the current pastor. In 1985, the year I made one. Now, if you don't know the history of the church, open your mouth again. If you want your church to go to the next level, make sure you step on that pulpit. And the Lord will elevate you. Watoto. I respect Pastor Gary Skinner. He went to Kaboa and my dad interpreted him. And the Lord established him. And the Lord made sure he goes to the president's office as a missionary. Good. Loza buli omujali ojja kuba wa mulembe. Kati abali e Uganda nga mutuma abantu okwogera n'abaana bali mu America. Don't you ever send anyone to anyone. Abano baba yaye babere. Mothers who raised me started comparing me n'abaana ba Musumba Chintu. N'abantu abali e New Jersey, abali e Boston, abali e Maryland, abayita mu Kaboa. Mbonga bazimbye. Oyo mwana yakola ati I just kept quiet. You disrespected me, Kaboa. You want to attend my wedding? Next time, don't sit in the circle of women who disrespect people's children. My mother, bana bamusumba Chintu bamunyigira mbu agenda aboogerako. Nga senga wamwe. Watch your back. Bw'oba ova mu kika ky'engo. Abasigadde from other tribes and clans, sort yourselves out. You want to be on the table where I sit? It is called Matthew 5:8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Or when the saints, 1st November is All Saints Day, in the Catholic setting. My grandfather, Lad Musoke, his dad was a judge. Judge atasasula fees. jaja asibisa nnyina namye kansuulo eke Kasubi munne w'ekisubi is an obi yeka mwana namye kansuulo kansu who was a judge and he missed being a katikkiro because of omuwala omumbejja gwe yali akwana taata w'omumbejja n'ava jjajja n'ajjayo basitoola ndowooza kati ne bwempeta oyagala tusome kyawandiikibwa kimpozi anti mbeera eyo nga totuwadde kyawandiikibwa jjajja wakikuwe pasita ogowe ekitiibwa gogenda ng'oleekaanira mbukati ye profeti omu akuwa ekyawandiikibwa sigenda kikuwa oba obwedda sibikuwa omwana anyo ku kacaayi bimuko consult I respect you Moses or team bagenda kugoba abantu ku mataka batalina EIAs nga tennabalabula dda nga ffe tukola ssente mugenda kutuwa ssente oyo bamuyise Bimco Consults ne bagamba David Nkutu Shiban Daguri Hanif Olvega Edith Kahubiri Richard Bavakure Afan Kitsi kubanga bw'otaakozese bantu bali approved by NEMA bakubano ba contractors ba Pinnacle oyo Pinnacle abakolere nze nkuba bali abasoma mu ssomero be balina companies Peter Kityo awo mulemirembe Dr. Sega wa Paulo Sali yawasa oji wange mu Sunday school katasovu David Nkutu nkwagala nnyo David Nkutu you connected us mu maanyi bagenda kubagoba government egenda ku ate warning egizeemu n'enjiba wannagiba mu 2020 temwawulira bw'oba kanisa yo terina EIA yesaawa nkubire ku ssimu kuweezeze omwana egokuliriza baby yayo yankuweera bw'oyoya it is Psalms 37 verses 4 the desires of your heart but you delight in the Lord mumuyimba nyimba ki musigalye nagaya bana bamufu Esther fe twalokoka tuli mu kika kya Yesu gwe wagenda ngogeya abantu blocking abantu gwe ngate obeera ku CDMI mama Sala Kimuli yam blocking ne batabani be batandise ko blocking enamba zenina nengamba bamama kagoba kamwe CDM gano gamwe mwana John Mark Kimuli wa kitoro kubanga kati yakikutte ne taata we owe fumeze tonumya baby gadde nkunani kempeta ka start Kimuli agenda kuwasa omukyala oyo muvubuka omuwanvu oyo nga tutato si muwanvu kubanga twagenda e Rwanda nze gwolaba ndi mawanga magatte bwe nakulaga bava e Rwanda mu famire yaffe zina nnyo Esther bagenda blocking eyo mama Sara Kawesa yabirete manya Kimuli nangobesa ne ku group ne bangoba mu CDMI we batyo ng'atenze nkutta omumuli gw'ekiteezi oluguudo lw'ekiteezi oluguudo lw'ennangabo enguudo zonna zemulaba mu Uganda 2009 2014 nabaleetera amasannyalaze mu Garuga ettaka n'endirinnyako naye kasita temukola kye nabagamba mu EI egaruga watch your back mwagamba mpozi muteekawo ki muleeta Yesu akagula egaruga kale katusubire Yesu abaagala nga Stewart kunya ya blocking nga Stewart namugamba smart anti smart are you sure you're smart oleeta worship harvest mu bintu bya Yesu ebya Yesu akagala Kawesa ekyambalo kikyali waggulu bwekiti paka lwe munaakola Mukama kye yabagamba eyo Tuesday gye mukola si bwe kitebwe kirina okuba yaba Kawesa bokka ekyambalo kiryoke kikke mu bitiibwa nakireka mu ddiiro lwe nagendayo Nengamba omukulu Maggie tata wamwe ekyambalo kikyali mu bbanga temukirina kubanga Apostle Alex Ntala tabateekangako mikono yala inogenda ku worship harvest abasimba emikono abazzo yaba buli omu nandaga nti ndi musiru mpoza Apostle Alex Ntala ali 74 kati nabyo koma omunange abana bagundi balina okufumbirwa bonna abagundi Apostle Alex Ntala bonna balina batwala mu bitiibwa Esther bamutwala buli nyumba erimu Esther ganogago yava Kenya Nairobi mu 2019 n'agamba banne muve ku bituuti n'atulaga the boys baakuzizza beyalonda nga bali 3 months old eyo sijja gyerabira kabowa annual conference nga COVID tannajja nengamba Grovimo nino muwanika level yes nengamba Esther Grovimo muwanike amanyi okuba kibooka nti bamutamudamu gagamba Catherine Mitala are you present nga mama Catherine Mitala damu Amina sebo mwasoba nnyo omukolo gwa Zakayo ngatwala kawalake akatalina magezi akasirusiru akawalampa abantu buli eyampalampa yamblocking embaga yabasuba bw'oba tewali mulwadde enkuba yatonya wali a program ya out of the country mwafuna bifaananyi bye mulya kuwalampa kyambalo mukkirize mungala wa Zakayo kati ne bwagenda nyabo mwana tu kale tuwa muziki nawe tuveewo wano kati terikwatako music era muwonye tiro batuli kunga mbadde kyabasabika muwonye wetyo tukola tochaginga nnyo badde nkyabasabula mbatwala paka yesu walidde Esther that is too much is it your wakiras gende wajajjaawo temina kyakizamba tusoka tumalirize kirasi bulungi nga mukama bwajagala twali tugenda bisalasala mukama n'agamba omwana tuddembe maiko tobikwatako ebyo bintu byange onalye n'agamba Esther siwe batebasomesa gonzaala ate wagamba abantu si gonzaala ogenda ongeyengula kati gwe ng'ojja ku mbaga yange gwe olina emyaka emeka sate hod oba 60 olina 8 kale tuliyitawa tulabeko ono omwana wanna kibuuka oba naye ali mu Jesus omanyi takanula maaso asula atudde omuwala oyo omugambako n'atunula eri neŋŋamba kati laba ono kapere Faisaali nakagoba kamwe ali eri ablandinga buli kimu neŋŋamba kati ono omwana Yesu yamuyita baby Gloria kamu blanding emutwale ku level endala akayimba kali yudda wa mannatu anti gwe gwanga ate nakola ndi Esther toyina choice bagamba nti sina choice neŋŋamba I wish you knew who you're talking about. You're talking about me. Mama, you know. I love you. Nengamba banange nina emyaka 40 nago mudeke nkole byegala mukama nagamba nidde njagala bakukowe. You are designated driver. Nengamba designated. Ngenda mvugira mu bisaalu. Not done, you know. Tulabo ba remote control jali baby. Kuhane muno teka mu remote control no mu country. Have you ever been in Mumbera? Ngatena jodukira. Baby Gloria, go back to the platform and serve the Lord. Kubango mugo gujja. Bagendo kuba all the companies of branding. Kastango ravudde Baby Gloria. You graduated. That was God. Bazadde bote basoma. Mama bote yasoma naye taatawo. Otulaganga bote metoke. Baby Gloria, get back on the table. Ebyo byotula eyo ne basimanya entertainment industry. kibooko egenda okukubwa. Esther nze brandinga Canada kati. Omanyi nti yenna nnyini kisiyaga oba tokimanyi. Kati leekaana. Waliizeko mu America? Baakuwako offer n'ojja mu America? Because America is waiting for you. Mubitiibwa to come and serve the Lord and go back. Kubanga gwe mulimu gwammwe. N'engeri nti nno sinze nkuzaala ate okolera Movit. Pozi Movit yakola atya? Kagovako. Ninga ndiga ku nkondo. Yesu yenkondo. Bwe bambula nkomya ate tulina engeri gye twekonsoolinga. Nze nalokoka. Kastina ali atya. Mumubuuze kyamujja mu Bunjoville. Yesu. Ti Yesu. Kastina lwaki takyayimba mu Bunjoville? Yababuulira what he did? Because Bunjoville tebamuzannyiramu. Kati buli eyampalampanga oli mu Bunjoville. Kagobako. Mukyala wa Yewu, Naomi. Yagwa Naomi? Ruth omumanyi. Evangelist Yewu and your wife, Naomi. You control the kids, right? That is not your work, that is God's work. I'm a daughter in that house and I'm 40 years of age. Next time, when you're sitting, amuli obumere, now over grace preachers, I can share the audio you sent me because I have it. You deleted my things. You wore my garment. Nembalabula abakyala b'abasumba. Nembagamba tulina kirasi y'abaweereza. Nga bakyala. Enjoy the class. Wakwata ku Jojo ne mukyala we okanula amaaso. Oba Jojo omumanyi. Bakubuulire gye batandikira. Mubeera mu bujulizi bwa Apostle Bunjo ne museka. Ate kati tukola luguudo. Kubanga Bunjoville, ebbombo gye muli, nze nakola EIS. So careful. Cutters of Geotax and Consult. Kati bwoba oli mu Bunjoville. Jojo, olina ekigamenti y'abakadde b'ekkanisa naye tonnakula. Never defend stupidity, Jojo Bunjo. Olabye Joel ne Frisila boogera. Because Joel carries the prophetic. He has the prophetic eye. You don't just come out and blabber. Your friends use you. Mukyala wa Yewu abakozesa. Careful. The Lord has protected you, Jojo Bonjo, with your wife. You have no idea. But the day you will know what is going on and stay in the garment, the wing of your father and your own mother. Careful when you're listening to the small boys and girls who joined Apostle John Bunjo. In 98, that was when Apostle John Bunjo was sent to Bombo. I was in senior 1. I used to go to the first church he started, Mochiko. Nga tuyimba. Sina platform jesali nyako mu Sunday school. You can't compete with Kaboa when it comes to Sunday school. Nga Esther ali ku team. You got married at my father's age. But you played the wrong card. And the Lord told you all the secrets of the garment. But because mulina abaana b'abaweereza who come from other churches who disrespect garments and disrespect people, mwena ne mulyoka mwambala obugatto bw'abayisaamu abantu amaaso. Jojo, never come out. Never. Chewakola ku birthday and it was not right. Faisal, you're getting married. The Lord was protecting you and your wife because your wife is very disrespectful. But the Lord forgave you so that you can marry and be the best. Because guno mwaka gugo. Because muwuliriza mukyala wa Yewu. Careful. Joy disrespected me and shouted at me. Teyamanya nti garment gye nyambala is on another level. Family y'omuwala teyinza gula garment we bagigulira ojja okukitegeera nti ensi nkambwe. I am a girl who fulfills my pledge, and I cannot send that money to both of you. Mujja zisaba Apostle John Bunjo. Do you know people who attended Frisella's wedding? You don't. Do you know people who attended Jojo's wedding? Because that is where people saw me contribute. Because I had refused to tell anyone the money I contribute. The Lord told me to stop hiding. Because that is his work. Now, whoever is getting married after this year, you join us, Abana Babasumba. We joined in Glovimo. Hope all of you were virgins before you got married. I know Apostle John Bunjo's house, Jojo, Frisella, and Joel. That is why yomumuli bebagulina. Bwemba nimba, Jojo ababuulira amazima ne mukyala. Ebe tetubikweka mkwano. We wear white garments. We made sure Jojo is smart because he married at 27. That is what I do in people's lives. Mkazi wa mkulu miaka 3 ulimene na nayo genda mama. Go over this. Akasimu kecha. Ne MTN Uganda. We started the form. Katondest. Simi abazungu ngeta buseno kuwabo. Okay. Katonda wange kagambye mbuno tani me off. Akasimu akantu kange kalika point akaliruta. Chain. Okay, let me turn you off. Because at this rate you're fucking dead. We are not sharing you. Katonda wange. Akantu ketaga agumikiriza. Ku DNA. Temubiddangamu. Mukama akuteeka ku ttebo y'abanene ng'okanula amaaso oli obuwujju. N'obwo obwana obuto obwakalaba. Bunjoville is up because of me. 2020. Tobiddanga mukwano. Juzi wali weebuuza ki? Olwokuba Priscilla Naroga akola ku TV abateeka ku TV. The Lord sent you to the big table in 2020 because of Dr. Frisira, mukyala w'omukulu. Tobiddanga. Kati ate tugenda Bombo Festival. Tugenda okuvuga board. Kubanga enkuba tegenda kutonnya. Mu December. Buli kyendimu nga nkyagala. Tugenda kukuba rakaraka. Kati buli gye bampalampira. Tugenda Bombo. Ye taata wange omubwati. Tugenda Bombo. Gwe kusanga mukakanisa ko ng'okola ebibyo. Tugenda Bombo mu Bombo Festival. Eri Bombo mu Barracks. Era nkusange mukakanisa ko nga muli mu nnimi mujja kumbuulira. Musayi Yesu. Ennaku zenjagala zokka. Gye ngenda okubeera. Enkuba njagala ebakube. Ennaku endala. Esther tojja kutonnya tugisibye. Mbozi ng'oli mulogo. Okulaba bw'ati owamalibu. Awala mugenda kunama. Nga bulijjo ne mu kanisa mukunama. Babagamba wakyane pure rabashekete. Nga sitani agenda bayitamu bw'ati. Sizoni akulya mmere. Musiiba biki. Muno pastor yagambye pastor ki. Musiibe nze Mukama yagamba myezi 6 teri kusiiba. Kuva mu August nga 2. Nkwagala nnyo Apostle John ne Sarah Bunji. Nga nsiiba dry. Era nalekera okusiiba ne ndyoka nnyuma ku mukolo gwange. kubanga nali nina kusiiba bampita yesiti yenze Esther. Mama Najinda yabeereyo mu festival z'aba Esther. Yaliyo mu 2020 naliyo nga gyali. Yes, you're my DNA. Poze mumbera mu kusiiba musiibe muli bya bintu byamwe Yesu yabagamba nti sigenda kusiiba temumpita. Jakoga gauni y'omwami. Esther gauni ya mwami nese deda si ya mwami wabatayina ngo mwazika mukalyala. Omwami tayambala zino. Nembadde nkulaga anemoni. Girls. You're part of my DNA, Uganda. You're part of my DNA. President wa 2026 nze mulina. Equity. Esther tewaja na Equity akwe ku byakifaananyi munange nalisize ku party. Yangamba kankukube, abewa mwemba kube, abakwagala mbakube. Otegere nti tewaze ku party. Wajyaze kwambaza kitaawo olugoye lweru. Kati tulina party after party. Kati gendo osibeyo byemusiiba ne mwekalakata ne mwagala okufiira ku bitanda. Nkugamba jangu tusabe no mukama ngenda kufa. Odduka misinde. Corporate prayer temukima. Esther gwafira akakana mwana kakuka ka sister kago. Fira ye mukama wange. Simisa mna maaso se. Ye mukama wange. Omubwati. Nesawo ye yasente sebo mukama yaginteresa mu bitiibwa. Ondabira mama Esther Kawesa omubwati ave Rwanda. Ekivutu twazala bebigalo tatuzanyirako Esther saba busabi. Omukulu Kawesa yangamba sidda mune mugambo osanga tulina okufunayo ka Esther. Ainaka Esther kato. Ogenda kawulirira mungwa abadde n'abalenzi nga bakutwala kaguddeko abalenzi basatu n'omwalo omuyenze Esther. Singa abaana isanga abaana tewajja kulaba abaana sweetheart. Pozi nagamba ntya nga ogambye toli kuzaala. Gwefira tobiddamu. Choka Baby Gloria. Save a Life by Baby Gloria. If you save a life, you can change a world. If you save a life, you can change the world. NLC. Ngekaye. Emiranga nebiwobe. Yaye wowe. Amaziga nga mangi Baby Gloria. Tugende wani anatuyamba. Ananyiga ebiwundu mama. Mukama tuze joli Baby Gloria koma okutembo bagenda okubalula. Olina abaana abo batalokoka abesiba ko posta bugembe. Obo yagala bakubeka brand ambassador garment. Gano koma okumeza. Sebo joli. Mpozi Ruyonga yabakolera music. Banage ngoli producer. Mundabira omukulu Mosby. Tuwangu senga. Faith Arena nga Yesu ataba tadde ku level ndala. Shekaina glory. Because that is Baby Kabo I knew. Mubitiwa. Okukuba omwana siko ekukuza naye Baby Gloria toli serious. Nze bino bya binyumira Baby Gloria ebyo byo branding abantu ne sister osibirimu. Bino byendimu. Sewa Joli mpozo osimira ku Victoria University go brand ambassador. Ya muyindi omukulu Lupaleri omundabira kubanga buli kye yabba agenda kutisesema. Victoria University buli kye mwabba mugenda kukisesema. Uganda CEO Sebo mukulu Lupaleri kozi magana good ogenda yokusomerayo. Oyo baby Gloria mwatwala yani oli omwera biddo omwana kati yakoza P7 macho mwana fresh baby. Omwana yogera oluzungu namwana najja n'abasabika mwagana champion good. Champion good onja muzaayo ku ssomero. Mumugamba muri in charge ankubire ku simu. Mumugamba yegere ne navio. Mumugamba yegere ne bebe kulu. Sali. Mumugamba yegere ne mama. Zuwena kekis. Gano gamweba aba Uganda cranes. Kubanga kye mutukola. Omwana yarufwa. No mega. Abana basenga wanga abo bantajja. Mama, munda bida senga wangu omuwati yagana kwa itirinya lya bawe. Senga samari. Wali boosting. Boosting. Like a boost. It's called mosquitoes. Come on. God win. Turabova you are winning, baby Gloria. Turabova you're winning. Nza bino byenjagala. Batugambye buli mwankole byayagala. Kuwasa. Nena mukebera fast. God will. Baby Gloria nyabo. Omusajja agenda okuwasajja. Naye bwakusanga ngo kyali brand ambassador mu bintu by'ekisiru ngo branding movit. Mbuye kuteeka mu sente nga Yesu yakuwa kirabo. That's born of God. I'm gonna overcome the world. You're not a loser. Katonda chiwangulensi. He's a fighter. Batugambye tukole bye twagala nze bwe mbikola nga bagoba. Nengamba it is okay. Yes, yasigaza mikono gyaba basatu. Possible. Tolayo. Bino byebinyumira nze kapere bangamba ndi kapere sina magezi nengamba kapere lugadi mumumanyi. Mundabira kapere ne mukyala we. Wa Pastor Robert wamulema naddukire wa Pastor Bugembe kansubire olokose kapere ne mukyala wo. Kubanga bwotoloka kogenda kuzaala ensegweyo nga teri awerera baana bo. Nze ngenda kuwerera champion good. Tugenda mutwala mu institution tumusomese. Nolowooze tembeera ya lubeerera. Merera kulaba nga bikyusizza. Bino bye binyumira kapere Esther. Oyo bamuyise baby Gloria. She can't pay me. Oyo bamuyise brand ambassador wa Yesu. Gavana w'eggulu. Ogenda mu gavana. Tebachakkirizayo binu na nkofiira. Obeera eri ku cupa yo. Tugende eri mu gavana. Anti nabakolera EIA. Nabakolera audit mu gavana. Era nza nsuba genda mu gavana. Nkomawo gavana. ...2010 governor. I audited you. Siriki naji auditing bajigala club 9. Oyo bamuyise governor. Uganda. Gloria come on. Tugenze we wala. Munyachi the spirit that binds you. Namukutemu. Spirit that binds us. Come on, baby Gloria. Don't do branding. I said, go brand ambassador. What? Oh, I'm moving to have a child. You watch us. Paka move it run out coca. You can't brand move it again. Abera yonga yeri mbi ngali musabo. Nga bakazi bani. Oh na. God re. Na kyosiza ba brand ambassadors bonna. Nze malina. God wins. Olabye Uganda waraji. No, 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 no. The spirit that binds us in Zemolina. I audited Nile breweries. Ngabasindika amazzi amachafu. Mu River Nile. Who does that? East African breweries. I did some work for you too. Nachiwangulensi. You're working near the River Nile. Abechira. Karuma. Simba. Come on. She. Nedda. Chagara DNA. Chagara God win. I did all the work. Mubera ntebe mwachiso. Mulina landfill. Mwajikolachi. We did the work. Arua. I did the work. Toyota Uganda. Jagale motoka yange. Nabagamba. Oyogera bogezi mazima ngovuga Toyota. Toyota Uganda love you. Aumule mirembe segi. Kubanga eri mu rugby. We pass on the mantle. Segi yali agala kumpasa nene mugamba sokalokoke. Umula mirembe Segi. I dedicate this class to Segi. I believe his mother, because Segi was celebrated in Uganda. He worked for Toyota Uganda. I audited all service stations at Toyota in Uganda. Emotoka yakabye yokuvuga yokaye Toyota. Esther te Honda. Honda nzija mugira mubeera bulungi. Nze ngamba Toyota Uganda. Emotoka gyovuga ya Toyota. Oh na 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 na. I respect Toyota Uganda. Narboris. Rugby players. No lose ntembera ya luberera. Team Nyabachala. Air rugby. The She Cranes. I was supposed to be part of that team in 2004. Okubaka sikusobola sinaga kanuga mabere mu bbanga. Nze mbeera shooter center. I'm a baseballer. To team, Alano team. Wa Pastor Kamese. Sevo or Mubiru. Do you still work in Toyota Uganda? Aliga John the Baptist. He used to work with Toyota Uganda. Now he has his own service station. Erintinda. Aliga John the Baptist. So you want me to say rugby? You pass on the mantle. You pass on the mantle like this. That is rugby. Tubereri mu rugby nga tuli ba kitalo. Abadusi was Nduga celebrated 1956. The only sprinter for Uganda in Malaysia. The year my dad was given birth to. Nduga died in 91 nga amanyi Yesu. Yawasa muwala wa Gabunga omukulu. Mule mirembe omukulu Gabunga. Wagenze wa Gabunga ngogenze kulaba ki? Esther ye relative wange. Abemamba bebanzala. Let me dedicate this song to the house of Nansubuga Khadija Hajat Nalongo, the mother to my mother, 101. On the 3rd of September 2022, on my dad's birthday, Jaja went to be with the Lord. And a week before, we were supposed to go and see her. Yankolera omukeeka. Teyakuza mange yali atondo walaji ekyambogo. Nagenda ne mukyalira. Mama yatutwala ojjajja mukyala nalwisa gamba bakoye mugende mukyalira ko ne jjajja wamazala mama wamwe. Then we went to Chambogo. Awe banda nga jjajja ayiisa omwenge. Ne ntula bwenti omusajja n'anfuka maaso. Jjajja n'atunyagamba kalave. Jjajja loved me yankolera omukeeka. She apologized to my mother when my mother was getting married at 20 because Jaja left mama ngali 1 year. Nagamba ladi musoke sagala kamanyiro ndi mukazi mukulu ate wankwanira mu taxi manya mu bus. Atonzizaako abakazi abalala. Jaja naweta. Abasajja be waffe bawasa abakazi bakulu. aba basobola bokka be waliwo yangamba esolina mukazi mukulu nengamba mukama nze sagala kumpa musajja muto mpa omwami nga nsingako ku myaka kubanga taata wange asinga my mother 7 good years. Mama wange bamuzaala ku 10th October 1962. She's 61 now. Ikyusiza taata wange ali 7 years older than Uganda. I'm 7 years older than the last born in the house. Mama wanted 6 children. Tata wanted 4. And God gave Tata his heart's desires. Mama tombuza chezaba. But in 2003 we lost a child. It was a boy. And I was to take care of him. I went to Rubaga Hospital. It was very painful. I was in senior 6 vacation. 2003. I was in my vacation. And we lost a baby brother. He would be 12 years younger than the last born, who is making birthday in December. Celebrating our All Saints in Basamwe Chitiwa. Thank you for loving my baby sister. The Lord told her again day you want to be tandikire nonga tuli mu university nga weita mama kwaya mama byakoze bit ku university. When I was doing my masters, my baby sister went back to do her degree. She joined the university to do her degree as a land valuer. That is land economics in Makerere University. Said that nze nezirayo 2011 nenyingira okukola masters mu renewable energy. Waliwo yagamba abaana lekera obawerera tomwoyo fees. Nengamba omukulu nti it's okay. N'abalala balina okusoma. Nangamba bye bangambye ebirala bwe nali kugamba ojja kaabo. Nengamba tofaayo kubanga nali siterekera nnyenje. Nalina waka gye nali nkoze. I was getting 250,000 Ugandan shillings. Kubuli project gye nakolanga ne the late Paul Segawa, Sally, Doctor, Habarium, one of the foresters I've ever met. He died at 50 years. He carried himself from Sudan. Neyetwala mu Novik. Yali Noviki oba yagenda ku IHK. Yekomyawo n'afiira Uganda. Naye agenda okuva Sudan nga mufu. Neyekomyawo at 50 n'afiira Uganda. On the 5th of the 7th month, 2024. One of the biggest birds Uganda will ever know when it comes to being a lecturer, when it comes to being a father, when it comes to being a husband, when it comes to being the best boss ever. You go bossy baby. Okay. Esther, I'm saying to yayogeranga mazima. The only man who made sure he checks on me for 8 years. Ngakebera status yange buli lunaku. He wasn't good at certain things. Esther yagalachi. Kuvuga motoka Dr. Paulo. Nefuna driver's license. Letago driver's license ya Uganda. Tujeka amalo. Mu 2009. Nengena nevuga funa driver's license. And with Paulo Kasaija. In Kasese Cobalt, I respect you. Adieri, Pike, Karibu. Nangamba Pradipu watu gobaguomanyi. Kasese Cobalt, I respect you. Enyonyi, muberenga mtusomese enyonyi. I know the material that makes enyonyi. Pyrite. In Kasese Cobalt. Mubuku. Batu wa masenyalaze ku grid ya Uganda. And that is Paul Kasaija ne Jimmy Begura. Nkusamwe Titiwa John Mufumba. Andrew Mbuye. Human resource. The time I went for industrial training, 2007. 3 months only. Juliet Kawasita. Tembena Yaruberera. The farmer who was a PhD. Raymond Kateva Kahalo. Oyemamu said Paulo Segawa. The legacy, well built. Golieyo tunyumiza legacy. Nenkutunulira. Ngoli mukodo just. This is Paulo Kasai. Nerd, sorry. But Paulo Bonaje Bali. Sebo Mulangira. Paulo Chigara. Sebo Mukuru Paulo Kaziwe. Omwami wa Dili. Baseballers. Weva Mwiseti to Jonathan Frederick. All the way in South Africa. That is Mengo Senior School. Ku 30 years. Abino byabinyuma. Tugenda kubeera Mengo. Mukala za fenze nyambala George ndi wa pinka. Abakubi wa mupiira. Pozi mwagambye siri serious. Pozi ani abagambye Barbara Mutagubya. Sunny Baby's Home is your place, not Mengo Senior School. You're the vice president of MOSA until you stop lying to kids and preaching the wrong things. Church of Uganda kwagala nnyo, but you're a very disrespectful person. Don't you ever climb. You were in senior 2 and I was in senior 1. You don't know who I am, and I warned you. The football team of George House are getting their t-shirts. I can expose you beyond imagination. Bakukowa. Mumengo bato chimanyi. Kati President Museveni kakutegere Barbara Mutagubya Nancha. We did a mamba, right? Bibyo akwera kaifananye byo the right well. Kubateka mukuru kaziwe. Wa King's College Budo. One of the biggest hobbies of Mengo Senior School. Until Barbara you become a headmaster in any school. Stay in Sunny Baby's Home. You're using people's kids to brand Sunny Baby's Home, but you're very disrespectful. Mosa yakowa. But it's a senior school. That is not a secondary school. Church of Uganda badde protecting. Koma wano baby, tunye bulungi walaji waffe. Anti Mosa si ya jajjaawo. Mengo is not your home. You can go obikolere ku Sunny Baby's Home. Church of Uganda. Church of Uganda? Are we together? 60 years ago you fought for my grandfather. Mwakawa. On my 40th birthday, Barbara made sure I am disrespected in Mengo Senior School. We warn you and tell you to learn what leadership was all about, and you bring a disrespectful card. Munkoze saye. Kati tugenda kuba omupiira. Mugenda ne kwepena. Abatayina t-shirt empya nga sente temuzisobola, you're wearing your original t-shirts as a houses with good quality. Batogobeera. Buba goba ng'ogenda eka. Kyo nakyo. Mengo yamwe. You're using our kids, gwe Barbara. Then you preach the word of God. I warned you and I left all the warnings there. And you send kids to lie about me. Auntie Fetuli Batamiv. Did you know that I am the one who made sure that Mr. Kaziwe is sent off well to go to King's College Budo? Na. Fetuliva Juvenile 1998. Bwebatuyita. It is a senior school. Wounded soldiers beebo. Esther now we are attacking. Bwaba go want to mokole emirimu gyenkola. Making sure tonjogerangako. This is the spirit that binds us, right? Beera yaluberera. Kulaba nga bikyusiza. The spirit that binds us in Zemulina, Ugandans, katigendo nyo walaji. ojja kunyumiza abeewammwe. Hope you know what 6 by 6 means. Do you have a bed nga ya 6 by 6? Ebyo bye binyumira Esther ng'akola emirimu gya Yesu eyamutuma. Yaŋŋamba gwe gaana okola kye nagamba nja kukutikka nkujje mu America nkuzze ng'ate waliwo eyagamba mbu ne wenfuuka homeless tebayinza kunnyamba. I became an omelette in 2021. I became an omelette in 2020 September. I'm not homeless, I'm an omelette. Thank you so much, Prosise Guja Namukwaya. Thank you for making sure that I'm lying by you disrespecting me. And pastors using it to come and talk to me, and those mothers who disrespect me in a church for years. Mwana ineti matayamba banne. Mbayambe mukole kimuje mu America mukama yangambako kujja nammwe. Mubiddanga. You plant wrong seeds for your children because they walk away. I work in Giant Foods. I am the manager. I won. GPU, Giant Foods. We have a flag when David is stepping on Goliath. It is where giants are molded and generals. It is not in Maryland, it is in Virginia and in Arlington. The capital city of Virginia is Richmond, where all refugees are sent. You go through New York if you're a refugee. That's why your pastors are staying in New York and in New Jersey. Most of them stay there because of the way they entered the US. Eno jembera temusobola yongo manene. Omwana akola kye mu Arlington. Nkutumiddeko brother wange omu bw'ati akola mu magye, the Air Force, my brother. Tata Bisasa akwagala nnyo. Ne mama Victoria Bisase ne Chiwanuka and wifey tukwagala nnyo wano mu ali mu Air Force abira mu Arlington. Oyo mukulu wange nkutumiddeko nnyo omukwano Martin Ochanda omusawo infectious diseases ne mukyala w'omu bw'ati Julie. Tulina business online by the way temutuzannyirako. Mbeera eno n'abantu bange nga neeraga abaana nabaleetedde ebinyoobwa Victoria ne Alice yenze maama waabwe omu bw'ati. Oyo bamuyise omugenzi K'obusinje. Eyo wingi tebagibikula bikula. K'Obusinje Constance Kalibala Nora, all the way from Bunyoro Kingdom. Naye bannange Kalibala umula mirembe. Tata Ochanda yaŋŋamba Baganda tebanjagala. Ne mugamba nedda Baganda tukwagala. When Martin was going to graduate his first degree here, I was supposed to come to the US. The Lord was like, no. Bampa sente nkole ku passport yange because I was supposed to attend Martin's graduation. Mukama n'agamba nedda, you will attend this Victoria and Alice's graduation. Kubanga Katonda yali yagala yeerukire ekintu kye. Senga yagamba Esther, don't look at handouts. Ningamba senga ng'ayogedde Luzungu. Lawyer waffe omu bw'ati nkutumiddeko Nakimera Solomon Kalibala omwana ali mu mamirako teens wa Pastor Robert Kayanja nabasomesanga mu Sunday school. Ne Batobe ne Elijah ne David ye mwana omukulu yasoma neither late Albert Rugumayo King's College Budo naye abana bebuddo muli bakitalo mwajja ne mutuzikirako jjajjo ofe ne mulete ebimuli abana bebuddo nze sina kye mbagamba mutufuge naye mwegendereze kubanga temuyina mpisa natulako mu meeting yammwe one of you works with UNBS nembuuza ekibuuzo ne mugana okunziramu if UNBS is working with NEMA akaveera ke mugamba muka recyclinze nembabuuza you sure mwagana okunziramu mbusiri wa King's College Buddo nga ffe tuzaala King's College Buddo naye mwebale tuziikirako you give respect where it is due nga jjajja bamuziikako 1st August mukama lwe yanzija ku malaalo emaanyi mbaaze bujubi kubanga kalibbala empewo yali emufuuwa ne tumuweereza mukyala we jjajja yali akooye bagamba mbuno bamuloga mbuno bamutta ne ŋŋamba lengera fala ngologa nnyoko ne bugamba eyo fight yali between Martin Kalibala senior ne Luwalala 74 years and a 40-year-old kubanga bonna babatabusi kabejja n'aviiramu awo kabejja n'abagamba musaaga yenze kabejja ekyambalo kankikweke wane whatever kubanga alabika yagenda okuvaamu ekyama tagenda kwerokosa because she carried the prophetic which protected Mwanga the second because she's the one who chose Nareiso for her son, yet her son had already chosen Nareiso. Boys who travel and you go abroad to study, no komanga mama w'abaana bamututte kano kagobako kambazinidemu awumule mirembe Michael Kasolo Kigozi bamuziika embiko nabagamba sigenda baweereza ssente za kuziika Kasolo nedda nagula emmotoka Kasolo ze yavuganga ne making sure nti abaana ba Kasolo bafuna green card the 20-year-old and the 10-year-old the girl abali e Uganda yafa mu 2021 mu May yangamba Esther genda bulire enjiri tokolanga ebyange nze ndabika ndi muko ne mujja ku mwenge amanyira ku mukwano gwe Ivan Mwanja gano gwe gosebo Ivan Mwanja toka abasoga abavembale mwenna gano gammwe bw'owasa omutyala awumule mirembe Curie natukunda yabikowa n'agamba hapana I am going. After 6 years in the US, she packs her bags and dies on my birthday. A day after my birthday in 2018. Neyetuga. Kati nange bagamba, ne Esther gude daru. Oyo Joy Heaton. Ye yamuse. Remember Joy Heaton loved Curie. Shikenedu. Gano gamwe. I respect the uniform. Joy Heaton. I respect your father. God chooses in California, San Diego. This is yours. Shikenedu is their church. Pastor Benjamin and his wife. They have very interesting names. I will share them again. I am going to California to that church and see Joy Heaton. I respect her and her parents. They were in the army. Veterans. All she has done is to love African kids and help them. All she has done is to love every immigrant and make sure they have everything they have through church. And Uganda said that they killed Curie. Curie was bipolar, and Curie decided to leave the US on her own. When the bipolar issue, she wrote things on her page. When the issue came back, Curie left in April of 2018, and in November, a day after my birthday. You don't know what we went through, me and Diana Jondo, because that is my circle. I love you, Jondo, in Canada. Hope your husband and your child had been good. Sebo nkusamu ekitiibwa Chirige, Ishmael, ne Asimwe Peter, Civil Aviation, now in Canada. Tulina embaga ya Henry. Muweereze ssente genda kubeerayo mu Apple e Boston nga wasa mukyala we. Nze nkwata ku by'emmere. Weereza ssente. Weereza ssente Henry wasa mukyala. Tugenda kuwasa ffe abali mu Amerika gye batugamba twayonooneka. Twesobola eri abaana b'ebyamadola 1,000 e Uganda muleekaana. Tugenda giteeka tubanyiye kubanga eyo kwendi baby ne mu July ninayo embaga. Kati ate eyo yaba Mexico. Egenda kubeera wa Florida. Oba egenda kuba Colorado. Oba Pennsylvania tunaabirabira eyo. Oh, na. Sherry's getting married. The daughter to Julia, one of my bosses in Giant. Oh, na, ngenda kumbaga. Ya Sherry, nebawe. African American. Toka African American mwawamba. No, lo wasn't mbera ya rubere. Nze nina embaga 2. Eyange yawedde. Nalaze Julia bifaananyi n'agweri n'agamba, you got married. Even Sherry's getting married next year in July, in July. They come from Peru. The church is beating me up, not calling me on their weddings. I am going to in July. Sherry's getting married. She's a teacher. She loves poems. I taught her what to do so that she can pass, and she graduated with flying colors. I used to work with her in 771. The store. And they were like, we can take you and we stay with us, Esther. We love you, Esther. They were willing to stay with me. Toka Mexicans. The Colombians. I used to stay in Colombia Pike, and Ugandans are like, we are not careful what Jaco to Chisiga. Remember Toka Uganda. Katindo was a never entema. Sawa make a yes. Gano gaba bonna bafudde. Oh, na. Because we pass on the mantle. Bwabadde takuweddeko genda okole. Genda mukole mufune ssente. God wins. Oh, na. God reigns. Oh, those born of God are gonna come. The world will overcome. You're not a loser. Liba Katonda chiwangulensi. He's a fighter, the healer, redeemer, the defender. That is baby Gloria Godwin. All things are possible. Chukulema. No man to lie with you. You do. God wins. Uganda nina okusitulaka nakachupa paka nga the spirit that binds us ekutuse. Mugambo mwana ngatavaawo, the spirit that binds us. It should be the Holy Spirit. And you introduced it to other countries. Nengamba, thank you for bringing them on the table where I want them. To the UK, those in the UK. When you ask Esther, where do you come from? I say, from the UK until you ask which part of London. Then I tell you Uganda, Kampala. To the Chavazinga, I love you. And your wife. Mama. Inevant. To Buganda Kingdom, I love you. The King, Ronald Mwenda Mutebi. Abatoro. Mama Besit. With your children, I respect you. Abojo n'abayisiki. Omukiikuru. Tubunyoro. Kulema. Tubusoga. Awo mulemirembe Mama Jessica Mugarura. To the Mwebes. To my fathers, and you call them Mwebe. Ganogamwe. Headmaster wangomu what? Tata wangu omulungi Serebe Saulo nga yakusomesaako eruwero mu primary school. Gano gagunga nga tugenda kusomesa Champion Gudo kubanga ewaabwe byabalema. Ate ne Walupaleria yamuwa ekifo abayaye ne beefuula abagezi ne balyoka bavuma Katamba jjajjange. Katamba n'abalabula ate nga Katamba agamba siriimu taliimu. Katamba agenda kaddiwa n'abaana be. Nze bwentyo kubanga siriimu. AIDS mu Luganda izi siriimu. Siriimu taliimu. Montana Yesu taliimu. This is the body of the Katamba tugenda kumusabira paka Yesu lwalidda. Ye jjajjange omubwati. Bagenda muwe emirimu gyonna. Alyoka asomesa abaana be gofe nnugu. Akakavubuka kagenda katuvumaavuma. Ani akusinga okuwemula ggwe olw'okweyambaza ng'oli wa kitalo eri mu famire mubeera mwevuma mwenna. Yebo. Oyo bamuyise Katamba. Birthday ya Katamba mpozi yadde. Esther celebrating ne Katamba. Ogwo guyaayu. Katamba tagenda kuddamu wemula muntu n'omu kano ke mukuttemu. Abeera ne mukwano gw'eddaga lwanga ne mukyala w'omubwati. NTV, NBS 35. Nyaba. Yakoze ki Katamba? N'eddaga lasi. Nolowooza nti embeera ya lubeerera. Gano nga weereza ba media personnel mwenna. Naye ntumiddeko oyo engineer wange omubwati. I am Uncle Mo. Gano gagossewa. Oyo bamuyise Baby Gloria. Baby Gloria. Go watch her music on YouTube and you enjoy the way I'm enjoying. It's called Godwin. Mwagamba bamwebakako n'azaala. Nabayimbi nabasuubiza. Gano ga Brian Damba. Abeereye namugamba Mukama agenda kuwa empapula ngo olyokodde Uganda mu 2025 bajja kuwulira. Oh na God reign. Feba Juvenile. Pastor Bugembe. The Lord yakwelevetinga. Oli wa kitalo nga bwe weerowoozaako. Senga yagambe you can't go ekasobola okusabira tata wange naawona. Ne ngamba Maama Bugembe atuukikako alina poliisi. Ne ngamba shanze nakola oluguudo ewa Kiso ne petrol station eri opposite ne EIA we yateeka ekkanisa nze nagikola. Ne ngamba it is okay. Abenazana. Nenkuba ne design za petrol station eri kumpi ne church ya Pastor Bugembe. Hanifa Lubega nkwagala nnyo baby. Kati akola na World Bank. as a consultant. Enviro consult. Oli relative wa Edith Kahuvire oba the biggest sociologist. Kati akola na banka ki? East African Development Bank. Aberawa West Africa. Akati bamuze Nairobi because ali mu World Bank over ali mu East African Development Bank. She's a consultant. Aba mise shibandagire Edith Kahubire. Oyo bamuyise Syria Nalwadda. Akola ne Professor Paulo Mugambi. Tuwala Professor Azinza mulina Professor Mugambi yalokoka. Ne mukyala we on the 21st of October ne waba wandope wa mama wange ne kaleetanga kakaaba ne ngamba ekyalema kitange 49 years ago. Nakikoze mu ddakiika buddakiika. Professor Mugambi n'omukyala. Professor Mugambi is my grandfather's best friend at 89. Oyo Solomon basuuta. Bagenda omuwasa. Tetugenda nakuyita ku mukolo. Private affair. Esther yenza mukwano gwa. Of course Wallace ye mukwano gwa. Ye Walusimbi. Ye mukwano gwa Solomon basuuta. Nga mutogeredde ne mumugeyengula bambi nga tayimba byakabi byokka. Namwerevetinze Esther mala tayambala mutusera busezi nengamba kanti zemba zaala ate nerinnya Solomon balijja kujjajjaawe Solomon nakimera zaala maama we ate nga tata waabwe yeddire mamba nze mamba sina kyenjogerako awo mulemirembe omukulu gaabunga ab'ekika kyemmamba nze sina kyembagamba koona tugende ab'emmamba sikina kyemboogerako kubanga mwine engeri gye muzaala maama wange Nasuuga Kadija Hajati omwana Saha yakaaba nagamba abasiraamu mujje munsabire ne ngamba Saha agambye eki anti yefe abasiraamu kati akaga ali erima bamu emitwalo 2 gyokka yagenda n'agamba mbuzaakayo nengamba Saha copy and paste si mulungi ng'okubaani bebe kuuleyo ngoma nene togikwatangako. Never come to my class and use what is in my class the wrong way because you were attacking my father. Abakojja wa bebe oyo bamuyise Juvenile Cyrus Mubanda Paulo ne Sira bali mukomera temusoma Bayibuli bayimba buyimbi ne bazina abantu bana ne bava mukomera. This is me making sure everyone are in prison wherever they are. They are going to be released and enjoy Christmas, Thanksgiving, and 1st of January they will be home with their families. Owenuloza tuli kuki nolowooza nti embeera ya lubeerera. To all prisoners in the world, that is me. I am a prisoner of war. I stay here alone and I'm abused and I make sure your family members out of prison. Because most of you was taken to prison because you either raped someone or you pulled out a gun, then you said abazungu tebabagala. You play the black card. I hear you, black or white. The only thing that was black or white was Joseph's garment. Read your Bibles. The son to Jacob in the Bible, who was sent to Egypt as a prisoner, 17 years, and he became a governor. Floyd died because of a $20 bill. And you all played black or white color. And I'm like, Black Lives Matter, which one? Am I white? If you're Ugandan and you're in church and you played the black or white color, I think you did not study history. And to all those in the US, and you don't know where you come from, you don't have roots, this is yours. And you're from Jamaica, and all you do is to disrespect people. This is yours too. To all OGs, the old guys who were sent to prison because of whatever you did, this is for T.D. Jakes and his family. Someone compared me to T.D. Jakes' daughter. I hear you should preach like T.D. Jakes' daughter. That is T.D. Jakes. Ben-Hin. Jesus' army. That is Ben-Hin's daughter. I respect the house of Billy Graham. Ruth, she's the one who took her father's garment. And we are going to be in North Carolina. I told the Lord, don't take a Billy Graham without me seeing him. By the time I came, because of Parkinson, they said no. I was like, it is where I am on the ground, where he made sure 44 presidents of the United States of America. He is the presidential advisor. You go presidential advisor in Uganda. I love you, Franklin Graham. Thank you for being a friend to President Trump. Oh, na, 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 na. Joyce Meyer. Oh, na, na, na. They can't come to DMV and preach the word. It has a cover. DMV is District of Columbia, Virginia and Maryland. And may I stay on the border, near the Pentagon, where retirees sit, near the Virginia Hospital. Buli go bayingiza mu ddwaliro gwe nsabira koma gwe baby ngoli olagawa anti bulijjo mbuuza abeerawa. Mbeera Arlington. God chose the wing. I can't stay in Texas, yet I love the oil. Kubanga amafuta majungulule. Oh, na, 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 na. Akana kaluddewo. Genda okole ebibyo. This is me making sure everyone is released out of the prison of marriage, broken marriages, broken kids, who are a problem in the United States of America. I hear the superpower. I was like, you have the ego, let us fly. Luchiwangulensi. Baby Gloria on YouTube. She's a Baby Gloria. Put in Baby Gloria. I'll share her. Teri Chikulema. Tanu Mantle. Namaganda Betty Nesenyonjo. My Sunday school teacher. Shekinah Glory. Faith Arena. God wins. And all prisoners are released. We are going to send food to prisons all over the world. The food bank here in Arlington is... No, wasn't in better. We give veterans food in giant foods. And God chooses. You saw me in town carrying such a bag. I move around and I brand my things. What is our t-shirt, Esther? Come over. You saw me with such a bag in Uganda. It's called giant foods. No. It gives you food in everything. Tebakuba basula batudde. Bankuba on the 7th of October, Florida nelugwamu. Abana ne bafa. I'll share that video again because my feelings were hurt. I came back, bagange troublemaker wuyo. I ask you questions, you don't answer back and you disrespect me and lie about me. Welcome to the wing. This is junk foods. We are good with our food. We are in the Ahold. It's an Italian thing. Are you from Italy? Or you're from Turkey? We only eat turkey here. Thanksgiving, I fly Turkish Airlines. Royal. I'm a royal customer, loyal customer. You choose what you want. I fly Turkey. Brand ambassador mu what? Esther tulawa mu economy, but on a royal level. Tuyiterie mabega nga mwe muyita mu kayola. Toka baby. Esther nafe tulinyake LM. Eva mwise Kalibala. Luwalala Martin. No, was a timbera ya I can't take KLM. I cannot take British Airways. That is for my seniors. Nze ni baby mu nengamba kaninye Turkish Airlines. I love you, Julio Chanda Namazi. Mama wa Victoria ne R.I.P. We were proposed in the UK. Now you're baby Gloria. Where were you proposed, girls? Esther wali kumukayembe awo tukwagala mama wange bamproposingira wali ekabuwa. Ne bagenda ku makayi nga siza semyalo. Sits there and keeps an eye. Could judge out. My dad has such a book. Bwetaba ku makayi batulanga wali na mirembe mu buddo. Mama nalondo obuddo. Ngayagala kuba tata wange bikonde. Ate nga bajjajjawe bamugambe tutuswaza tukamukadeza kayo. They told my mother when she was in S3, the Lord sent someone to her. She was in senior 3. And she said, no, if he wants me, let him wait. I am going to get a master's and I'm a doctor. My mother did not know that her father, he is a father, does not pay school fees. Wamuteka ku mugato gw'abatasoma. Jajja n'agamba teri fees. Ebbaga ya mama abaana ne bagikweka mwala. Abaana balubaga girls. Ne bagiteeka mwala enkuba n'etonnya n'egikulula. Her stepmothers ne bamugamba nti no, she's competing with them. Nga nange we bangamba. Juvenile. The stepmother ne bamugamba nnyebo kati oyagala competing nga naffe. Tewagenda ku omuwanguzi tawanika ewa pastor Tomugerwa tetulina budde tetyagendayo kati tubeera tuweereza Mukama kankuwa obujulizi gw'ataliyo. Mama wange yali aganye Mukama namugamba ojja gamba neteefa oyo teefa omubulira amazima ebikwatako. Mama wange nagamba taata by force by fire by truth. Mulowooza sibimanyi. Twale. Ozala bana nabatagamba mazima. Nti abyokana gweramu eyo omusajja tombulira myaka gyo. Bagenda okulekawo gwe kaperi. Eyo bereedi babasomesa ebyekisiro. Esther omusajja tomubulira myaka gyo. Baba awasa myaka awase. To all those in prisons, Silas and Paul, only Sanga, those born of God. This is Giant Foods. I am a Giant pickup manager, store 743, from 771, where we are good at timekeeping, 5 minutes. Me and time, you don't separate us. It is Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Tata said, Esther, I don't like latecomers. The only time I come late is when someone fixes me in their programs and then they lie about me. Careful when you lie about me again after this class. Then don't talk to me ever. Because the stick that will come out does not sifeya asikisai Anania ne Safira. Acts 5. Go read it. To the marrieds. No lose if you're there and you lied about me and you made me get it everywhere, the Lord allowed it because I wasn't supposed to be mingling and mixing because I'm not posho, but I make the posho and eat the beans, air, water, and earth. We want to give Caltech beans and posho. I need suppliers. We are not paying you. We need the suppliers of the food for Caltech Academy Makerere. Chikoni. 21 years when Ugandans. Happy birthday, Brother Paul. November, baby. Everyone who looks like me was born in November. Brother Paul, this is the best year of your life. Till when the Lord takes you to be with the Lord. He's also in his 40s. And whatever we talked about, Brother Paul, I respect you. And on the 30th of November, we have a birthday party. Curtis of Esther Sorome. Because her birthday, she did not celebrate a thing. Ningombo pate jenandi kole denji wa de Brother Paulo. Oyagala kubera yo. Leta sente zo ina. 5, 10, 10, 200. Naye mkwano. Eri tetuteekayo obusente sente. Nga ngenda bannange. Nyumiddwa nnyo buli ali mu kkomera genda olye Thanksgiving is your family. All prisoners, you're going to enjoy Thanksgiving. Cutters of giant foods in America. To all homeless people, I was told even if I become homeless, I will not be helped. I become an omelette. Omelette on your plate. I'll make sure of it. To the veterans, the USO, Giant Food supports the army. They were celebrated. I'll share with you. I'll make sure, because I always donate. I'm a donor and a recipient. I used not to love to receive. The Lord told me, no, I started blocking people's blessings. I was like, okay. That is giant foods. Oh, na. You want to allergy? I put it in your package because that's what you love. Giant Foods loves me. From 774 on Columbia Pike to 771 District 104 to District 93. And this year, before I left in August, 774 was taken, 73 was taken back to District 104. Back to my district. Someone will say, that is my store. I said, that is my district. I love the district. I don't like the store. I love the district because my aim is to be the district director. I love leadership. And I go up to the president's office because that's where I'm supposed to be. Can't say my great-grandmother's garment. She died. When someone goes, they leave the garment and the legacy. I love you all. Who is she? Attend my classes, you know who I am. I respect all my managers from 2017, August to date. Thank you for the 5 weeks of holiday. It was indeed a a vacation. As I leave, I celebrate all my customers that respect and love me, that came from 771 and 774. I respect you and the new customers in 743. I love you and I'll serve you. It was such an honor. As I leave, sorry you can't listen to the music. It's a silent disco, but the song was sung by Baby Gloria. I'll share her on my page, Esther Solomon. When the YouTube channel comes out, we will share it. I respect you, Dembe Michael. Or if I want a position, I just pray. I go to my knees. I don't need to prove to anyone that I can be good. I don't play those cards. When my time is done in a place, I walk out. Katonda chiwangula nsi. I walk out. I volunteer in the library, Arlington Library, 2 hours now. And I'm going to start doing it the whole week, starting next week. Because when you have the hours as a volunteer, you go back and do a PhD plus your GPA from your country. And Esther does the PhD. Tata said, go and do a PhD in 2012. I looked at my Tata and I'm like, Tata, people are asking you for money from their daughters. You're asking for a PhD. And God said, that is not your father. That is me telling you. And someone in my father's house dreamt when I'm doing a PhD. This is the PhD. I do research. Jesus, thank you so much, Kira Evie, Musasizi, Paulo. I'll share them again. He's huge now. He has a lot of weight. Chambergo University. Communication skills. And in Macquarie University, he taught me research methods. Kira Evie, 2011. Now they have Uganda under that UPDF motor vehicle. To all those in the army, Walugembe, captain, he's in the motor vehicle part of the story. In UPDF, Umkurusadi, one of the biggest teachers in the UPDF. Tuwadi celebrating abachala. Kati bachala babo. Yunia Katemba. Sadi. Thank you for what you do in the family. Oyobami Semusazi. Oyolubuga. Waluwama. Martin. After Sengendo. After the government of Jajaluwama. Asanasiyo. Bagamba neddabi bya bulimba. Boba waliyonga balonda abasika come over. Don't you say things you don't know. One of you changed the wheel. Don't make me say your name. God wins. Oh yeah, no, no, no. And Echigozi is making noise and removing shoes, entering people's offices. He's a thief. I asked why is he coming to the Nsenene or Kututegerera. I hear representing my auntie. I was like, auntie, I only know Jessica Kavanda who represents you. What is this thief doing here? Now whoever works with the thief in the family that is disorganizing the family and is still continuing. Now let me tell you. If you know your Echigozi, and you've been telling Lubwama and Echigozi wrong information, you disrespected my mother, and you said, who is she? That shows that you're not part of the family. In 2015, when my auntie came back, we were in Muyenga. And we told you otutwaleko Yusufu Salongo. And you told my aunt you're not going there. Then you wanted to represent her in court. Our Attorney General. And I told my auntie, who is he? Mommy saying I trusted you with what? You enter people's offices now, you've removed shoes to disorganize them. Nkulabayo, President agenda kukuba, because I've already disqualified you in Uganda. If you're part of the family, stay in your lane. When someone who is dead respects you to stay with things, there are things they didn't give you that belong to Kaveja. And you don't know who Kaveja is. Yusufu, you call yourself Chigozi? Hope I don't go to do the DNA. I told you. And the mothers in the family said, in the entire family, DNA as I leave. I wanted to protect you, but the Lord can't protect you. Because you're killing the house. Again, what Dr. Maggie goes and you disorganize everything. Ask what happened at Zuri on the 11th of November. You entered the house you don't know. The Lord loves you with your children, but make sure that you stay longer. To see Wama Martin at 100 plus. To see Ben Musazi Naserenga at 100 plus. Chigozi. You confuse everyone in the family to steal the land. Abakugwamba kugoba, and now they have dementia. And you're still disorganizing Dr. Maggie's house. That is done, Chigozi. And I happen to be his mother. The wife to Chigozi Naserenga never gave birth. She was Solome's best friend. Her womb never opened. So sort yourself out, Yusuf. You call yourself a Chigozi. Hope you are really the DNA of Chigozi. Because there is no Chigozi who is a thief. Unless they listen to a thief. The days of a thief are 40. Your days are numbered. You're more than 40. To the President of Uganda, when my family comes back to court about land, tell them to go home peacefully before I expose each and everything and who changed the will of my daughter and her son and her husband, Nachimera Solomon Rwama and Rwama Asanasio. Asanasio, his father was called Benjamin Mujalero Rwama. He left their mother, Chitali Chicho, and he went and married Omumbeja. Things did not work. Chitali Chicho raised her 2 boys, Rwama Asanasio, as a single mother, and Chigozi. Chigozi is good in business. Rwama is good in everything because of Nachimera. When Nachimera Solomon Rwama had issues with her uterus, she lost a lot of pregnancies like her mother, Lydia Oludia Namboze Kabeja, Jaja Chitali Chicho, the mother to the boys, got medicine and gave it to Nachimera Solomon Rwama, and she gave birth to 8 children only. The rest of the children who grew up in that house were from Chigozi. The boys had a habit. When you give birth outside, you take it to the house of Nachimera and sell Rwama's children. Nachimera died annoyed. I told the Lord we are changing that. I've carried that pain my whole life. I carried the pain of of Kaveja, Namboze Rudia. I carried the pain of Nachimera Solomon Wama for 39 years. And yesterday, the Lord took away the pain by using one of you. That is Pastor Mark Chigozi. I no longer feel the pain the way I used to feel it. And on 11th, I met Pastor Mark's brother, who works with a company opposite Coin near Pepsi. He's their accounts. He's called Chisitu Andrew. I had taken some things for a young man. He's at campus, 4th year. He has a heart problem. He's called Joel. His mother is Namisango. Yediransenene. I bought some things for them. I bought a jacket and this. They needed money for his surgery in India. I gave them this. Hope you know what this means. A jacket for him and a jacket for his mother. And a massager. One of the best. They threw me off Mosa group. They threw me off Mengo Senior School. Old students, 95 to 2001. Tevandeke. Sevandeke Robert. Nalukwago Ethel made sure I am thrown off many groups because they work with Mosa, with Babram Tagubian Nancha. If you want to be like me, make sure they give birth to you. Don't compete. I invited Sevandeke at my wedding, he never came. Ethel complained why we never invited her. The Lord didn't want you to attend my wedding. Until when you learn to respect people and don't use your mouth the way you want. Patricia Adieri. Council. Caltech Academy, 2002, 2003. You lied to Brother Paul about me. You did not do law when you were starting school. You came from Namagunga to join Caltech. Now that you're doing a PhD and the man who was paying your school fees died, you lied that you share Caltech things. I hear on X. You and Ethel destroyed me at Caltech. And I was asked what I did to both of you. I had to tell them the truth, because when we know the truth, it sets us free. Patricia, you're always with Pastor Ben Ochola. But make sure you're making Jesus famous in everything you do with your children. This is the last warning. If you work with those people whose names I've mentioned, don't throw them out. But they are going to learn to speak the truth, and the truth will set them free. As I leave on the 30th of November, Mengo Senior School, we have a get-together. We are going to play games, as I've been sharing you. Caltech Academy on the 30th, we're going to celebrate Brother Paul. Praying Woman, led by Rachel Baguma Sabiti, we are having something as women. That is 30th November. Who else has something on 30th November? You can DM me. You have my WhatsApp number. Do the same. You can tag me or ask me to join or follow your page. When I'm doing my rounds, I'll see you. I work on my timetable. You don't know me, you never raised me. This is God's work. Unless I obey, I will die. My father will go. My mother will go. My siblings and everyone under my wing. I cannot stay around my family until when God's work is done. That's why you never saw me, those who wanted to see me. Until I am a Ugandan again, a dual citizen, I do what I want anytime. It is Ecclesiastes chapter 9, Ecclesiastes chapter 3. In December, we are going to Bombo. I always share Apostle Chimuli. Until Apostle Chimuli and Apostle John Bunjo go to Miracle Center Cathedral and anoint Pastor Robert afresh. If they're waiting for him to become 63 on the 24th of January, 2025, suit yourselves, but make sure you can handle the power he moves with. The Lord said you do it when the world is watching. You're going to anoint him afresh and make sure he wears the best garment ever. Because the man who prayed for him, Grace Lubega Fanero, apostle, he was just stealing the mantle and they used a microphone. That is not how God works. Moses did the same. They used money because they are 39 years of age. They stopped in Malachi. Yet they say they know the grace preaching. You are worshippers. You bring Nigeria in things, West Africa. It is called Uganda, Kampala. Moses Mukisa, Lubega Grace Apostles, and Prophet Mbonye Zoe, you were disqualified until when you wear the right garments in your callings. Because you're thieves, making sure that Kakande flies higher. Kakande is a thief. The garment he has was for his wife, and he made sure he throws her out and marries another woman. That's why Zoe, Fanero, Worship Harvest, and Kakande Ministries, they love supporting all the wrong things in the world. They hide, all their people end up there. You're in homosexuality, and you're part of Zoe, you're part of Worship Harvest, you're part of Kakande Ministries, you came from Watoto. Pastor Gary Skinner has nothing to do with you. Pastor Robert Kayanja has nothing to do with you. Dr. Serada has nothing to do with you. Apostle Alex Mitala has nothing. Kawawa Redeemed has nothing. Makere Redeemed has nothing. Full Gospel has nothing. Baptist has nothing. Eagle's Nest has nothing. Other churches, sort yourselves out because you're babies in the nation. If you're not yet 40 this year in your ministry, don't you ever wake up and shout. The young man, so-called Vive. Is it revival? You're going to learn to respect your elders. I am not your level with your wife. You're still growing. Because Vonjoville works with you and you think you're high there, trust me. Vonjoville was disqualified on the table until when they learned to grow because of what Jojo did, defending rubbish. But his father and his mother are the biggest ring on the table, with Dr. Frisella and her husband and Joel Vonjo, the eagle's eye. Jojo Vunjo carries the mantle of elders, but he has to learn to grow. I asked Yehu to get Jojo and his wife to go visit my father in my father's house, Emutundwe. Instead, they used Naomi Yehu to disrespect me. Hence, you're disqualified, Evangelist Yehu, until when you learn and grow and be the man God wants you to be. You're going to learn as an evangelist. Pastor Robert is an evangelist. Apostle Vunjo is not an evangelist. It is Pastor Robert Kayanja who is an evangelist, who walks with a miracle. You don't know who Vunjo is. You just see him. Mama Vunjo is on another wing. Naomi, you can never be at Mama Vunjo's level until when you repent, ask for forgiveness, and stop destroying people's children because of your ministry. You did not do an EIA. Make sure you look for the right man or woman to do the EIA for where your church is. But as of now, you're disqualified and you're off the table. God works with only John and Sarah Vunjo. And the last time I checked, in the blood, they are not your parents. Men, you're going to learn to be the men in the houses. In Uganda, they say, Omuzana wa kabaka, omuddu awulira. I left that message on purpose, whatever you call it. She deleted everything of mine, the way kids did, and leave their own things they write on Joy and Faisal's wedding thing. Boys, the parents of the girl cannot buy her gown. Joy, never disrespect anyone ever again. You come from Western Uganda. You don't know who I am. So if you think you're going to sit with the so-called Vunjoville because you're called Hadassah, Hadassah was a perfume. She was not Esther. Esther meant hidden. You're not Esther. Joy, it is Galatians 5. Vunjoville, you're going to sit, study the book of Galatians, because you're disqualified off the table, courtesy of Faisal and Joy. Hence, your leader, Jojo Vunjo, is put on the seat until when he learns to grow and do what is right as an elder in church. And if I see mingling and mixing with CDMI in the season, and you want John Mark to come and be part of you, unless the Lord approves him, never go to his father's house to look for him. He's a man being trained so that by the time he gets married, it's purity. Now, if you know you have slept around girls, I don't care how old you are, you're going to go and fast. 3 days dry. No food, no water. Choose the year you want to be done. I said no food, no water, 3 days. If you can handle that. Those are 72 hours, right? Hope your father is 72. This goes to the world over. 3 days dry. If your mother is 72 years, then she has done it for you. If your father is 72 years, they've done it for you. Hope so. Now, next time if you're opening your mouth, telling me how I'm not important on my birthday, telling me how I'm not important on my wedding, ask why you missed my wedding when you were supposed to be there as Vunjoville. Mama Sarah Vunjo had gone. She told me, make sure you talk to Tata Vunjo through Pastor Wanyama. So next time when you think you're big, The Lord told Priscilla Naroga, Regina, he sent her to NTV to make sure they do things right, God's way. And she was moving out with someone in TV. The Lord disqualified that man. Because, Priscilla, the Lord chose the man for you long time ago, but you're delaying yourself because you're mixing and mingling with the media department. There are 7 spheres, and I am one of the biggest brand ambassadors. I influence the 7 spheres. Uganda, you have 7 hills. We have Namirembe, we have Kololo, we have Chibuli. Namirembe, Rubaga, Kololo, Chibuli, Makere. Send me the last 2, if you know them. Send me. I'm going to leave it to you, Uganda. You know Mbuya? Naguru? That is number 6. Which one is number 7? Mengo. Not Namirembe, I said Mengo. Namirembe and Mengo are different. Don't ever mix the two. That's why I told Barbara Mutagubya Nancha to stay in Namirembe, Sunny Baby's home. Never to step in Mengo ever. Starting from next year, Barbara Nancha Mutagubya. If Sunny Baby's home still loves you, they can take you on. But wait for a punch. It is going to come from the back and the front. Hope you have the power to stop the energy it comes with. Because you destroyed Sunny Baby's home, by the way. How many years have you served there? This is your last year there. If you don't change. Did I forget anyone else? Baby Gloria, get back to the table. We have work to do. Pastor Gembe is already in line. How old are you, Baby Gloria? Uganda, you don't change. God reign. Hey, hey, God win. Oh, na, 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 na. God reign. Hey, hey. No, God. Oh, no. Those on the table, I only have 3 people. The others, God has not confirmed them yet. Because I am the only watchman. The rest were disqualified. Intercessors were disqualified. I got a dream about Pastor Ben Ochola. People just laughed and misinterpreted everything. Hope it is making Jesus famous. He's an intercessor. Because people around him confuse everything. I saw them in a dream in 2020. All they do is to copy and paste his tongues. But they don't take care of him. And I do take care of him. He had dirty shoes and dirty socks. And I gave him my socks. And I went to clean the shoes. No, I wasn't in bed. Pastor Ben blocked me. At a time he didn't have to do that. Pastor Robert gave Pastor Ben to be an intercessor to take over the overnights on Friday. But because we have kids around Pastor Ben who don't love him but learn how he prays, they pray like him, sing like him, dance like him. You're in his Jesus is famous. Hope you work with the Shamina Talija, because the Lord elevated her. You will see it. You will see it when the time comes. Or your God wins. Shamina Talija, the wife to Nsubuga Alan, 10 years in 2024. I love the way God chooses people to elevate. Make sure mugenda muli tuliti y'abakyala mmwe couples. I've already shared it. You a couple? You coupled yourself. Are you a coupling machine? Do you know those who work in Kira, those who work in Ginger at the dam? You know the coupling? Did you do sciences? Obande kanirere. Ganoga Pastor Ben Ochola as I live. And yes, sir, making Jesus a famous. Katishat kange kali wara. God will. Oh na 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 na. God will raise. Oh, at the moment the table has Apostle Johnny Bunjo with Mama Sarah Bunjo, Joel and Frisella over the Chikwambaka. The table has Apostle Michael Chimoli and John Mark Chimoli. The table has the teacher, Pastor Mark Chigozi and Maureen Mukisa. Real Life Church. The table has Pastor Robert is still in space like this. He's on level 6 in room 2, waiting for room 3, but he's waiting for the surgeons. He's waiting for the surgeons who did not sleep around and disrespect the government and their men. With one woman, no, the Lord said the men, Apostle John Bunjo and Apostle Michael Chimoli. Pastor Robert is getting to the level 3 in January on the 24th. You share a birthday with Pastor Robert Kayanja. His interpreter, 1st November, Pastor Esther Samba. Then they celebrated with his wife, Agin Samba, anniversary. Oh, na, 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 na. I haven't yet celebrated him. Have you seen it? Waiting for the message. Agin Samba, the only teacher and interpreter Uganda has, who decided to stay in Uganda when all the small pastors are running away. And he taught us Genesis 12. And he beat immigrants in 2018. Our pastor, Dr. Rutaya, in Silver Springs. Dr. Rutaya and your wife. They took me and prayed for me in their house here in America. And the wife studied with my auntie in King's College, Vodo. Esther Sorum. They stay in Georgetown in Maryland. The church is in Silver Springs. You've heard Silver Springs. Mama Rutaya, Mrs. Rutaya, I love you. Nabana bonna I love you. They made sure that Esther is put in line before she gets married. Naye mbagala, mu 2019, you did it. Nga bintu abuseke. Ne mu 2020, before March, in February when I was sick. Hey. God wins. No, in March, after Mama Didi, that is Togo, they took me in 4 days. February, the last 4 days with COVID. And the Lord healed me. They used whiskey, nechigaj, and they boosted my immunity with honey. They said Mama Didi Mologo, she's a witch. They said Mama Sarah Babidi is a witch. Nengamba, what did you say? Do you know who Mama Sarah is? The way she loves the World Bank and Dr. Esther Toure. Dr. Musa Toure is back online. He's online. That is West Africa. He used to be in the World Bank. And he was a pilot in France. He's a Muslim who met Jesus. He prayed for me. I'll send him all my photos of the wedding. The Lord took him back on the table today. Mama Sarah Nancha, I love you. She's a mother to Twine Olivia. She used to sing with Pastor Isaac Serokenya and used to sing with Cooper Sally. That is Teacher Angela, Engineer Angela Nareiso Senyondo, Coast Engineer Uganda Petroleum. Because the Coast Engineer went to be with the Lord. One of the biggest, he died immediately. He came back from China. The year I was supposed to be graduating. 2015. The Ugandan that died on his way to Busia. And he works for Petroleum Uganda. Who was building houses for people in Kampala. What is his name? He went to be with the Lord. Now his kids are very old. They're big in age. And the Lord has taken care of them. Their mother used to work with Wumeme. He made sure he gave out all his clothes before he died. And he was making Jesus famous. Ngabena business card ya Jesus. Mwade mroza mwe mwabiso same. How mule mirembe. What is his name? The devil, you're taking the name. He was driving. And they got an accident. But the Lord had already told him that he's going to be with the Lord. You remember the biggest man that died of an accident. They found him when he's still alive a bit. But his time was already done and he knew. He would pack a vinyewa in his jacket. He moves with a very small luggage. Then makes sure he has a lot of business cards that have his name and the other business cards for Jesus. His tie would have Jesus. His t-shirts. He made sure he branded Jesus very well. The suit he wore when they were renting, the landlord said in Tinda Nadia, said, you cannot put that dead man in here. Take him to the mortuary. Landlords. You know the house they have now? Ugandans built a house for him. And they have a house. Are they 12 rooms in Busia? You work with government. Danogago. What I'm saying, Auntie Nange and you mobbi, right? I've been a thief since 1997. Cut us of one of my aunties. and other people in the family till death, until when I stayed away from them. One of the big thieves said, please stop sending me those things I don't understand, because the Lord visited the house and he gave them what they wanted. Now she also said, "Isibitegera," after lying to me about me, telling the one in the UK. And I was like, I'll never send again. Banga yangamba tukuyambe tutya. After lying about me to my aunt Ntino Sawa yomutwalo. Omulala nagamba Esther bisibitegera bin confusing byowandika. Omulala nangamba ka video kalungi naye munange bino byowandika sibitegera ne ka video. Ne mugamba, don't you worry. The one in the UK is the only one who loves my things. And Auntie Rebecca, the one who babysat me when Mama was pregnant with my sister who follows me. They're the only ladies that love me. And the one who stays here loves me with all her heart. She follows my father. And the one in Senga Damarimbekeka, the only daughter of her father, the late Seboa, the one who followed Nachimera Solomid Wama, the one who is followed by Kalibala. Now I'm talking about Ntumbo ya Namboze Rudia. Kalibala is then followed by Ndagire, Jaja Ndagire in Kasubi. Those who know her and you rented in her space. Sebo Ian Kajimbo. Bantu. Bantu. Caltech Academy. Ian Kajimbo. With your siblings you can sing in Yabo. Or you want me say Caltech Academy 2002, 2003. Nkwagala nyo Pastor Sunday Victor. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, Sunday. Victor. We are only victors. He's now a lawyer, full one. We paid the school fees. LDC awede. Mugenda tuulira. The one who said that if family ends up in court, there is someone lying, concocting. Yeah, because he went through it and he almost died because of a girl who comes from Philadelphia. And pastors listened to the rubbish. And Pastor Makoko went and wedded Victor Sunday with his current wife, Omutoro. Abatoro na abaisiki na abojo. Sina chakubagamba abojo kamba ziniremu. Abatoro na abojo. Tugende remote control or Godwin. Today ku Godwin. Abatoro na abojo abaisiki. Abakikuru. Karahansi kusomesa kigambo kya Mukama. Empako yange adieri. Abarokole tebakyalira bannaabwe. Kubanga si balokole abatali balokole tebakyalira. Abalokole tebakyalira batali balokole. Choka jaja mami. Florence Mwebe. Mule mirembe 2010 July. Enyumba neryoka etandika okunkumuka buli July. Nangamba no way. I love you, Mids. Mwebe Ivan. David Selve. Bobo yagala kumanya byama bya Esther vuza Mids. Bobo yagala kumanya byama bya Mids vuza Esther. We are getting married very soon. Mids. Original good day. Yagwe Mwebe yeze Kalibala. Mids tugenda mu registry. Mu registry je tusooka sebo. Kubanga Zoe is not qualified okuteekako mukono. Oba tuddayo na mirembe mu kasiidulo yegwe ddiini omubwati. Ddiini lwo wasava akajambo. Enamirembe Cathedral. Oli twamuwona. Because all she did was to kidnap herself. Girls, how can you kidnap yourself when tomorrow is your wedding? Mama went to be with the Lord when Ivan is not yet married. Tekisoboka yenze mama omubwati. I am coming back. Twayambala suit ne tulya ne cake ne tugenda ne ku honeymoon. Just me ne Vin Diesel ne Ivan. Namugamba yambala suit twayambadde ne tunyuma. Ne mulaba ebifaananyi ne mugamba yi Ivan embaga yagikoze. Nedda. Cake twali tugikoze. Twali tulina okugirya. Kati ate nagenda okukola cake. Bagenda giyita mama yake kubanga tugenda gitekamu musimbi. Ivan, yogereza omukyala. Omukyala aganye. Nsobola okumwogereza musala. Nze bakyala bammwe mbatya. Tebamanyire basula batudde. Boys. Gano mazina g'abakono ba midizi. Okuliko omujjowelo Sevume. Okuli omukulu Spedag. Bruno. Okuli Vin Diesel. Nsuube fa abasoga. Butiki boys. Gano gammwe nze nzaala abasoga. Emmanga n'engulu mazaala ne munzaala. Omwana tusande. Omukulu. Waliwo omukulu Haji. Twali tumusiibulula. Ne batukuba accident. Haji yannyamba mu research wange. I respect you, Haji. Omukulu lecturer yakyasinza alina PhD. Abeera Canada, omukulu mwamutegedde. Omukulu temumumanyi gende Canada ojja kumusanga. Yasomesanga wali ku Buganda Royal. Alina omutyala kati. Babeera Canada n'omutyala n'abaana. Kyokka bannange. Naye boys season teyabadde yammwe November wafa abakyala. Omukulu Sevume. Omukyala w'omusamu ekitiibwa wali mu DC Washington. Nyabo. Yakoleranga URA. Ng'ayingidde amagye ali mu UPDF. Sevume ojjukira bye nabagamba nga tuli mu wedding meetings zammwe. Hope obijjukira. Nali mbigamba mukyala wo n'olingiza nti biki bye ngamba mukyala wo. Bino bye nali mugamba nti America yiye. If she remembers, let her tell you. Sevume Joelo. Ona na na na. Tugenda kuyimba mu oluyimba because January ja. Mwe muli embaga ya Sevume Joelo. Ne mukyala we. Boys. Sorry, I'm an advocate for men. Girls, kagabaka omwe bino byokolera omwami wo. Nakutwalako ebweru. N'olowooza nti embeera ya lubeerera oyo Ivan Selebe. Mids. Oyo bamuyise Mwebe ne Kalibala. They were both in an accident 60 years ago. Kalibala left at 40. Mwebe was way too old. And Kaveja told Mwebe, take care of Kalibala, he's a baby. And he did it. Uncle Jaka Mugarula Ganogogo. I'll show you the picture. He came for my wedding with Tata Sereve Kwanga Bote Baswala Tibata Biduma. Abalalabaga nane bawa stuzi. Nengomba checho. Oyo bamuyise Mwebe yali alina okubeera ku mbaga yange. Nengenda nekwata ku muzzukulu nga mulwadde Rubaga ku birthday yange. I love that boy. He's 4 years. He's handsome. The boy gave me a hug. Nemukwata went. He was admitted on the 27th. 30th of October. And I ended up in hospital on the 28th after going to the High Court. And on my birthday, byansobako mengo ya negana. Enkuba netonyi. Nengomba nkoletya. Nezijukiranga ngenda okusemba nga ni mu senior 3. Second term. Bakansala bachiboko. Nali sikyali kansala nga Olive Wameri ayambadde olugoye lwange olwa kanso mu senior 3 yava mu blue najja mu north. Teyamanya nti Mukama agenda omuwa omwami, the late Wameri Anthony. Era bwe baali bamu introducinga ku table y'abanene, I was getting out of the office on Rubaga Road. Pastor Victor James Luwama had a friend who had coffee. He gave him an office. As I was getting out like this, in my A level, Wameri Anthony cancelled for Nope. And Nope lied that Wameri was given poison by the president of Uganda, yet he had cancer. You don't lie when you have a generational curse. Now, Nope took Olive Wameri to Boston with her children. Olive, it is not Nope, it is the Lord. Careful with Nope. Careful with Bobby Wine, Kyagulanyi. I am a relative to the Mbogo. Careful if you're in people power. That is in the manifesto here in the US and in Museveni's things. Kanji basomere ndio kempete. Esther soko onywemu olwekyo omusawo yagamba tolina blood. Engamba musawo ogambye eki? Nina blood gwe amala. Esther olya biki ebyo? Enga tebikyawooma. Baby Glory yobadde ki? Nanti nakugambye obere ku table ondeekaanye. Akoze atya omwana tu Glory, baby. Abakyala sente zibeera mu kaleega bbawo akanya kusaba sente ngugamba baby sirina. Eno banka y'abakyala. Omusajja n'alyoka abonaabona ne yeewola ku kyalo. This is me celebrating Mwebe Ivan Celebrate David. He was named after his grandfather by Jaja Omubito Florence, who died in 2010 in July. Her husband followed suit the following year, 2011 July. 2012, the house of Sengendo was visited and Erina died in October. My mother was operated in October 2012. The late Sengenab Solomon was in hospital that year and he was operated. And the following year, 2013, Esther Solomon was operated in October the 2nd because of her uterus. And Ivan Serebe got an accident in 2013 in July. And Esther Solomon was called. She was busy at Jondu, Diana, and Levi's home in Ntinda when their father had died. I was with Cecil Rashid. I told Rashid I want to rest. I wasn't feeling well. We sat in his Pajero. As I was there, I told him the pressure is high. Get me some ginger. We had to drive looking for ginger late in the night, at midnight. Then a call came from Joyce Nakalanzi. And he's like, Esther nakwerabide. Nakwerabide nemugamba wanerabide echi. Ivan Selebe got an accident. I was like, at what time umbo 80. Where was he going? To Sebanchaye. Okusiwulula omukulu. Omukulu yanyamba. Baker. In my research. Baker. My research is out there. Someone's son published it. But he recognized me as the author for my master's. Thank you so much. In the Oh no. Oh no. This is me staying here until Ivan gets married. Kubanga mama yagenda nga Ivan embaga eganye. Mu 2010. Yali inakubeerayo 1st October. Kyokka sitaani oli musirusiru. Sitaani gwe wakuba tomumanyi. Oyo Ivan Mids tebamukwatako. Oyo bagiyita togikwatako. Bannange mbaagala nnyo bakwano ba Ivan. Omukulu Patrick Kabuye. Mbadde saagala kubeera linnya lyo naye kyekyo. Sevume sebo Joel. Nywamu olwekyo. Omwana gundi yampe gundi. Waliwo Haji. Ewa Bruno erye. 2015. Nalyeyo nga nkola wakaana zigamba setula ekiboozi gende kati nasula wa Ivan Eruzira eyo wa Bruno oli musajja omwavu omulugwala yakolanga mu Airtel Uganda yawasa omuwala nga Hajat ngakola mu Airtel nakolola Ivan ne mukwano gwe erinnya lwaki ligenze jamukunyumiza olulala ne bajjayo eccupa ya Waragi. Ivan nagamba tetina sente kutwala mu ddwaliro. Ne mugamba kale. Ne bateeka mu kagiraasi ne bagamba tofaayo bayitise Germany dose. Ne mbabuuza oba baali basomyeko Germany gye baasomera erubiri. Erubiri waliyo French, waliyo Germany. Kati ate Ivan nayamba kali akaana kagundi ka Martin kalibala ne kagende Germany. Kati muwalampa Ivan kangamba nga Ivan mulwadde ne kagamba Esther tutuma nanyiga nengenda ne mara wiki namba nga sijja ngenda okuddayo nga Ivan retardings bwenakoma Ivan alekera okogera bwenakoma Ivan antune nagamba lwaki wandese wano because omulimu gwa mama Ivan kwaliko kola cakes omulimu gotata wa Ivan koza ngoyi kyokka akojja kumugalula message nakulekera n'abazzukulu nze maama omu abalongo ffe tuzaala abalongo ffekka n'alongo akyakolawa n'alongo Lydia. Oyo bamu ekitiibwa she came for my wedding na representing Kate Nachimera. Na representing Jack. Na representing Martin Kalibala. Na representing Ruthie Mugalula. No wasn't mbera ya luberera. Ganoga Ivan pakalwana awasa silver one. Ivan twatandise dda ne meeting izo. Aganya this time round. Bw'ozanya round game. N'ozanya 7 stones. Ogenda kusanga obwana nganze. I love you, Vin Diesel. I love you, Bruno. I love you, Kabuye Patrick. I love you, Joel Sevume. Never chala bamwe. Never mama baby na bomba agaliramu. Ani gwe byasala. Sunday. Beka. Sabanchaye. 2013 July. Masomera lubiri. Wetegeke tugenda kumbaga ya Mids. Lubega Sunday. Lubega Sunday. Ganoga Lubega Sunday. Omwana wa jjajja ng'oyo muzibuzibu mu Kenya. Naye nga mwagala. Nje ndi relative we. Omubwati. jjajja omukyala azaala taata we muganda wa jjajja wange Kalibala Martin. Ate relative wabeera relative wo atagamba kati relations eziriwa genda omanye ezeewamwe. If you're friends to my relatives, I respect you and love you, Kauchi. Ne Mary Kauchi. Yesu abagala nnyo. Naye Mary wannimba. Nti essimu yo tekola. Ng'ateeka ekisi. Yessimu eriko. Naye olw'okuba yakuwasa obi wange Mengo Senior School. Yesu n'akusonyiwa mu bitiibwa. Couch, the Lord elevated you in justice. Wait for it. Kubanga mmwe basajja. Ekizaalibwa Katonda kizangula ensi. Couch Derek, the 40-year-old. Mengo Senior School 1998. Nze obi wange takuwasa nga ava Mengo Senior School 1998. Tuli ba juvenile. Tulinga abana b'ebutiki. Tulinga abana b'emwiri. Totukwatako Benon Karavarinde. Isaac Mubezi, the doctor. Hanke. Namasagali boys. Gano gamwe. Wasomera Namasagali. No lowooza tembeera ya lubeerera. Mbeerera no kulaba nga bikyusizza. To those in the drama club, Sanyo, Nawiso, ngokola mu mouth choice, Josephine, Nachanzi Sekabira. She's a big bird in mouth choice. Gano gago mama mu DSTV. Josephine Namaganda Sechanzi. Caltech Academy. Gano gago nyabo Josephine Namaganda. Cheyune. Miracle Center Cathedral. The teens with Wampamba. Solomoni. Vyaruhanga. Nsereko Bata. Josephine. Aumure Mirembe. The kids that died in Miracle Center Cathedral. Ko bypass. Miracle Center Cathedral. Chichichonja gaza. Kwa nga jagala kugenda. Nefoke fere medeko. Exodus. Gano gago mkwano. Gwe, ba. Nga gomanyo oli mutini. Nga Pastor Robert Kayanja akutekamwe omusimbi. Nomala n'omuwayiriza. Temwagala kola. Habat. Echuma kikwate bulungi obera ne mama Kayanja bajja kulya kibooko n'abewamwe. Bwe manyi ovuga Junior Kayanja. Ngomanyi ovuga abalongo. Abalongo bakwate mpola mpola bajja kwokyamu. We love you, Christian and Christina, the judge and the designer. Because you're at the level, you're bigger than H&M. You're bigger than, because brands in the Nyambala brands, Dolce & Gabbana, Clarks, Gucci, my glasses, my shoes. When I was in Uganda, those are things I was wearing, purchase of my father. You saw the moccasin. Nabagama kubatu yanga bakaltek. Ngino kombolo moccasin na abe mengo ko 1st November. And I wear a conch brown moccasin because I wore that shoe in 2002 and 2003 in L level. I had that shoe even in Mengo. No, all I was in senior 4 and senior 3. Esther chigere chote chikula. Juices. I wear the same shoe size with my dad and my mom. With my mom, it is narrow. With my dad, it is wide. What fits me does not fit them. Because in Buganda, to know a king, they use the feet. Senga yakabira ebigere bya baby. I qualified where I was disqualified. God qualified me. Esther, inakoyisa ng'omukyala. Nze ndi mukyala ebbeere toliraba. Omwami yampasizza kubanga yanjogerezza for 7 good years. Gy'otaali. And in the 8th year, omwami nampasa mu November, mu October. Nali saagala November because I did not want to stay sick. Even when I'm married to him. Embaga nebeera 23rd of October, and it was on a Wednesday because abasamize tebakola ku Wednesday. I didn't want 24th, which was a Thursday. But the lawyer asked for a Thursday, and court gave me 23rd. Because it's a Wednesday. But I was born on a Thursday. Isn't today a Thursday? Kwange embaga yawedde. Goyagala embaga yagiteeka ku birthday. Happy birthday to whoever is celebrating their birthday in November. Tugondemu gumungende mwanatu. Sawa meka. Engoye twazitadde engoye z'omwami tulina ziggyayo mu masiini. Godwin yalina engeri gy'enyuma. Ye Godwin. Wakola PhD nga gwe Godwin. Godwin. Oh na 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 na. God reigns. Bw'obanga akola PhD ne masters nga I've helped you get to that higher ground. Gano gamwe. God reigns. Wawasa omukyala. Did I contribute on your wedding? Tetwambala ngoye nkadde. Tetwambala masuti makadde girls. Tochikkirizanga. Kasule Raphael ajja kutungira suit all the way from Canada. Kasule ngali wala. My sister will make sure you're smart, boys and the girls. She's called Julian Wanyana. Mwebaze chikazi chi. Eryo linnya lya jjajja wa taata. Chikazi chi. Because we are big. Some of you call her Chika. Chikozi chi chikazi ekinene. That was one of Jajja's names. But Jajja baba taata. Bakola engoye za Olympics 2016-2018. Mwe mukola ki ewammwe? Kasule Raphael. K. Raphael Contour. Batukola amasuuti gokka gabiyitale. Gabeerako brand. Kasule, I'm coming to Canada. Ompime bulungi. Ne suuti y'omwami wagirabya yambala linen. Tetwambala yambala bigoye, twambala linen ne old school. Abatajja regulo tebabitegeera. Omusajja mutamiivu biki ebyo byayambadde. Yambadde linen all the way from Belgium. Nga taliko credit card. Omwami yegulire suit. Omwami yangulire ekiteeteeyi ekya white. Omwami yagula ekiteeteeyi kya white. I could not allow my aunties to buy me that white dress kubanga tebagitegeera. Era banneebaza ne bagamba embuzi ya. Omanyi embuzi kyetegeeza. Ne ngamba nfudde. Embuzi nze nagitereka. Lwaki muginsaba? Nze nina elephant gye ngenda okuwa mama wange. Embuzi ntono nnyo. Mama tumutwalira elephant. The big 5. Mama tumutwalira elephant. Si goat. Mama nosobola kulala elephant meat. Mama nosobola elephant. Omwana agenda kwa mama we elephant. Isn't it my profile picture? Oyo mchalo muembuze mujamu. Tuyogere ebyo bintu mbantu. Mama asana elephant. Mama agenda kwambala gomesi. Kukwanjula kwange kwanga ne kumbaga yambadde. Omwami yagambe okwanjula gye kuli. Era ye yali abyagala. Nze namuteeka mu kasonda basi. Namugamba munage kakate komawo naye. Ekintu kiri bwekiti. Namugamba tata yagambye akooye. Omwami naye teyakitegeera namuwa surprise weewunyisa omwagalwawo. Yatuuka enkuba yatonya agendera ku boda paasi yafa. Enze zino paasi zetukozesa paasi yafa. Ng'ate saagenda golola ngoye za mwami. Esther oli obeera n'omwami wo wayonooneka dda. Omukyala eyatendekebwa oleka amasuti g'omwami bagagolodde gatwale wadde obi waakiri. Omwami aleka kuswaziswaza abo basajja beesimba mu basobola. Namugamba paasi wagirabye kumbe paasi saagipanga ate nze engineer nze kamunyo nedda omwami engineer ne engineer wa Esther alina masters mu renewable energy. Omwami y'omu ku baasinga Mengo Senior School in 1999 at Senior 4. Mengo ne mugamba tetugenda kuwa bwe tukuwa bagenda kusiba n'agenda Caltech. 1999 2000 Esther did 4 years in Mengo, and in 2003 Esther went to Caltech Academy. My brother also followed suit. My sisters went to Rubiri. Mubaba uliriza nnyo taata. Ate beba juvenile. Nze mpuliriza taata nzekka. Kyekyo lwaki when I talk to taata connection gyeri. Bo babeera mu Katemba. And they are good at Katembering. I'm goodest good because what they do I can do. It is Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verses 10. My sister is a singer. None who follows me. And she did industrial fine art. Echalani achitegeera cutters of my grandmothers. The 4 generations on both sides, the 3 generations on both sides. Mama wange echalani achitegeera. Batuwa bamuwa ekirabo ku 21st January 1984 as a present. We still have the singer. It's called the singer. Nze senga nangulira brother. Mu 2014 senga from the UK yangulira brother. Nendio kantunga amasweta. Na. Esweta ya Esther. Uganda neyambala amasweta gange 2015. You still have my products? I have a sweater and a scarf. I made sure I stay with a souvenir. I love souvenirs. I have a cardigan. No, I have a sweater. That you want a sweater? I have a cardigan. No, I have a sweater. Because it's open. We shall confirm. Mango sweaters, those are cardigans. I have a sweater. Because you sweat it. You sweat it. Whoever has my product, nga wampagireyo. Ona, you paid the 50K for the sweat, for the cardigan and the sweats. Someone sent me a photo of their daughter wearing the sweater I made. It was navy blue. Nagamba chichichino. Ikara, John, ne Miriam Musazi, Naku. Eyo nyumba ya Musazi na Serenga. Chikozi. Mama Helen Allen Musaz gano gago. Jajange Nantumbwe gano gago. Muwala wa Mama Florence. Gano ga Esther ne Ezekiel. Abana ba Julie Mutesasira. Nedda. Si ya Julie Mutesasira. Ye birungi Julie Jini. Tabinkwata ko. Batuzala Esther ne Ezekiel Mutesasira. Ne Elizabeth Mutesasira. Bamama gano gamwe. Nga wakuza bulungi abaana balina empisa mu bantu. Sebo gano gago omukulu Dr. Israel Busura n'omukyala Dubai. Omwana tukoze kati awo tuba twebaza Dr. Mpaka, Dr. Sameko, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Mwayafu, Dr. Nsowe. Toka doctors, Dr. Naku. Gano gago mwanatu. Nga nali kumbaga yo ngoli musawo dabasawo from Mbarara. Gano gamwe Mbarara University. 2006 I went and worked in National Water Mbarara. I overhauled Kasese. I entered the ball mill. No girl could do it. They have all the photos. Gizamba National Water 2007 Sikisi Gizamba National Water Mara. Do you work for Jessa? Amataga Jessa brand ambassador Mugwat. You work in Kasese Cobalt in 2007, Gano Gago, and you met Esther Solomon. The company had over 300 people, and only 30 were women. And I was with Juliet Coverseat in the environmental department 3 months. And I told her, I'm an engineer. I want to work in every department. By the time I left, the finance, Pradeep, met me in the corridors. And he peeped and smiled. And he said, hello, Job Jennings, Rob Jennings. This is yours. Nick. May his soul rest in peace. The man from Zimbabwe, Amos. He died in COVID. Ganoga Andrew Mbuye, human resource. And your teams that brings Senkindu, Edward Kasese, Mengo Senior School, the baseballer. Senkindu worked with Cobalt and he worked with Escom. Now he works with Postal Bank. Ganoga Gonsenga Florence. Choka menge, ratu malane chidai no chichigundile mengo. Aberubiri. Kajambo. Esther does not deserve to be in Lubiri. Yet agagenda nkowe. Nze mfuna bukowe kowe. Takiko bukowe kowe. Buli feke. Chizibu. Tulirudawa. Tugende ke Bugema. Kama ugwe abana be Bugema. Mubasebe side abana bayimba. Solomon, Tendo, Tushabe. The mother to the Magambos. Ganogago, 17th November. She's on the 40th floor. Jaja gave her names, but she writes her name Salome. In the Bible, she's a peacekeeper, the mother to the 2 boys. that are friends to Jesus. Muchala Zebidayo. Oyo Solome Basuta. Nedda. Solome Basuta. Yayimba nazineri. Kerode ne kerodia. Solome Basuta ganogego. Oyo bamuyise Professor Mugambi n'omukyala Lydia Mugambi. Celebrating nga buli atali celebrated nga gowulira toli celebrated. This is for Sengambeke Kadamali with her pack of 7 children and only 1 boy. Chirumira Dan, Uganda Cranes. The only sportsman in the world. Sports science. Dani Chirumira tugenda kwasa mukyala kati. Ekintu yagambye ye mama yeka. Nangamba mama yandetedde ki yenze mutabani w'omu yeka. Happy birthday, Solome. The mother of 2. And the big girl asomera Chibuli. Yesu aweerera abaana ba Solome. Nyabo. Bw'oyogera ku Solome owedde. Bw'omulya omusaamu amaaso ng'ofujja amalusu nga Yesu aweerera abaana ba Solome. Solome tugenda kufumbirwa. Solome yambala ekiseke ekya white tokyambala sikusanga. She made sure that I'm smart on my wedding. Her heart is my heart. For us, we speak our heart, not our mind. For us, we speak our heart, not our mind. Me and Solome tendo tushabe. Mama waba magambo. We speak our heart, not our mind. May all your friends, Solome, get married in Umeme. Which is no longer Umeme because Umeme was sold. Umeme twamugoba. Nga bwe twagoba Escom. Ne generators. Kati Uganda yekikola. Solome. The Lord has elevated you on the 17th of November 2024. Notula ku meza y'abakungu gy'olina okubeera. Webale kukola mirimu buli gy'alaga akola emirimu oyo tomuzannyirako ne make-up we. Ndowooza ne batula egambye Esther abaana abantu abasabise nnyo mbadde nina okutwala Solome ku meza y'abanene abaddaaki badde nkasamutute. Ate Solome bwaddayo ku meza y'abanene abasigadde follow suit. Buli omu ng'ayambala olugoye lwe. Ffe bwe tutyo twambala bolo gawuni. Twambala bolo gawuni. Bazita bolo gawuni. Solome, the spirit that binds us omutegeera bulungi, right? This is me taking my family to the higher table where they are supposed to be. All of them. If you're a Solome in the family, if you're Nachimera, wherever you are, if you're Esther, and you're not yet married, and that man is just destroying your life, ask the Lord whether he's your man. Even if you're married, ask the Lord. If you're already married, sweetheart, go amunoonya n'omwesibako mbu sigalayo kikulye teri divorce. Okujjako nga yeegobye bw'agenda mugambe agende n'ebibye byonna n'abaana abato. Esther nkoyo okuweerera abaana b'abasajja batalina magezi. Boys, take care of your responsibility. Temutumanyira nga bwe mutyo. Naye bw'obanga olina kubeera n'oyo omuwala, boys. Ebyo mwekalakaasa siddayo. Olaba kino kyenkutte? Buli mulenzi ng'onya Uganda Warrage. Kati nno kano kalimu lemon ne ginger. I brought it for medication. Ivan yampa Germany dose nga nkolola. You're ready to see me drink kizibu. Emizimu gy'ewammwe giniize. Emizimu gy'ensenene gy'ekubejja gy'abasoga egy'olugabe ejengwe jemamba jinize nkwate kuchupa jinize njiweyo jinize jigamba Esther balage baby balage gwaliko wangala ayisa abasajja Mutabi, the great grandson of Mutesa Sira. Mutesa Munene. They come from the Chintu lineage. Kabako ya sinna muganda olikechicha ngomuzala. Sinna mwana wa Mutesa taina mwana wani. DNA ya wajikebera. Tukebere. Tuvene wano tukebere DNA ya kabaka. Nite mwina mpise. No walampa katikiro katonda wange ngoli human resource owalampa Esther mwete mwerabire eriyokutika ebimotoka bya kasasiro wewamu oli human resource damu mpala mpengo blocking ogeno mpairiza wairiza ngato oli nkulina ko Luganda ngoli human resource ye katikiro zemba lina in the honor of the house of Luyimba's of Solomon Luwalala was a title to cover you. It's KLM. Kalibala Luyimba's Kalibala Luwalala. Choose your poison. Auntie was celebrating a Halloween. Mine celebrating up 31st. The witches brew and you choose your poison. Then on 1st November was All Saints Day. That is Matthew 5. Me and the Chavazinga at 35, me at 40. Pastor Afansamba. Mama Sala Kawesa Ganugamwe. Pastor Namtev Ganugogo. Happy birthday, Manette. Pastor Gariskina. Ganugako Alanigani, 11 November. 17 November, Molondo Victor, UN, Human Resource, and happy anniversary 9 on the 24th of October with your wife Claire Manja, Molondo. And on the 15th November, Alan Gunn, 10 years in marriage with Shamina Talija. We were going to die on that trip. And I was seated behind Mlondo Victor when we were going to Kamuli. In Chireka, near the stones, the quarry. And I did their EIA and audit. Twasange chimotoka nga tutudde mu baby hammer. Trailer n'enyiga side kwe nali ntudde. Ngamba tudde mabega. Bwe twatoka eri ne bangamba oli ku side y'omukyala siya Alan. N'enyiga. Naye nenseka na nyambadde gomesi ya red. Ngamba naye Mukama byebinnya biki. Kumbe Mukama yali araisinga Shamina Talija kubanga mwana wa Haji. Kubanga jjajjange Hajat. Abesu nasubuga Hajat. Narongo. Emamba tenga Hajat. Tuba tukomawo. Tutuuse wali. Kweyo petrol station olyokotuuke. Awali bridge. Victor yakuba oluji katona nkutuleka engalo. I was going to lose my hand in ginger after Kamuli. Yakuba oluji katona nfe. I kept quiet all the way to Kampala, and he asked what I was doing. Janice Mukulu namugamba, she's awake. I almost left my hand in Ginger, where my first birthday was celebrated. And I did all audits for petrol stations and EIAs, courtesy of Geotaxon, former Geotaxon, David Nkutu, and Arthur, and Dr. Paul Segawa, sorry, the late, who died in July the 5th at 50 years of a heart attack. He married my OG Sunday school, courtesy of David Nkutu, the Namasagali boy. I was going to leave my hand in ginger, yet I already have a scar, courtesy of Juko, the son, the last bonds of the late Omukulu Besweli Mulondo, the grandfather to Omukulu Walugembe Mutebi Robert, whose daughter Victoria shares a birthday with Esther Solomon. Happy birthday, Victoria Walugembe. Captain Walugembe. Motor vehicle in Imbuya. He studied with Esther in renewable energy, and we majored in biogas. Me and Winnie Grayson Zero, Morris Bamwenda, Mwesigwa, my father Mwesigwa, air conditioning refrigerator. The cohort, the 5th cohort, renewable energy, and we had the late Albert Rugumayo, who died in 2018 of cancer, who studied with my auntie in King's College Wooddow. If he was alive, he would be 66, but he made sure that I meet his last born, who is a civil engineer, one of the biggest consultants. They sit in Kololo. She's a civil engineer. The Kakurus, their mother, it is All Saints. Their brother works with Ministry of Energy. Someone asked me, where did you meet those children? They are the most richest in All Saints. No, the most richest. That is why Dr. Albert Rugumayo loved me so much, because he went and investigated about me, because his father, that Rugumayo Senior, was my grandfather's best friend. King's College Wood. King's College Wood. If you went to King's College Wood, go. King's College Wood in Uganda. When you marry your wife, what I that again, to the King's College Wood. But we did King's College Wood. Because all they do is to connect us to the right people. Kalibala Martin umula mirembe, omulembe gwafe sebo. Namugamba ko Sunday on the 10th of November. Enkuba neryoka etonnya. Manye mbaze bujubi. Mitiyana. Enkuba neryoka eba ku 11th of November. Neryoka esigula ebintu mu Mitiyana. Damwe tukwateko. Nature, Esther mizimu jigobe. Toyina ebifaananyi byange mugenda mu bibba. Jigobe. Jeb Bartlett. You know Jeb Bartlett? You don't invite him when they are children and you're pregnant. Kubanga eri eba sasi ku sasi. You know Jeb Bartlett? Go Google him. I sent you emails in 2016 and you just looked at them. Go retrieve the emails I sent you in 2016. Jeb Bartlett, go to his website. He's the only one who saw. Because Uganda, you respect Uganda. Because from Buganda we get Uganda. Jeb Bartlett does not respect Uganda and Uganda. He doesn't know it. But he respects authority. Mako wachiboko mzungu yo mzibu nyo. Ear to ear, I smelt blood. You don't know who I am. That is why you see my face, original. Even with 4 phases of paralysis. Are you paralyzed? Send a DM. And I send you to the only doctor, the Holy Spirit. I pray for you. I don't send you to J. Bartlett. I only say 2 words. Ekizaalibwa Katonda kiwangula ensi. Are you paralyzed? Esther, why are you holding the bottle? This binds Uganda. Yet they don't have clean water. They send to River Nile. Never send any polluted water to River Nile. If you stay, work near River Nile. The source is in Uganda. It goes up to Egypt. Jesus drank in that water. Do you know how far it goes? Do your history. Kati tusome people power mbalike njabaddira olulala people power mumuveeko. N'olowooza nti embeera ya lubeerera. Esther genda. Sawa satu. It is 9. Is it? We are in the first quarter of the day. The second day, watchman. It is 3 hours. Oh, na, 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 na. I love you all. Enjoy. There are always 8 prayer watches. Hope you know which hour is yours. Esther Solomon goes 24 hours. We are in the 9th hour. 9. It has 3 threes. Call 911. Emergency line. Do you work with 911? What's your emergency? This is me coming before you rescue. Rescue 911. What's your emergency? Rescue 911 until my phone goes down in black. I'm not leaving. In the 9th hour, I'm going. Sure. The phone has not blacked out. You're telling me to leave. As you. 9 hours, good. In the 9th month, the mother gives birth. Mama read the book of Esther for 9 months. This is in the honor of my mother. She's 61 years now. She got married at 20. Tata was 27. Mama gave birth to me at 21, not at 20. Why would I get married at 20? When the US approves 21 to be old enough. Ekizaalibwa Katonda kiwangula ensi. Why would I get married at 18? Uganda. Your approval card is 18, right? Don't drink and drive. The US, it is 21. 9 on the 9th hour. Jesus came out of the grave on the which hour? There were 3 days. Oh, no, you're going to celebrate his birthday. Christmas in winter. Oh, na 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 na. Esther, we are going for holiday. Totally again. I'll be working. No, I wasn't in bed. I had better. No, Kula Vangavi chooses. Oh, you want me to say watchman? It is not watch women, it is watchman. Watchmani, Baskari. The asikali, I was demoted to askari level. I watch over Uganda. Dr. Mulinde, I love you, but the position was given to me when Gideon Mulinde went to visit the Lord. Because I got a dream before Gideon fell sick. And I told you the dream. Tewachigamba. I got a dream. Gideon was with my father and their father. And I was looking while other pastors were sleeping, the so-called apostles, the bishop, in a big building, but it had stairs. I don't know how many floors it was, but there was no lift. They had to walk. And Dr. Mlinde, my father, and Gideon walked out. And I stayed looking like this. Trust me, Dr. Mlinde had died. Gideon left. My dad left in 2010. Whoever is in my father's house is not my father. That is why when he talks to you, it's a joke. I'll teach you how that works. Go read Genesis chapter 1. When you talk to my dad, memory akuna, right? Because that ain't my father. You're playing with my father. Keep on playing. He said he wanted to go after 8. Hope you'll handle him till 80 years. Kubanga twamuzizza ku line on my wedding day. Tata said he wants to go after 8. Mama yambuza, I still want to go at 8. Nagamba, nedda. Nengamba, good. In 2022, the Lord sent one of the biggest birds in Uganda. She carries the prophetic and told me, Esther, your father is going. She saw a photo of the Lion King, Simba, and his father. And the Lord started speaking and said, Esther, the Lord has told you to make sure your father wears the last garment because he's leaving anytime soon. I was very sick. My left leg was rotten. My uterus was to leave. My legs started rotting for 2 good years. Did you see me wear kakondo on my wedding? You saw me walking. Because every church had thrown me out. And I was feeling sorry for myself and crying. And the Lord said, Esther, your name is Esther Hidden. I love you, my husband. Go several as I live where we so. Thank you for respecting my father and mother. From 2017, 3rd November. Thank you for loving my parents and my siblings. The Lord approved him in October 2018 because of what he said that he's going to do for my father and the mother. Every time we talk, he's like, did you talk to Mom and Tata? Because he never buried his own mother. And in Uganda, if you're no longer a Ugandan and you change names wherever you are, you're deceased according to NIRA. To those who are immigrants outside Uganda, let me help the immigration of America, the immigration of any country. Whoever comes to your country and they become a citizen and they change names, they are deceased in Uganda. Until they become Ugandans again, in Uganda you're deceased. Natuka Uganda and I'm like, Gigi. They said, Esther, the Lord said, speak the truth, you're not a Ugandan. Because I put in mind that I want to get a card, a SIM card. And they told me, then someone looked at my ring and said, tell your husband to get you the SIM card. Never use your passport. Nengana. Nengamba passport yange gikozesa ntya okufuna sim card ya Uganda nga nina omwami. Gamba Esther Viveko, that is why I was not connected on any internet when you guys looked for me. Because the number I had was not upgraded. The Airtel number used, it is for work. You want work with civil engineers? That is Martin Luwama, the one who works on your roads in Uganda. The one who is being disrespected and called a thief. I do the EIS. Namamve is all mine. Uganda Investment Authority. Namamve is mine. I went with Arthur Nkutu. We did that work, just the two of us. And I told Arthur, please learn when you're still with David Nkutu and the late Paul Sully. Doctor. He died at 50. I told Arthur, you're not just going to sit on the wheel. I know you love the cars. You love races. Because I have Fred. He races for Uganda. Fred Mengo Senior School, I love you. He races. I will post him again. I love him with his wife. Era tuzeye Mengo Senior School. Katonde, still on the 30th of November. We are at Mengo Senior School. And we are going to race in everything. I'm in Georgie House. That is George Washington, George Mason. We wear pink. If you have your already t-shirt, please wear it. If you don't like the new t-shirts, because they are poor quality, because of Mutagovia Barbara, who lies and disrespects me. I have audios. Barbara, careful. I'll send it to your boss in Namirembe Cathedral. Don't you ever disrespect me and you go and preach the word and you use people's kids in Mengo. I hear to motivate Sunny Baby's home. You destroyed it all the years you've been there. You don't change. Say bye-bye to Sunny Baby's home. Make sure you have a business you're going to run out of the year. I hear Vice President. Your things have the right dates. And the other people, you put wrong dates. Mwami Kaziwe. Do you know who he is? The headmaster of King's College Board. By here it is NBS's work. You proofread. Don't you ever disrespect leadership in seniority. The football team of George House is getting their t-shirts. Oh, na, 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 na. I pledged 12 t-shirts. Only 12. My husband will wear his own t-shirt. It's Hermitage. I'm going to wear the centenary t-shirt. 120. 1998. My family members are going to wear the old t-shirts. But if they want the new t-shirts, I don't really care. Hope you buy them for them. It's called seniority. I entered Mengo when David Kayongo is the head boy. I became a counselor in Senior 1 for 2 years. I was the religious leader in 1993 in P3, Chitevidian Boarding Primary School. In Mengo, I was a counselor. And after me, Olive Wameli, the wife to the late Wameli Anthony, one of the big birds, the counselor, the council. He got his farm when I was watching. Oliver said James Victor Wama, Nangabo, the Victor generation. His mother didn't send nene. Bwetaba nsenene liba fumbe abeera Nangabo. Kumpi n'abekobe babusulwa to the house of the late Elivansoni Busulwa, buried in Buwaya. Buwaya. Elivansoni Busulwa, buried in Buwaya, please. Come over, come over. I respect those houses in Nevitini. So those are women. Eva Mise Elivanson Busulwa, the oldest daughter of Luwama Asanasiyo, mothered by Nachimera Solomon Luwama, courtesy of Ludia Namboze. Eva Mise Elivanson Busulwa, Dr. Busulwa Israel. I love you with your family. Ne mama, mwagala nnyo, when your father died in 2007. No, 2006. Babu zanyagena ne Busulwa. Dr. Busulwa. Ne mbagamba tomufaayo. He's in safe hands. Ne muteka ku bus. 4 hours from Barra. Busulwa slept all the way. Nga aline jajja, aline mama, aline sister. Because I'm a firstborn, Busulwa is the lastborn. And Busulwa is still alive till death. Busulwa made sure that I'm comfortable the time I was doing my industry training in Mbarara, where I met the Vasawos. And before I met the Vasawos, because of training, Miriam Musazi Naku. Kubanga Busulwa kojawe. On Friday, we would board the bus and go to Mbarara. And on Sunday, from Chambogo. And on Sunday, we were on the bus coming back to Kampala. Nga bazadde baffe bamanyi tuli ku university. People asked us, those girls, they feel sweet. You want to marry us? We make sure we host you in our rooms. I told Miriam, those boys are only getting dry tea and Mwana will cover the buns. If you want other things, buy them. I told her we need to check them with baba bali abulungi kubanga baswankula bali abogira negendo neneri. John Ikara. Your grandmother prayed for me, John Ikara. Status of my mother, John Ikara. Ganogago. I love your daughter. Imara Ikara. Katate tuinayo. Tuinayo baby afana na Derek. We are 3. A number ziva satu teprongerako. I love you, Miriam Ikara. Musazi naku. Wachikola ikyabasa uganugago nga ngenda. Yesu aba elevate nze mu bitiibwa olunaku lwa leero. Nagambye badule paka lwe naggwako shi. Because weddings belong to the Lord. Omusajja ava eri Mukama. Bayibuli egamba nti alabye omukyalo w'okuwasa aganja. Ikara John. Many people have said words when they don't know because you're a man who keeps quiet. He works with who? Mugi! Ene mulago. Mulago Mugi. Tuyingiddewo. That is Esther elevating everyone in Mugi. Esther Nachara. This is me. Ganogago Esther Nachara Serwadda. Era tuba tuzeeyo Mengo Senior School nga tuvudde wa King's College Budo. Ne tugenda Etaiba High ne tuvaayo. Tuzeeyo era kimaze kiggwera Mengo Senior School. Kubanga King's College Budo yezaala. Mengo yezaala King's College Budo. Paka battery reggwako. If you know a friend to Miriam Musazi Ikara, we love you. The matron of Miriam. She works with him as cement. We love you, Grace. King's College Budo muri bakitalo. We love you, Walusimbi Serwano. This is God elevating Mami Walusimbi's house. Weba muyise kulabako. Sanyo. Kulabaka akola nawe. She made sure that I sit on Brussels Airlines in 2016. Mukwano kulabako bwe nagenda Brussels naviramu mu Ghent Belgium naye okudde Uganda ne ngamba apaana sidda Brussels tulina ogenda tuli Turkey ne ngamba Brussels apaana kajjambo Brussels I love you Brussels Airlines but the royalty I carry can only go to Turkey. Istanbul. Mutugamba mwetiko obugundi bw'ennyonyi buli eyeetika akagoye k'ennyonyi mpozi mwamanyiraani Katona afe nangamba kalira bono byangagaalo oyo looya wa Nuupu omukyala looya wa Nuupu bakumanyira nengamba mu muwerevu bwanadda engulu Museveni amuwadde obutwa nengamba omanyi engeri nti Museveni yabazaala kanyambe buli eyeetika akagoye k'ennyonyi because people don't know what it means. This is Brussels Airlines. Whoever carries this is a brand ambassador. They are royals and bayita mabega wa nnyonyi tebayita maaso babayisaawo buyisi mwenga muliri musimbirayo babuuza lwaki batwawudde anti bwe mba mugenda mu ggulu. This is Brussels manya Turkey nyine mwetika obugoye bw'ennyonyi mu buli babbi kale muli banafu b'obwongo Uganda. You fly Air Uganda until I become a Ugandan again. It is Turkey. You're in Turkey and you don't have documents and you disrespected me. The Lord forgave you. Hope you can get documents the right way. Omusajja yakuzalemu nakulekera baby. Kale lumbuye. Otanga mwakulekana. Obera Turkey gukojja omunaku. Obera wa. Moda abamulagira namba jalo odanga mugerumbuye nja kukimako. Nyawo lumbuye damu of mem 7. Eyo diversoni gwe kojja omunaku gwe neweekolera omunaku mu biddangamu mutumanyira. Obutasoma buluma bukulu gwe simanya apooso wiri onyuma na kiboko ku matama mbombo ye gwa apooso ani apooso Bible gyosoma bwegamba oyo hamba mutemeko omuntu ani atemako ani hamo mumanyi tamale mirundi yes akwaga tamale bamugoba mu kikata ino mpozi madira nkima chakaze ngana lukwago Sengana lukwago mweswaza. Mugobani tamale junior. Tamale junior na musubizi. Ngaruza saga. Ebagise Brussels. Nawe fuuka royal. Kitono nnyo sasula sentezo. Nga batulangira nga bwetubba ebintu by'ennyonyi mukwano. Bino ebintu bya bwereere. Ennyonyi nga Turkey Airlines, Brussels, you get them for free. Because they are being taken for recycle. Ne babutwale buyamba abanaku wherever. Olabye bwennyumye. Turkey Airlines. Turkey Airlines. Turkey Airlines. Oh na 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 na. Turkey Airlines. Red color. I was in red in my primary school. In Stephen boarding primary school. I could do anything I wanted to do. And red was always winning. To Mr. Nadiope. William. My mathematics teacher, Ganogago. Aunt Rosie again. Mchala Kavugo. Mr. Buze, Mr. Vinza. Step down boarding primary school, Ganugamwe. Awumule Mirembe, the headmaster, Mr. Sewanyana, 1993. Bayo Mani Tata Wange. They exchanged because of school fees. Tata came back home and told Mama, I'm not going back to the schools. I have enrolled you. Waitawa Kabanga Katono, omutine gukala, ekitebi. Oguli kumpi ne office ebikola ne biggwako. Headmaster nafa thereafter. Headmaster yafachi. Esther, headmaster ina sirimu. Teachers started dying after that. In Chiteli. The trees would be funny. Teacher yazimba obulago wana. Mr. Batwala, pancake, sneaker, bicycle. Teacher Cheswa in a P1 should sleep like this. Never walk or P1. Naye bakanali okayimuka watinagamba. Nachimera I've been playing Jakukubengoro. This is for my teacher. Teacher Nanyas, my maskiti teacher. Her son died this year. Yatabukomtwe. You don't know the pain I went through. Yankubaka gom P5. I was playing with Nalmansi Stella. Nalmansi Stella came when we were celebrating my grandmother, and she was dozing. In Makai, look at. She's the natural resources officer, Wakiso district. Now she's in Nansana. She stays in Nakaoka. Her husband was Maiso. Maiso died. He slid in the bathroom and he fell and died 2 years back. I was there at her introduction. We went with Nakauma, Minister of Internal Affairs. Nakauma Juliet, with your husband from Caltech Academy. Charles. Emotoka netufaako nga battery etabuse. Ne mugamba leka tulabe. Ne nkoona battery amayinja emotoka netandika. Twali mu RAV4. Nakauma n'atuula ku steering ne tugende wa Kiso. Mu kwanjula mu Gomesi zaffe. Rest in peace, omukulu Maiso. Tata w'abaana baffe bana. Still, I love you. Normansi Maiso. Wakiso District Natural Resources Office. I studied with her. Chitekden Boarding Primary School. She's my best friend. She has a sister called Rita Navagala. Nalongo. Abakatoliki halo. Bonna baalokoka katasobuhu. Kaba wa redeemed. Fina. Insurance etutegeera. Jennifer Wanyana Mrs. Allen Namuga Mrs. Mchala w'omusomesa omubwati. Nanteza Rebecca Mrs. Oh, Nanyonja Sylvia Omukowu. She's a Mrs. Muchala Hajat, all the way in the UK. Ndeje tumanyi. Awa juvenile bange Chitebide and Boarding Primary School. Kalyango Ishmael. Young baby kono mu P6. Teacher najja nasanga nganzimbi anti-peace. Namugamba Kalango. Tebakuba bakyala. He was made to box the wall. Pakari yakaba. He's a teacher. He has a school. I will introduce him on the table. Tofayo. Bami say Ishmael Kalyango. Muri aine somero ngoli obi wange kagobako. Banagaya Nicodemus, the doctor, all the way from Vienna. Mama senfuma n'omukyala. Ne taata senfuma. Mbagala nnyo kabo wa redeemed. The Lord has elevated Mama senfuma with her husband Senfuma, the accountant of the church. Senfuma Kabo redeemed. Omuwala bw'omukwana n'agaana. Don't badmouth them. I love you, mukyala Mutebi. Diana. Nexubika. Gano gagonyabo e Texas. Oyo bamuyisa America Mengo Senior School. Katonda kiwangula ensi. She's a mother of two, a girl and a boy, who are now in the US. All of them with their father Mutebi. That is God elevating all my hobbies and orgies. Mengo Senior School wanyali basonyiwa. Walakira eridadi. Gano gagosebo n'omukyala Kisawuzi Andrew. Mbazira Josephu. Fire. Gano gagosebo. Omukulu, the big bird. Mulindwa David. Cannon Sites, the only surveyor. Gano gagosebo. Nkusamu ekitiibwa wantwala nenda bajjajja we yakuza. Oyo muyise Mulindwa David. He's doing his PhD now. He's a surveyor, one of the biggest. I will introduce him on the table. He has a company. They survey your land. Ateka tutukuteka ku Google. Because he has worked with Chinese. The experience, because my grandfather was a surveyor. The world loves surveyors. He's registered in Uganda, by the way. He works with different countries. Wabamwise Mulindwa David. We wana mbo innocent. Amanya ndiowe. Gano gagosebo. Mutabani wa Katuku. Ne mukyala wo n'abaana and your sisters. Mwami Katuku tukusamu ekitiibwa. You slept in Usha or Magazine Moses. Boston, the film industry. Rebecca Jingo, Ganogago. Ganogo, Sarongo Isabi. Ganogo Gosem. Omukulu Keno, Mpagisinia. Pagalo Navon. Omukulu Musabachika Ganogago. Ngamba gwe mugerwa Jeremiah. Jeremiah. The book of Lamentation was written by who? Remote Control. Or your fufa, Jeremiah Mugerwa. KCB Bank. Mengo Senior School. Fufa. Yesu. Limenti Yesu. Ganogako 7. San Nelson Mpaji. Webale kunjagala. Oh, your son Nelson a one day girl. They are going to teach you English and you go abroad. Look for son Nelson in one day girl. I will share him again. Asomesa Luzungu. No, go. Or your remote control. When we say Mpaji Nelson. If you know you're Mpaji. Ganogamwe. Yempaji Luwaga. Go Luwaga Sevo, go Empaji. Muyine Empaji, Zegali. Mbere nonga ngwa bugimbiko. Omwana yagala President Trump. Bakwadde ne visa kati mukwano Mpaji Nelson ze went. Mpaji teaches people and he makes sure you do English very well. Mpaji Sevo, Nelson sir. I'll share you. And you have a visa to the United States of America to come and visit and see the White House in Vitiwa. Because the way you love President Trump. My goodness. Just go to the embassy and introduce yourself. Sampaji Nelson. And you get a visa to the United States of America. You come and visit. I give you your books and you go educate. People from Malaysia, the Lord has elevated you to teach immigrants in the United States of America. You have a school in the United States of America. San Nelson Page. Nze wentyo. Nga gwosekerera ng'ogenda onjogerako nga San Nelson Page ayingidde United States of America. Mr. San Nelson Page. He teaches English if you don't know English. And the Lord has given you a school in the US. And you will be running it yourself. You'll be back and forth because Uganda needs you more than ever before. I love you, San Nelson Page. San Nelson International College. Learn, inspire, and develop. Learn English through simple books. I love you, San Nelson Page. Listening strategies. Answers. San Nelson School of Language Kampala. Short courses in English language. We enhance speaking, reading, listening, and writing skills. +256 782 091409. I will post him. And you take whoever does not know English in Uganda, and San Nelson Page will help them. If you're in the United States of America, hold on. Hold on. Change is coming. The way Mushabe Dixon held on. Now he's in the United States of America. The way Alan Gansuga Chitiwa Foundation. Hold on. Change is coming. I said, hold on. Now, San Nelson Page, where do you want the school? In Arlington or in Virginia? In Richmond or you want it in Boston, Massachusetts? It is you to choose where you want to stay in the United States of America with the school. You come, teach people, and go back. That's how it works in the United States of America. We give you a visa. You come, establish, then you go back because you don't have a work permit. But you can come and visit us, San Nelson Page. Let us win and I go. Oyo omukulu mbadde sinzi. Omukulu Slas Mubanda. I love you. He has a restaurant at Star in Nyanama. He cooks food. Mubanda Silas. His grandfather built the first church in Mackay in the 50s. I did the EIA for the new church. I love you, Canon Buembo. I love you, Canon Kavanda of Mokono. Sebo, pledge fee. At $2,400 as the numbers on both sides. Kaveja. And the numbers Rudia and numbers Eloida. On both sides, we are going to bring our pledge on behalf of Sarah Nareiso, 105. Because Kaveja chose her to be the mother of Otefa and Sarah Kalibat. Oh, na, 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 na. It was done by Kaveja. She chose a man, a wife. And she chose my man. How does that work? The Lord said, yes, Esther, that's how I work. And I'm like, okay, he's my husband. Teri kuda mukayana. Nengamba teri kayana Esther Bonda. Bwebagamba mukyala Lubwama beera mukyala tobeera mwami okitegedde mwami Lubwama sanansi yo n'afuuka omwami courtesy of Absolomoni Luyimbazi Luwalala and Chigoza Sanansi nga Serenga You come from those houses, you were never celebrated. Gano gamwenga ngenda. 12 mubineza $. Zigenda kuzimba. Ne laptop. Kana ni buwembo. I represented my mother and my father. Mubitiwa. Because of omukyalo oyambala engoye nnyingi n'oggumira, oyambala ekikooyi, n'oyambala pet, n'olyoka oteekako ekikuyiro kisikaati, then you put on a gomesi the way you want, n'oggumira n'obeera ng'oli bwomu. Esther, kyekyo lwaki buli ssaawa oyambala engoye nnyingi? Yes, so that siswaza ngoye z'abajjajjange. Ezo garments Mukama yazibawa, nze nazibawa. Ogiyita emizimu, oli mulalu. Katonda wange. Esther n'alyoka amakinga sure nti bakabaka bonna aba Buganda balokoka. Nkwagala nnyo maama Najinda. Tutuuleyo mu Esther, kubanga oyo ssenga wange. Tutuuleyo mu Esther's convention. I missed the other years I attended once because I have God's work to do. Mama Najinda. Sangali ambogo. Gano gago. Bakugamba go agamba tuli waweru. You're 21 years of age. 4th of July. That is the day my grandmother was buried. I am the copyright of Tuli Waweru. Buganda was looking for me for 60 years. How old I am? Am I? Aye. But tubeera nga walokoka. Nga you carry the king's mantle. Ese tebiri otudamu na byogera. Na yaba copy. Nze ngafumbirwa mu copy. Ngomukopi ampasa. Okujjako ng'olokose abakopi. Okujjako ng'olokose n'ojjula omwoyo. Nga toyogera bwogezi mbu nalokoka. Naye ng'olokoka n'ebyenda byo ne birokoka. Naye ngeri nti no tonnalokoka okyalimba abantu. Ogenda webaka bakakuba n'ababeni mu kanisa ng'obasuubiza obbawasa. You're still even lying to me. I hear you're my friend. Nga level calling nze nabasaayo because of prayer. Then you block me because you work with a big. If it wasn't me, because of forgiveness, most of you would be losers. I love you, Alan Gani, Soboga, Mama Moloko Downey, Chitiwa Foundation. Oyo mwana wa Mukama. Kusawe yokuna nga Esther agenda. Kabatule nakagambye paka nga ziweze sawa nya. That is a watchman. You call yourself a watchman? Nyabo, baskali onaje mulingo goli askali in any country. I represented you to all watchmen. A watchman and an intercessor are different. Watchmen don't sleep. Mwami wange kabadde kakodyo kusembyayo baby. Naberenga watugamba wano omwami ni apapa nani. Choka Mengo Senior School and Caltech Academy and Belgium. 20 good years abroad. Choka mwami. Ampa sorry watch talo baby. Wami somagalo wao. Oyo ne kati tuli ku mwami wange. Abadde alinya Brussels Airlines. Nagambye nedda mukwano tulya take ne wafe. Nangamba Esther. Nze ndabika njagala kugenda Portugal. Ne mugamba baby sikulinaako buzibu. Naye no ye super power. Nangamba kale tukkiriziganye only 10 years. Nangamba only 10. Nze nga nkwagala obeere mu America paka Yesu lwalidda. Tutesa otesa n'omwami omwangamba byampapula sikyo kati bye bigambo byo nakiwangula ensi ono bamuyise mwami wa Esther weewunyisa omwagalwawo abadde alinya Brussels Airlines nagirinya mu 2016 katasovu kulabako Sanyu Walusimbi Tendo Walusimbi I love you cricketer he made 50 years happy birthday Walusimbi Serwano the cricketer now he's a golfer with his wife ne Esther yagadde nnyo ennyumba eyo kubanga taata waabwe ye baby wa Nakimera oyo bamuyise Walusimbi. His grandson got lost. But on Wednesday I called my father's house. It was 5th August. And Tata said he's tired. I told him, Tata, wait. Then I asked someone, how is Mami Walusimbi? And they're like, he's not feeling so good. I was like, okay. I called Kulavako Sanyu. Nemugamba, please make sure after work I speak to your father because the Lord is visiting the house. Yangamba mamuzi nemugamba ya. Nemugamba ngenda mugulira essimu nangamba yafa nemugamba nedda. Ngenda mugulira essimu n'engatto za red. They are brown shoes because he loves standing out. He's a baby. He's in his 70s. Nemugamba sebo. He always misses his mother's greatest things. But I made sure I see him before I come back. Mama Muchala Walusimbi Beatrice, we love you. Webale kulabirira tata. 50 years of cricket. Nengamba mwana nino mwelevating Mwami Walusimbi. I prayed for him and the entire house. And on Saturday, his grandson disappears. AM here. I was 7 hours behind Uganda. And I called Kulavako for 1 full hour. I told them, you go and look for the boy. Omwana ali autistic atayogera nteza. Walusimbi Tendo. Nga mama wali Canada. Nembagamba mwe mugende. Food soldiers. They were supposed to be eating food. They sang endos. After celebrating everyone who died in Kaboa, they sang endos. I told them, it is time now. You collect the house of the late Solomon Sengendo. Enough of the disrespect in the family. Because Jaja Nakimera told him, when Tata gave his life to Christ, he told my father, leave the professor's house. Namugamba tefa on your own. That is Nakimera Solomon Ruwama. Because eri nyumba ya mwami we. Mwami Ruwama, tomalagazanyirayo. Neba Mugamba vewa Professor Mugambi. Professor Mugambi never threw out my dad. And on the 21st of October, a day to my wedding, Professor Mugambi and Lydia Mugambi gave their lives to Christ. Solomon was down in a meeting in Machindi Mchigaga. Professor Mugambi, gano gago, abe mamba, bajajange, bebazala mange, banabere. He was my grandfather's best friend. He's now 89. My grandfather is dead. He would be 100 this year, 1st January. Ngamo 40, 1st November. Mwamanyira, mungo ba mu groups zamwe, altars zamwe, nengamba baby. Nzagwe mugoba ganyano, the Lord wanted to elevate you girls. Naye ngeri nti no muli ba kitalo, nga bwe mwerowozaako. Eno bagise elevation code. You want to come to the United States of America? Start respecting the people, girls. Oh na 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 na. Oyo twewunyisa mwagalwawo. Walusimbi. Samuel. 1st and 2nd Samuel. Ojusome, the Lord told me to read that on 28th of June when my grandmother died. Sarah Narweyiso. Chitakule Donta. 1899. Adonai Mukasa. 1900 Uganda Agreement. Happy birthday. Mama Sunday. Yeddira nno Lugave. Kyokka Mama Sunday. Mama Sunday. Good day. Mama Sunday, today is her birthday. Luwama. Mukasa. Mukasa wo. Mwolisebo, baby. Those are my brothers. Because the mother to their mother, to their father, was Narei Sosara from Adonai Mukasa Wingi. Adonai Mukasa and Chitakule Dunta. Ganogamwe. We went to Kagaba at night. No, it wasn't in bed. He's now the deputy. London College. Nyamushe yalingo chiwulire. Ate no Katonda yatwele vetinze. Asaluwama. Bekene. Tugenda kuwasa omutyala. Tell her I love her. Asaluwama. Bekene. Chibina 7 nkwagala nnyo, those are baseballers. Bwentyo Mutemi 7. Emmotoka tuziraba za kavi. You want good cars? Look for Mutemi. And look for Arthur. Kuko inyao waliwo Arthur Luwama. And you know Arthur Luwama, the Lord elevated you to own your own car bonds. Chirieri gojisaba oba butagisaba si yange. Mulondo Brian, the Lord gave you land for hey, choka Mulondo Brian and Emanuela. Sometimes I laugh. Do you know who has your land? Go to Dr. Serwad. That man in Afu. I gave you the dream. What did you do? Don't you end up here, Mulondo? Do you know me, Manuela? You went to King's College Voodoo? Manuela, I don't know you. But I met you before Mulondo did the wedding. Ngamubera kubiri. Ne Rachel Senyondo. But Rachel Senyondo was married. Through registry. Rachel got married 2 times, 3 times. Chokoyo mwana wa Pastor Luwama Victor James muzibuzibu. Rachel Senyondo ganogago. Mosima. Oye bamuyise woman blossom. She can blossom in an amazing way. Ye muchala Senyondo. Omubwati. Ye muchala Senyondo. Gano gago mama. Rachel baguma sabit. Gano, oh, you love a commissioner. Sewa mukulu sabit baguma. Commissioner. Acting nuclear energy. Ababana bajja ku mbaga yange. Ne bagamba tukube simu esimu yange nga bagitute. Tukube simu. Mulete simu tukube. Ne babagamba nabuza bakugata bamugata sawa meka ne bagamba abadde wasatu naye tugenda kumuteka ku saawa 4 baguma naddayo mu office. Because all we could use our phones and we get Esther's details of her passport. But the Lord was like, no. She has to be treated like any other because she no longer carries the garment in the physical. The lady, a young Atamu registry. She asked, who is this? Banange chachigenda mass. Chiwanuka, Ishmael. Ganoga go wangamba ntino my wedding present in December. Ogenda ku WhatsApp. Oyeba mwise pick fair. Ebitabo kosera pick fair. To mama. The one yasomanga budget ya Uganda, the Chiwanukas. Maria Chiwanuka. I respect the house. Yes, our elevators. Chiwanuka Ishmael, I love you. Wangamba wedding present young. Is you going to WhatsApp? mu December. To all the boys from Chambogo University, Kevin Mwesiga, Aliga John the Baptist, Karao, Omukuru, Chinene Anthony, Rugby, Pass on the Mantle, Ganogogo Sebo, Omukuru Ivan Mwanja, Nebachala Vama, Esther naye oyogera ku basajja, anti abasajja be bawasa. California, Ganogomwe. Rest in peace, Kasolo Chigozi. The Lord will take care of your children, all of them. There are only 3. One is already in the US. The other 2 are on their way to the US. Because he went when we've already done everything, he was going back to Uganda to marry his wife. But because the Lord had not chosen the wife, because I made sure that Chigo stops drinking, but he had a problem. And he got tired. Nangamba, Esther, I am tired. Kasolo Chigozi. He was buried in Mbiko, where my first birthday was in 1985, 1st November. Esther, ngo vidamu twakukowa. Genda data siwo. I am a watchman. Tezinawera sawa nyawan. Uganda zilimeka. It is 6 p.m. That is the watchman. Nyabo lero lwakuna lwebanzala. Good. Zigenda kola sawa 5, Esther sawa tezirinya. Anti kati nze ndi nkolera ku sawa ya Uganda. Onana anti mbadde omwami sim celebrating nze bulungi batugamba yo nsoma galwa. Abatoro aboja bakiga watomera abanyarwanda entai smart sibaswazizera otulenged Mama Florence Judge Umulam Mirembe Cheri kudamu kuzukuka 2010 July. So the Mwebes cannot die in July anymore like that. This is me. Abanyoro na abatoro na abayisiki. Western Uganda. This is me honoring the President of Uganda. Museveni President. It is number 7. Esther tujamu kubapakalwana avako bunduchi. Since he's the current President of Uganda, genda abe wamwe babayambe. Oli mu people power. Esther nzuregera ko musajja ngangweri. The city seated in is mine. Nekati nze ndi askali. Anti ziba 5. I love 5. The 5-fold ministries. Today is the 20th. Is it Tebinkwatako over 20th over 21st? What is the date today? I don't care. I'm alive. Today is the 20th of November. I told myself I'm not getting married at 20. And to get 20, it is 5. 4 times. The 4th man in the fire. The book of Daniel. If you know Professor Mugambi, Kagobako. Mule mirembe gabunga. Nayambe mamba muli bakitalo. Omulya mamba abomu navumaganya ekika. Family yomwe mwava agenda walampa abantu. Yedira mamba oba. awumule mirembe. God wins. Onana. I respect the family of my husband on his father's side. Onana. To the lawyer. Omukulu lawyer. Mu family yeka. Chichi. Mwagala baloya ab'ekitalo. Checking the DMs, embalina. Only when you're speaking the truth. If you're not speaking the truth, I'm not sending you to that lawyer. Nedda mkwano ndeka. Bw'oba tyogera mazima ewa lawyer sikutwala. Ewa judge sigenda kutwala. Ewa judge musota. Ewa judge Mujanyi. Judge Madrat. Judge Tuhire. I respect those judges. Nkutwale wa judge ki? Abo bokka kati bempe ekitiibwa basigadde babbi. Eso nabali ma ye babbi nabalaba mu eri mu kooti. Muwolereza ebintu by'ekisiru ne musibisa abaana b'abendi. Abasigadde mugenda kwekolamu omulimu. The judges I met in 28th October. If you know you're a judge and I met you in High Court, those are the judges that approved. I will post their farms. Judge Musota, Judge Mujenyi, Judge Musoke, Judge Tuhaire, Judge Madrat. They have names. Judge Bamugemerere, Oyo, Erinya Yanema. Then waliwo Judge Tumuhaire. The names are just theirs. But kwaliko Abaganda, Judge Musota, Judge Musoke, Judge Madrat, Judge Musota. Those are the judges, the cases I sat in. Kwaliko murder cases. Kwaliko abakwasi b'abakazi mbu. Kwaliko n'ababbi ba ssente. To the judge, to the lawyer who handled Serwamba Daudi. Ganuga Gosebo. Abasiramu bonna. Kawempe. I have verified you. Paka wazinawera sawa. Sawa ziwis. Ziwade. Enesoma bibi. Katulabe wano. Sawa nya. Kana kasawa ka Esther yakuongezayo maso. Kasawa ka. Ako kumukono nakatadde maso. Ngambe yeye. Manambe. Kasawa ka Esther ako kumukono kali maso. Kali an hour early. Went yo. Making sure ndi 1 hour early. Ekigenda okungoba wano kigenda kubeeki. Era kikyo nkiraba. Wali wakisindise nedda. Ziba watch hours. It is 10 a.m. here. But it's always the fourth man in the fire. Then you get number 5. Oh na 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 na. Ekigenda okungoba wano wakitegedde. I'm gonna the world taluza ekizalibwa Katonda kiwangula ensi. To the judges in Uganda, this is yours. To all lawyers, Esther, Tezira, I love you, Caltech Academy. She's the counsel. Who counsels the counselors? She did her work very well. They did not default. I defend them with all my heart because they did their work. The rest who think they didn't do their work, you are supposed to proofread. Oh, na, 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 na. If they made a mistake, whose was it? Every human has an error. Abasawo mbarara Dr. Sura Israel ne Dr. Mwayaf That is Esther nga akwagadde ebyo byakola. Oyo bamuyise Dr. Busurwa yazaala abanene ennyumba. He's the baby in his mother's house. Ali Dubai ne mukyala we nawe genda. Dr. Israel Busurwa ne Dr. Mweyafu. The basa was in Barra. The camera was mine, by the way. Dr. Michael. Are you still in Texas or California? Dr. Arthur Chigos. Hey! Esther yeyinga mwe mwina ba Dr. Boka. Oyo bamuyise Namiryango boys. Dr. Brian Chigondo. He's not a doctor anymore. He's Mr. Brian Chigondo. I respect my matron, Christine Mwanguzi Chigondo, the engineer, MTN Uganda. The house of the late Samson Mwanguzi, Mama Christine Mwanguzi. I respect you. I am honored to know you. Thank you for loving me with David Daudi Mwanguzi, Jeff Mwanguzi, Little Beach Entertainment, Mark Mwanguzi, PhD holder, South Africa, and the bigger bird. Birunji, Biru, Mama Biru. That is my family. In Komamboga. To the Bengal house. Ganogamwe. Badenera bide. Okuzinira Andrew Chisaka. Ganogago 7. Andrew Chisaka. Scripture Union. Mengo 1998. King's College Woodrow. The rugby player. Hey, that was Zeyo Muragibe. The man with the dogs. Oh, you want me to say Andrew Chisaka. What you see today is Andrew Chisaka, by the way. He's my Mordecai, courtesy of Rogers Rumala. You are a ne Harriet Rumala. Diana, Judge of Faith. Monda, the judge. I saw a Judge Faith Monda. She retired last year. This year. Ganamazina ga Mama Chisaka, the mother to Pastor Auntie Mo. She gave me nice flowers. The wreaths I took on Friday in Kagava and Vuaya, and the last wreath I took in Manyi Mbaze Bujubi. You saw me the flower on the 10th. It was going to Manyi Mbaze. I left the church at 2. I reached in Manyi Mbaze Bujubi Mbaze at 7:30 on a border board. Don't ask me what happened. Next time when I send you that come and celebrate my grandmother Nariso Ojanga Kumakai Lugads, the IGG. I respect you. Mama, come here. Oh, I respect you, my biology teacher, Muchala Mukasa Dorothy, Mr. Rao, Mr. Chab, Mr. Arion, Mr. Mulindwa Samwiri, Muchala Chaguranyi Ganogago, geography teacher, ne Muchala Tamale, my accounts teacher. I was good in accounts in S2. Muchala Chigundu. Omukulu Nsenga Kisitu Jonathan bangamba njagala yanne bakonze ne Dana Namumbeja ne ngamba kale kambalage omumwe omukyafu abana b'emmengo mwina olugambo obiddangamu ali South Africa kati. Happy birthday to Jimmy Kamodemu Kayala Paulo Kazibe gano gagosebo e UK ne Dili Oasis Ministries yabasharinga bonna omukulu mbona gano gago Michael Those are baseballers. Awumule Mirembe Ariong. Omukulu. Arua. I love Arua. Baseballers from Arua Ganogamwe. I did EIS in Arua, where Toyota Uganda is. Naye David Nkutu. Awumule Mirembe. Dr. Sali. Segawa Paulo. Forrester. Habari ya Makerere University. Sudani. I love you, Sudani. South Sudani, muri bachito. Olumbanzi Numbye. Habat Nsereko. Na Yekove. Musihabo. Dr. Loisi Mubandizi Ganogagosebo. Agakan. UBDF. Omukulu. Dr. Mubiru. Minister of Health. Minister of Health. Sinyimencha bagamba lumbuye. Luwozeti embeera ya lubeerera Ganogago lumbuye. Salongo. Lumbux. Ne mukwano gw'omuwat. Caltech Academy mukwano gw'olyo wa Caltech Academy. Caltech Academy. Ganogamwe nnyabo. Happy birthday, brother Paulo. Bangamba nti ndi malaya kyantwala Caltech. Kastandi mufumbo. Gwe yampita malaya kansubire wawasa ate nga tozaalangako nga tulina gwe weebaseeko. Ganogago Evelyn. Evelyn Nachito. I love you. Evelyn ennyumba ye yakwata omuliro on a Wednesday. Ekiro ekikeesa Wednesday. I was very sick. And I had dreamt her in a white dress. She was putting up her hands to talk to me. And people were stopping her. And on that Wednesday, her house caught fire. I got funny dreams that do mami nemugamba munange kangende mukwano gwange nyumba ekutta omuliro akola mu Stanbic Bank abeera buddo ate akolera eri Kasangati. She had just gotten a promotion. When she made 2 years, I made 40 years. 1st November, my Germany teacher, Garden of Eden, uses her work because tebasobola kwewandiikira. Choka Kablet. You Kablet. You'll never be the president of Uganda, Kablet. Temuyiza kukozesa Evelyn Mumu mulimu Mengo Senior School. She's a German teacher. Stanbic tutegeera. Then on Friday when I was going to bury my grandmother, Narweis, I was going to pick the flowers. Choka sitani oyine fridge. On the 9th of November, they stole money in Stanbic Bank under the watch of Evelyn. 1 million and over. I kept on seeing why the person is calling. And now I had not saved the name. She's like, Esther, I need help. Someone has stolen money. The man has disappeared. And they are going to fire me. Nemugamba Evelyn, accounts zange bazisibye tekuli wadde ekikumi. Ne omwami apaana sijuyi. Ate ebyange sibiteeka mu mwami ng'ekintu kitabuse. Nze sooka kubira mwami simu nga kyali wange afa. Nedda mukwano. Because I've been doing that for 20 years. Nemugamba Evelyn kankulekere Yesu. Ngenda kaggaba. Ngenda ebuwaya. Nali ndowooza n'emaanyi n'atuuka. Emanyi saatuuka. On the 9th of November. Enkuba n'etonnya. Time n'egaana. N'engoma. Nakoma buwaya. N'engamba the boys. Thank you, Sunday. Rogers Lubiga. Thank you, Mabirizi Pete. Thank you, Jonathan Semukutu. Abo baana baikobe. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel Ntege Hannington, Kabinja Boys. Lubidi. Thank you so much. Martin Ruma. It's Martini Luwama Sengendo. The one who wears Jaja Luwama's house. I was told, baby, I will you to veil because I was there when they were changing the wheel. And if you want me to tell you the one who changed the wheel, deny it and started saying bad words about Luwama Martin again. President Museveni, tell those people to leave court. Because Yusuf is a thief. Chigozi. They should take him for DNA. Because he's destroying Dr. Maggie Chigozi's house. And Walusimbi's house and Sengendo's house. The girls threw him out. He's destroying Musazi's house. Chigozi Naserenga. And Luwama. Asanansiyo. I hear he was entrusted with what? You don't disrespect my boys. I don't know you. Yusufu Chigozi. Whatever you call yourself. Until you get a DNA. You're not part of the family. I have thrown you out. I don't know you. Until you stop going to witchcraft. Now, whoever is working with Yusufu, he calls himself Chigozi, in the Attorney General's office, wherever. You're working with a thief, and they're going to take you to prison. The house does not belong to anyone near Zuri Apartments. So, Walusimbi Serwano is going to build it with whoever told him to break it down. That is Navio and Fred Chigozi. Navio Luwama, it is time to get to work. You destroyed Sengendo's house. You're going to put it back. I don't care with what. That is Sengendo. Cutters of your father, Dan Chigozi. You're all 30 and above. Your mothers cannot talk anymore. Ben Musazi, Naserenga. The Lord has legs for you and eyes for you. Cutters of Jaja. And you will come to the US and stay here with your family. And Esther, thank you so much. All the way from... I love girls who come from outside Uganda. Moliva Chitalo, Esther. I love you. Kastatu akwanjula. Netuchala. Nemba geja Esther. Ben agenda mukanisa. Without a leg. Parents. Ben has no leg, has no eye. You studied with Ben Musazi, Naserenga, Industrial Fine Art, Makerere University. He has no leg. His eye, either it is out, because he got the operation on the 23rd of October. That was my wedding, 2024. When he lost his leg, I'm not so sure. But my leg started hurting. Chisito Frederick sent a ball when I was in Mengo. It was a curved ball. I dodged it. I did not know that when balls curve, it comes back straight. It hit my hip. But my hip was not damaged. But my leg started paining me. My right leg and my left leg. My right leg in the knee. My left leg rot. Cause Sengo Wensonga. Nachinto Grace. Her leg rot. They cut it off and Jaja died. The mother too. The grandmother to the late Marvin The one Kakensa posted, the barrister. His uncle is Caesar Semyalo. Makai, he was the best in the country. He's here. He's one of the biggest coffee teachers. He taught Marvin as a barrister. Marvin's friend, you took 10 million Ugandan shillings. I told you to bring back that money because we need to take care of Marvin's children. Hope you brought it. If you did not bring it, let it feed you and your family. Hope you still have it. We don't want it anymore. We'll take care of Namtevi's grandchildren. We can. And we are doing it already. Baba Miriam, Baba Chigonya Collins, Baba God Semata, Baba Sak Peter Dungu, King's College Budo, Baba Narwanga, the big bird of grace, Nachinto. Kojango Mubwat, Aloni Mugwanya, who was supposed to go and see Judge Andide, who took Mama at the Olotari in Good Day 40 years ago, on the 21st of January 1984. Judge Wangale nyonga ladi musoke yafa. Ati 33 bankuba masasi nga yingize motoka eri mu kibumbiro. Nedda si mu kibumbiro. Omukulu sekandi jabeera wansaawo ladi musoke. Mutabani wa judge atawerera abaana omulogo mbu. Nami kansuulo. Azaala taata wa Pastor Mtesasira. Esther and Ezekiel. Mpozi be bayimbi ba Uganda, East Africa's Got Talent. Esther and Ezekiel, if you don't learn how to respect people, and you think you can speak the Canadian English, I am your father, right? I'm not your mother, I'm your father. Esther and Ezekiel and Elizabeth, I love you. I keep elevating you. That is why you did not win in Canada. Because God does not approve. Abali byebi nyanya bisike. Anti byebi abatwala mu Canada. Yesu si ye yabatwala. Nyanya bisike. Antandi sokolola. Time ewedde. Esanya ku mazzi tukyanyumira twale eri efujjo. Esther, fetulye natukola sente. Uganda esinga Bulaaya. Yes, Uganda esinga Bulaaya. Nga nze nzaala abaana b'abanene. Ogwamwe gwakuba postinga. Nkwagala nnyo Kansiime. Nkwagala nnyo omukulu Kimuli. Pabulo. Ye Pabulo. Ne mukyala wo. The theater factory, the Lord has elevated you mbitiwa. Molokoli. Akite. Agnes. My sister. Yenza baby. Mwanyopio. Mwarua. I sign out. May the Lord's face shine upon you. Jen Kintu. Rachel. Rachel. How mule mirembe tata. Edi mukasa. But they causes hobby. Tewali yomudigido. Yes, that. Tuyina omudigido omulala. Ye. In the honor of Edi mukasa ne mama Kintu Jane. Tetuyinza kuba wano nga tetubayimbiddemu. Edi mukasa. Rachel K. Edi mukasa teri amwogerako ne mama Kintu Jane teri amwogerako. Bw'oddamu okugeya mama Kintu gwe ne taata Kintu kino kati kino kuno kulawula. Oddamu okwogerako Paulo Kalyango oyo kojja oyo bamuyise kojja Dustville. Toddamu okwogera ku maama nannono ab'ebulo bamulobera eyo. Toddamu okwogera ku maama Namwanje ate kati erinnya lyakyuka si ye Namwanje ye Rachel. Erinnya eryo zibuzibu maama wange Rachel Namwanje. Oyo omwana yamakinga sure nti mbeera bulungi wano mu America tomubiddaga. Yesu namuwa ekiteteeyi ekyeru eri New Jersey. Toddangamu n'oyogera ku Uncle Seru oyo pastor wange omu bw'ati. Bw'olaba nga musoma kintu ng'ayimiridde abeera Seru ne mukyala we omu bw'ati. Toddangamu n'oyogera ku muwala wange Justine Namirembe jakukuba paaki. Abo bawala bange si bamaama. Abo baba bamaama bave wa maama Jeni kintu. Kojja wange ngogomanyi oli kojja wange weddirango. Bw'oddangamu n'oyogera ku kojja wange Musoke ne mama ne senka wange omu bw'ati Wanyana Josephina nyoba kuba kiboko. N'oddamu n'oyogera ku Sebowa oli ettaki. Abali battaki ababiddangamu. Kabowa bwe banga yammwe bevo Mukama be approving okubeera abasumba be Kabowa redeemed until the Lord says otherwise. Eso kifunze iye kati wabanga obaddeyo ng'owooza yenze nzirira pastor Kintu mu bigere kagobako. Nze nzirira Musoke mu bigere kagobako. Nze nzirira Bosco mu bigere kagobako. Bwabanga Mukama yaba approve through Apostle Alex Mitala kagobako. Saiso kulaba mama mbadde ngeze nkasisi sembero tulaba omulala kiko Simon Peter amwaba mafu betabavuddeko manange. Please follow that page, Esther's experience with God. Follow the page. It is the page. This is an account. Are you in accounts? Hope you have accountability in the season. The page. Oina pegs. Oyanike ngoye. Katonda tayanika mutaka. Tayoza anateka mutaka. The God I serve, when he washes, he puts you on a line. And he puts pegs. And your clothes dry. Abafumbo nga toyina white ewamwe kano kagoba kamwe nga toyina white towel. Mama Kintu gyendisansimuka myaka mingi gye nayonoona nga simanyi eyamfiira. If I follow the ministries. Sorry. If I follow the ministries. It is number 4. You get 5 plus 4 plus 1, you get 5. And 6 minus 2, you get 4. 6 minus 1, you get 5. I respect Kabowa Redeemed Church of Christ. I respect the house of Pastor Elijah Chins. He's called Elijah Chins. It is Elijah's Chins. Ati mwesanyu wetu embeera guma. It is Ecclesiastes. Nga muwangudde emidaali nga mmaze okuwuga. To all swimmers out there. Naye Ganzi. I swear Ganzi. Mugula Sem ne mukyala w'omu bw'ati Batenge. I dedicate this class to the house of Ganzi. N'ennyumba ya the late Samson. Tata wange yagenda nakolera industry training mu factory ya Samson. Nafuuka fiita mechanic. Obujulizi buwanvu nnyo tulina budde naye nina kugenda kubanga maama Kintu agiguuzi. Pastor Kintu Kabowa Redeemed bayambadde kitengi ku Sunday manya ekikooyi nja kuleetera namushayalinzaawo ngenda kukolerayo akabi nga baana beesaza ebikooyi. Ekikooyi kyange kiriwa kiri eri kiri wala mbadde ngenda naye Mukama nagamba lindako mama ja ye maama yekka Jeni Kintu. Mukama kwa de miaka 10. Ne tata Kintu. Miaka 10 and above. Newe owulira ng'okooye. Message wagifuna. Good. Kubanga omulimu kyalina ogutambuza. Abaana tebannakula mu kkanisa. Bakyali munaaga. Bakyali awo bali munaaga bawoza. Mama kitajja tutwala mu America. Mayina mukolerera. Oyo kojja Dusty kalyanga tene bamugeya. Muli ku YouTube because of me. Kojja Dusty Nengamba Kabowa, the only ground that raises and gives birth to power. Checho, what they consenso kugenda. Tatandikidde mu 44. Bade consenso banaga musonyiwe netonze. Ebera white. Ene Kabowa tambala white purity. Bishop Chaze n'alyoka atugata. Choka Bishop Chaze. Kopu. Yambamiza kopu. Ojjukira mukyala Kalule. Nkuzeeyo mu drama group. Oba nkuzeeyo mu Sunday school. Tuyina Sunday school day. Tusooke tugende mu Sunday school. Tuyina olunaku lw'abaana mu December. Courtesy of Betty Ntege, pastor w'abaana. Ate omwami we yakulira abafumbo mu kanisa. Omukulu Ntege. Ne omukulu Mude. Webale kuwasaba Sunday school teacher bange. Awumule emirembe. Muganda wa mukyala Ntege. Ne mama wa mukyala Ntege. Saaziika. Bawumule emirembe. Oyo bamuyise Betty Ntege. Omulabi Sunday school teacher wa Esther Solomon. Mebo yagenda Nakalembe. Eyo Dr. Baker Nkata. Mama Margaret Nkata Sengawe. Bango baku group ya the late Dr. Baker Nkata. Courtesy of the Kingdom Spheres. Mbuno ye tata wa Masembe. In the spirit, in the blood. Nayo grace preachers. Mujja kuba bulungi. Mubeera Boston. Oba mubeera Maryland. Oba mubeera Georgia, Atlanta. Mubeera mu States. Naye Katonda akweka erinnya lyaganye era katulireke. Mannange genda ku ewa Dr. Serwadda ku impact ku dream babateekako bonna abakadde bonna babateekako. Never woman you Baker and Carter, the doctor, his house. The sports outreach ministries Munyonyo. Mukama yangamba mperere abana basatu. Sebo Masembe tetunamaliza mulimu ogwo. O atogenda Uganda mu December. Enjoy Christmas mubitiibwa. But next time ask the Lord before you act. You wore your father's dress. He wouldn't do what you did. It's a legacy. Grace Nkata. You studied with Shibandagire. Naro Rebecca. Kayongo. You were with me in Sunday school in Kabowa. Or you came when I wasn't yet born. Whoever is older than me. Kagobako. The late Baker Nkata asked me, is your father still alive? Kubanga baba gamba Zakayo yafa. Aisaya yafuire. Margaret Nkata bamugamba nti tefa yafuire. Apostle Alex Ntala muyita ntennamu. As of 2019, when the Lord was taking my father back to his position from the back door, back to omukadde w'ekkanisa, ateekako abasumba n'akwambaza government, the government. Kati no nze njirina kibalume estava one. Ekiteteeyi ekyeru kyali kyakwambaza tata wange olugoye olusembayo. Tata wange yagenda dda mu 2010. Oyo gwe muli naye. Waliwo yambuuza, Esther nga tata wo tayogera naffe. You disrespected him. And God made sure that he keeps quiet. Because my dad went to be with the Lord in 2010. Whoever you sit with, that is Katonda Mwene. Read Genesis chapter 1. We'll study it next time. Paulo Chiwanika went to be with the Lord 8 years before he left. Because he could not go when Isaac, Sevliva Joash, is not ready. But in 2021, I made sure Isaac Sevliva wears the garment. When his father died and he became the heir, I made sure Isaac Sevliva Joash wears the garment with his wife, Mama Patura. Can't imagine. You wore a shoe that is not yours. That shoe was supposed to be for Isaac. When Isaac left, it was supposed to be for Nicholas Muleme. He refused it. No, because I told Pastor Robert to take you for deliverance. Imagine you have a long way to go. Because you taught abantu babana sex or wait to sit and you slept around when kids are watching the proclaim. You wanted to destroy Isaac Sevliva and you started wearing his clothes when you're not his wife. You made sure that his girlfriend, they separate. The young girl who looked like Omzungu, but she was also not ready for that marriage. She needed to be taken back to the baking process. And we take her process by process because the Lord had not chosen her for Isaac Sevliva. I kept quiet. Nelly, I made sure that the Lord enters your father's house. Are you married? Kaine, akiza yakusobola. Sarah, gwejo sanga jo, gwatomanjo yagala. Nancy Kombi, kati oli ku Jesus is famous. Make sure you stick there. That is an intercessor's house. Byemukoze ebisinga you copy and paste Pastor Ben Ochola. He's back on the wing because I gave him socks and gave him shoes. He's the only intercessor approved for Uganda in the season. No bwana bumwetolodde bukola copy and paste ne buvayo nga bulwa bashadatingi nga Pastor Ben Ochola. Is that how you learn how to speak in tongues? Tobiddanga. Mbadde Justin bawaka abantu emulina okugoberera mu season. Kabuwa yaddayo ku ground waggulu. Naye nga abantu abali specific abogoberera. The fivefold ministries. So far we have Apostle John Bunjo, Mama Sarah Bunjo, Frisella Bunjo, and the husband Joelo Bunjo. Jojo Bunjo is on the seat because of Naomi Yeo. Until he grows the wings and the balls. As of now, let him enjoy Bon Jovi while he's seated on the piano for the rest of his life until he changes the way he thinks. Apostle Michael Chimuli and John Mark Chimuli back on the table. They've been there. Pastor Mark Chigozi, Mukisa, and Maureen are on the table. How many are those? No. That is the teacher's house. No. On the table we have the intercessor, Pastor Ben Ochola. The intercessor tabawo. Kusawa nyeze echiro. Ngatula ngasaba. 1 hour. For Uganda, he's an intercessor, he's not a watchman. I am the only watchman on the table. Katase. Katase. Over Nation at the Crossroad. I saw my dad with Gideon. And Dr. Mulinda was going to die. And I gave him $100. And the Lord visited him in India. Because I got dreams, and I made sure he knows the dreams about him and his son. Gideon Mulinde's position. Now Dr. Mulinde is on the seat, waiting for the Lord, as usual. Who else? Dr. Musa Ture is back on the wing. As of today, 20th November. You don't know Dr. West Africa has Dr. Ture Musa. He's the one on the wing as of this year, in the season. Gututandika. Nze nno nina okugenda naye Mukama abingambye. Mukama abingambye. Tulina Yesu, tulina Yesu. Tulina Yesu wetusaba. Tukoma bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Beyalokola mmwe. Tulina Yesu. Tulina Yesu mbagambye. Tulina Yesu wetusaba. Tukoma bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Tibeyanunula mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina Yesu mbaga. Mulina Yesu wemusaba. Mukama bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Mukama twanukula. Tibeyalokola mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina Yesu. Mulina Yesu wemusaba. Mukama bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Tibeyalokola mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina mbagambye mulina sobe musaba natuwa. Mukama bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Mukama twanukula. Beyanunula mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina Yesu. Mulina Yesu wemusaba natuwa. Mukama bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Tibeyalokola mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina Yesu. Mulina Yesu wemusaba. Tukoma bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Tibeyalokola mwe mulina Yesu. Mwe mulina Yesu. Tulina Yesu wetu saba. Tukoma bukomi ku kyambalo kye. Lugabana twanukula. Wow. The Lord is good, and his mercies endures forever. Hey, wamwise nabbi omukadde mukiweepe. Miracle Center Cathedral is 40 years as of this year. Kava waisawo already. But gekomyewo excuse me webagamba. Bw'oba oli mukyala mufumbo ng'olinda omwami wakugulira socks. Bw'oba oli mukyala mufumbo ng'oyambala socks nga weesabika. Girls, kati ate abe Uganda you cut this short. Naye nga amazima ddala by'oyambala munda bifaanana bwe. Esther. Mama yambala bwoti ng'ova mu nju. Women, I had forgotten. Kungulu no yambala no nyuma. What I mean, you're rotten inside. You gave your life to Christ, but you wear like this inside. I mean your inner man. Myaka mingi jenna yonona nga simanyi eyamfirira. Hold on, so. Mama Sala bunjo yagamba tosiwukira mmanyi. Georgia House on the 30th of November. We wear pink. The football team is getting their jerseys, there are 12 of them. Courtesy of Esther and her husband. She's not serious, that madam. She was just destroying the group. Because Barbara Mutagubya told them to say that. Myaka mingi jenna yonona nga simanyi eyamfirira. Mukama wange yamfirira. Gologo sa. Yansasira rakisa cheye. Yansonyiwa lwakwagala kuwe. Mugugu gwange gwanti kura golo gosa. Bwe nawulira ekigambo kye ne manya wendi omunoonyi. Mwoyo gwange ne gukyukira golo gosa. Kaakano Yesu muwa byonna era yeye kabaka wange. Lero nyimba nti yamfirira golo gosa. Kwagala kwenga kwa kitalo n'ekisa ky'ekinjeryo muntu. Kufa kwe kwajjawo olukonko golo gosa. Nancha Barbara Mutagubya, you made sure that people are fired from Sunny Baby's home because of you. All the years you've been there, you work for Namirembe. But Namirembe is going to choose. If Sunny Baby's home is theirs, you're using people's children to promote Sunny Baby's home. And you're lying to Namirembe Cathedral that you work so hard. If you don't change and repent and turn away from your wicked ways, say bye-bye to Sunny Baby's home. Make sure your husband, Mutagubya, can deal with your bad manners. But if they retain you, the Lord will show you who is in charge. Psalms 24. If you think Namirembe is yours and Mengo, your only place where you can give rules and regulations is your family, and that is with Mutaguya. He married you because he loved you. I pray that he has no kids outside marriage. Because what is coming your way is going to expose obuzina obuli mu nnyumba yo. Katonda aberenga nawe, akuwenga omukisa, akubalire mubabe, akukume kutusokufa. Weraba, otambule mirembe. Weraba, omutonzi abere nawe. God be with you till we meet again. You said you're there for the dead. Katonda aberenga nawe, akukwate mu ngalo ze, akuwemereyo mwoyo, akukumo kutusokufa. Weraba, tambule mirembe. Weraba, mutonzi abere. Because of baby wa Pastor Tom, who is now Mrs. I said Mrs. Pastor Tom was taken back to the table, but he was removed. But because of his last born, the wife to the young man, whom I fed, whom I made sure that he has everything he needs, courtesy of the garment, eyavakadeve kanisa. Baby Tendo, katende. Pastor Tom was put back on the table, but he was removed that day he blocked me. Mwala bebi amtukako mwamsanga mawuje nga bakambye bate. Mukamena ngambo jawolereza abasajja bango saga. It is Proverbs 18. Because my dad made sure that Justin Mugerwa knows the Luganda Bible very well. But they were disqualified because of Justin Mugerwa many years ago. But because of Tendo Mugerwa Katende, they are back on that table. Disrespect that house again. And you're a son or a daughter in that house. Blood or no blood. Katonda aberenga nawe, entisa weli kujira, akwetoloze chisa, aberenga nawe ulijo. Werava, werava, Zakayo webale kuba bana bachala na basajja. Mchala Zakayo, 61 and 68. When your daughter is 40 years and she's married, can't say of broadband connection in networking, connection, broadband kwa tukuteka. Omwami yampasa. Nayo wanango mwana oyo mwami mugari. Oli wachitalunga bweroza. Katonda aberenga nawe, akuwe kwagala kwe, akuyise mu mayengo, akutuse mu kisulo kyo. Weraba. Banange kawa walidimuti. Yenza ndi ku mapu. Kabo redeemed. Kabo redeemed. That is a home like no other. East or West home is best. Kabo redeemed. Mwagala kubera ku mukolo gwange. Ani anatugatta gugudde. Oba Namirembe Cathedral. Choose. Omwami wange yalokoka. Ate omwami yasalawo oba tugende ne batugattira gyayagala nze gwange gwagoberera kubanga obulamu bwange bwonna mbadde ngoberera you follow your husband everywhere you go you follow your husband. From Mengo you went to Kaluteke, he went to Kaluteke. In 2004 when I decided to go to the university, 13 points, Caltech Academy. Omwami n'afuluma n'agenda South Africa. Kyokka n'abeerayo n'ekisiti Jonathan n'amukuuma n'agamba osaaga n'ayitamu n'ava South Africa ne teggwera Belgium. When Paul died in 2020, he was a year younger than my dad. He married someone from immigration. And all Paul did in Belgium, Ugabel, was to make sure that Ugandans are doing well. If you've never respected Paul in Ugabel, awumule Mirembe Paulo, ne mama, Nalongo. Awumule Mirembe mama nzalira omwami. Harriet Mugabi. 2016, 16th of June, 17th of June, she was buried in Matuga. And 18th of June, Esther left Uganda. And on the 19th of June, 2016, Esther entered the United States of America. And in November, President Trump became the president for the first time. And in 2024, the 5th of November, after Esther's birthday on 1st November when she's 40 years, President Trump came back on the seat. Esther, you're a prophet. I was asked by Angela Nareiso Senyondo and Senyondo Davis, Esther, do you know the President of the United States of America? I was on my phone, I raised my head. In 2015, I said, who is? Then they said, Trump. I said, who is Trump? They laughed at me and told me, Esther, what are you going to say at the embassy? Actually, that was 2016. Angela was back from France for holiday because she was doing a master's in petroleum economics between France and the UK. She's now the coast engineer Uganda. Wumula Mirembe Edward Bukenya. UNEB. Oli watched her. You and your wife will respect you, Mobiti. Awumule Mirembe Mberenge. Blaze, I love you, Mberenge. Pauline Mberenge. Senyange. And Mbawa Patricia. Mwasigwa. Yeah. I love you. Tarzan. I love you, Texas. Mama ni tata ba Umule Mirembe. Sylvia. And Mberenge. I love you, Dr. Vukulu, Bridget Diazi, and Bobo. Mama Umule Mirembe, Florence. Musoke. Bona wadukiranga wa mama wange. mberenge musoke anti amanyi ogawulira bajjanga wajjajja natereza ekintu. And people came out and disrespected the house of Sengendo Absalom. Kale n'olw'ensonga eyo katufe wano. Nalyoka ne nkusenga gwe omulokozi Katonda, kyenvudde nsanyuka nnyini nenjatula bwe nsanyuse sanyuse Yesu yanazako ebibi yanjagaza byayagala ansanyusa ennaku zonna nsanyuse Yesu yanazako ebibi namusenga natangoba nze ndiwe naye wange yampita ne nditegera ddoboozi lye nga lya Yesu edda nasaagasagana kaakano nteeredde ku ye sikyamusenguka alina Mukama alina byonna nalayira nti ndiwo nakyogeranga bulijjo era muntuukezo okufa ndisanyika okoba obuwo nsanyuse Yesu yanazako ebibi yanjagaza byaya. Mukama w'omukisa Pastor Tom Mugerwa n'omukyala for taking care of my father and mother. I'm fortunate because my father refused to talk about himself. They disrespected him when we told. So Mkulu Laurent never give up until the battle is over. No. What a friend we have in Jesus. Yesu mukwano gwaffe ajjawo ebibi byaffe kya muwendo gw'omusawa n'omubuulira byonna emirembe gitubuula n'ennaku zituluma. Kansubira manyi who Kiweweesi is. Kubanga tulemeddwa kumubuulira byonna. Before Kiweweesi used to come to my father's compound at night. Ng'oli wa Musumba Tom, right? Okay. Ebizibu n'ebikemo n'okuteganyizibwa biremenga. Esther, tabula kati ebyo leta byaki. Bw'oba gwe wantuma okukola kyenkola, you can block me in your phones. It's not new. What was he doing in my father's compound at night? Late in the night. Ebizibu n'ebikemo no. Esther, byebyedanga byonna bigenze. Those are the wrinkles in their garments. You block me because you have something to hide. Okay. Ebizibu n'ebikemo n'okuteganyizibwa biremenga kututiisa gwe mubuulire byonna ye omukwano mwesigwa atutakabanira. Pastors, if you don't tell your younger pastors the truth and you repent all your sins when you were younger, your kids are going to repeat it. If you smoked cigarettes, you drank booze, you slept with everyone on the village, your grandfather did it, your great-grandfather did it, 10 generations behind you, your kids are repeating the same mistakes. If you married a virgin in 2022 now, enjoy as I leave. Bwe tubera no bunafu no kwela. Yesu mukwano gwaffe ajawe bibi byaffe. What a friend we have in Jesus. Yesu mukwano gwaffe ajawe bibi byaffe. Kyamuwendo bw'omusaba n'omubuulira byonna. Emirembe gitubula n'ennaku zituluma lwakubanga tulemeddwa kumubuulira byonna. Ebizibu n'ebikeemo n'okuteganyizibwa biremenga kututiisa, gwe mubuulire byonna. Ye omukwano omwesigwa atutakabanira, yamanya obunafu bwaffe ye tatuwemukira. Bwe tubeera n'obunafu n'okweraliikirira, ye kyekiddukiro kyaffe tumubuulire byonna. Mikwano bwe gituvaako ne gituwemukira, tumukaabira tuwonye, Yesu tajulukuka. If you know what that song means, and you're the type who disrespects people, backbites people, and make sure people are thrown out of circles, and you're 45 and above, you did it, you covered it, I hear you moved on. Hope when you die now, you're going to heaven. Did you apologize wherever you disrespected people? Nze nakusonyiwa muyina ensonyi. Kubanga temwetonda. Nze totawaana. No. Do it amongst yourselves. My dad was disrespected. Ne bagamba akolima. Ng'ate yali abataasa okufa. Ne ngamba nze nzaalibwa omusajja omukolimi. Pozi mwajja ku mbaga yange abaagamba nti taata wange yabakolimira. Ne mungamba sibakaabirira mbakungula. You were not supposed to attend my wedding. Because you're not yet right with the Lord. The Lord told you instructions, and most of you have not yet obeyed. But you're good at disrespecting me and making sure you destroy my name. November the 20th, the last warning. Whoever is in your house and loves lying about people, if you know you went through Kaboa and you're flying higher, and you still lie about people, and you're in position as a leader, and you don't have an EIA or an audit for that church or building, you don't have an EIA for that church, you're lucky I did your EIAs. That is the joy of the Lord. I did your EIAs when you were toddlers. The books are in Nema. You're very lucky because you're not blessed. Until you read Genesis as I live, Genesis 12. You're very lucky you're not blessed. Their chance. You sit in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, right? And you teach me and you call a doctor of a PhD. You put a timer on your number. Okay. You went through Pastor Tom's hands. Did you meet my father? Okay. You can block me for all you want. I will not read Genesis. I'll read Nehemiah chapter 4 and I'll leave. Nehemiah chapter 4, I'll just read through and I'll leave. But when Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall, he became furious, completely enraged, and he ridiculed the Jews. He spoke before his brothers and the army of Samaria. What are these feeble Jews doing? Can they restore it for themselves? Can they offer sacrifices? Can they finish in a day? Can they revive the stones from the heaps of dust and rubbish, even the ones that have been burned? Now Tobiah the Ammonite was beside him. He said, even what they are building, if a fox should get up on it, he will break down their stone wall. And Nehemiah prayed. You're called Nehemiah? Okay. I studied with one in Chambogo University. He was doing industrial engineering. He was a friend to Bomboka, the husband to Edna Bomboka, who blocked me. They went to Watoto, through Watoto, and she told me that I'm a monopolist. Edna Bomboka. Air, water, and earth. Renewable energy. She did not study renewable energy. It is me who studied renewable energy. On a team of 3 ladies. Maria Agunyo went and did a PhD, courtesy of Esther Solomon, in German, in water resources, because I sent her in my position in BIMCO Consult in 2009, because I didn't want to work with Moses or team. And I sent her there, and Moses said, why did you send? I told him she's an Itesot like you. When they got there with Hanifa Lubega, they would run around with the Talo things, and Talo only took Hanifa Lubega. And Miria, it is Dad, because she became a teacher at Chambogo University. Through Dad, she went to German and did her PhD, her master's and PhD, courtesy of Esther Solomon. Now she lectures in Mukono University, UCC. When you wear my shoe, let it fit you to a level of a PhD level. I love you, Shivanda Gire. She's one of the biggest PhD holders. She has, I don't know how many masters. She works with the United States of America. She goes everywhere she wants. Chokagalos. I love you, Sidi and Narada. Professor Mugambia Wangarenyu. Because she works with Professor Mugambi in Makere. Near. Are they still there? In Makere, the offices of Professor Mugambi still in Makere. He was in charge of mathematics. But he opened up a company of Nachi economics. I will share them. Choka Professor Mugambi Owamba. The Nachiriza. Nehemiah chapter 3. Now Tobiah. Okay, Nehemiah chapter 4. And Nehemiah prayed, hear, O our God, how we were despised. Return their taunts on their own heads. Give them up as prey in a land of captivity. Do not forgive their wrongdoing, and do not let their sin be wiped out before you, for they have offended the builders. And it provoke you. Nehemiah. So we built the wall. Who said they're going to build the wall for Mexico? And the entire wall was joined together to half its height, for the people had a heart to work. You destroy people who want to work. You want to enter the United States of America when you don't have authorization. You don't have authority. And you abuse the president, the current president. Okay. Verses 7. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites, and the Ashdodites heard that the repair of the walls of Jerusalem went on, and that the breaches were being closed, they were very angry. They all conspired together to come and fight against Jerusalem and to cause a disturbance in it. Now Esther Solomon, Isaiah. It is Boxing Day. I bring Boxing Day now because President Trump said we can say Merry Christmas. And now President Trump, I don't know what to give you. Ugandan said, I saw you on the table. And in my mind, I'm like, okay. Everlast. Elites. Are you an elite? You wear blue or red? Chokatake. Greatness is within. To the boxers. Ngoliyo nge chikonde chikunyumira. Mukubya chikonde mukanisa. Chani cha Zakayo, chani cha Chintu, Mulimba, chani change. Zakayo yakubaka chikonde ne Peterson Sozi. Yakubaka chikonde ne Kawesa. Mwana tu bakawesa ne Peterson Sozi chikonde bachikubye nange. Bachintu bali bagenda chikuba before 31st. Bachikubadda. Ne before 31st. Tata Chintu cried. He's been crying because of echikonde kyakuba ne Zakayo. Abaana be ne bakiddamu ne balyoka bakuba Esther. Ne ngamba bamama temugenda kunkuba ne bakojja because they had rumors. They're called rumor mongering. They are called rumors. Ziva foko. And it makes noise when it's moving. If anyone has rumors, and on 31st of August, they sent someone to make sure they complete me. Namukwaya, say good, Japros. If you don't change, and you give your life to Christ afresh, the Lord is throwing you out of the United States of America. But your husband and daughter are staying. But if your daughter behaves like you, she's leaving, says the Lord. I told Rachel not to shout at me. She did not know why I changed my mind. The Lord was testing your patience. The Lord was testing Galatians 5 in your house. I told you not to shout at me. Because zengo werekana eri abana bayo. And your mother saved you. And your father did the same. Because you was very stressed. I know what weddings do. You never communicated for a full year. And you sent me a message to come for your wedding. How can you send a message and you don't tell me that I sent a mail? Then it was blamed on me. Thank you so much. But the Lord forgave you because of your father and your mother. Because your siblings have a habit of listening to rumors, including you, and you act the wrong way. Nehemiah 4. I warned New Jersey in 2018 on Thanksgiving Day when I went and I was coughing. You guys took a video on Thanksgiving Day. That video was shared again because I also have them somewhere. I will share it and the world will see. Esther Solomon giving thanks to the Lord. 2018, November, when I got COVID and no one knew that it was COVID. Did anyone fall sick? Mama Chintu and Rachel. And Isaac and Paul Kalyango made sure I am comfortable. New Jersey, the Lord came and warned you, but you did not see the Lord. You saw a stupid girl crying around. If you haven't given your life to Christ again, New Jersey, make sure when you go to be with the Lord, you wear the white garment. A message came from Yanja. I will share it again. But you never adhered to. That was me, making sure that the message is confirmed. In 2018, Thanksgiving Day. Verses 8 of Nehemiah 4. They all conspired together to come and to fight against Jerusalem and to cause a disturbance in it. But we prayed to our God, and because of them we set up a guard against them day and night. Then the leaders of Judea said, the strength of the burden barriers is failing, and there is much rubber. We ourselves are unable to rebuild the wall. Verses 11 of Nehemiah 4. Our enemies said, they will not know or see us until we are among them. Kill them and put a stop to the work. When the Jews who lived near them came, they said to us 10 times repeatedly, from every place you turn, they will come up against us. So I stationed army men behind the wall in the lowest places at the open positions where it was least protected. And I stationed the people in families with their swords, spears, and bows. When I saw their fear, I stood and said to the nobles and officials and the rest of the people, do not be afraid of them. Confidently remember the Lord who is great and awesome, and with courage from him. Fight for your brothers, your sons, your daughters, your wives, and for your homes. Now when our enemies heard that we knew about their plot against us, and that God had frustrated their plan, we all returned to the wall, each one to his work. You better go to your work after this class and make sure you earn a living to educate your own children. The Lord is not going to provide money to any thief who does not apologize, who does not forgive, who does not repent, who does not ask for forgiveness, but they love wearing the garment. I hear when the older's gone, make sure your garment has no wrinkle. The Lord is no longer sponsoring your children. Do it yourselves. Verse 15. Now when our enemies heard that we knew about their plot against us, and that God had frustrated their plan, we all returned to the wall, each one to his work. From that day on, half of my servants carried on the work, while the other half held the spears, shields, bows, and breastplates. And the captains were behind the wall, house of Judea. Those who were rebuilding the wall, and those who carried burdens, loaded themselves, so that everyone worked with one hand and held a weapon with the other. Every builder had his sword secured at his side as he built, and the one who sounded the trumpet to summon the troops stood at my side. I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, the work is great and extensive, and we are separated on the wall, far from one another. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, gather to us there. Our God will fight for us. Verses 21. So we carried on with the work with half of them, holding spears from dawn until the stars came out. That's why people power loves fighting and making noise. I hear to Balavis. Watch your back after this class. People power, Bobby Wine, Chagulan. Going to every country and telling them how Museveni has done what? You're going to be thrown out of every country. When you were thrown out of the UK, you never learned. Until when you went back into homosexuality, right? Okay. They are going to throw you out of the US. Make noise again. And in the UK, make noise again. Ugandans, you lied to enter the UK, to enter the US, that you're in homosexuality. Paka Yesu lwalidda. Until when we learn to speak the truth, we will be set free. But I can close the UK. I can close Canada. And only the US is open. Watch your back. You don't force anyone to do what they don't want. And you can no longer go back to Uganda, by the way. Uganda is not your mother's place. You said now it's the UK, the US, South Africa, wherever you're seated, and you went because of the card of homosexuality. It is a rainbow. It was a covenant between God and Noah. And Noah is a great-grandson, great of Abraham. I'll teach you how it works. And you make sure you read the book of James, the pride. Next time, if you're disrespecting people, make sure you don't disrespect people like me. I am not your family member. At that time, I also said, verses 22, Nehemiah 4:22, at that time I also said to the people, let each man with his servant spend the night inside Jerusalem, so that they may serve as a guard for us at night and a laborer during the day. Verses 23, so neither I, my brothers, those are relatives, my servants, nor the men of the guard who followed me, none of us took off our clothes. Each took his weapon, even to the water. May the Lord's face shine upon you. May the Lord remember your houses. Those who have represented your houses, may the Lord bless you. From the top to the bottom, from the crown of my head to the heel of my foot. May the Lord remember each one that came to the front line. May the Lord remember your houses. And may the Lord protect your houses. The boys and the girls, you will not bury anymore. 2025, unless the sick person in the house is tired and they want to go to be with the Lord, respect their wish. I sign out. Stay blessed. Time to go to work. To make sure I feed my Father's house and everyone inside. And I feed my family members. It's a legacy. And I continue to educate the children. 2025, I'll be entering the 21st year, educating children that God chooses to take care of. You don't send me a DM. I am not your father, I am not your mother. God chooses which children we take care of. I sign out. Bye-bye. It was an honor to serve. My name is Nachimera Esther Solomon Mugabe.